This protagonist Namchin reincarnated without hiding his skills. Lin Dao makes even gods and demons compete for fame. He only needs 5 points to exchange. Turns out the old master and his grandson have awakened the martial arts system, so there's no need to hide your skills anymore. If you like, just choose the strongest attributes. And they can even be exchanged for anyone they want. Even the Demon King was beaten like a fool as soon as he appeared. The United Nations held an emergency meeting to recruit him. 3 years ago, the world began restoring spiritual energy. A few of them have awakened superpowers. Its new boyfriend even came to say goodbye. You idiot, your teammate has already been pierced through by me. Now it's your turn. Did Jin and Gang say anything before dying see you and then kick the main character into the monsters? Ji Nang also barely managed to speak before the apocalyptic monsters immediately charged at the protagonist. He can't accept it. If I hadn't been a bootlegger, my teammates wouldn't have betrayed me. Just as he fell into the jaw of the apocalyptic monster. Tin Tin! The apocalyptic martial arts system has been activated. It detects that the host is about to die. The process of winning to become king and losing to reincarnate begins as he opens his eyes. He realized he was sitting on the sofa and hurriedly grabbed his phone. Today is the 16th of May 2032. And at this moment, an interface appears. I was startled to see the lantern still intact. The high-level martial arts system has been bound. Please choose an attribute and begin cultivating. Happiness comes unexpectedly. The grandfather and grandson not only reincarnated but also have a legendary system. Based on the timing, he has reincarnated a month before the apocalypse. Actually, the spiritual energy has already begun to recover. Ordinary people just can't sense it. The recovery of spiritual energy also brings many benefits, with all kinds of geniuses and treasures continuously emerging. Absorbing will grant superpowers. The storm is still a month away. It's enough for you and your grandson to unleash your game hacking abilities. But first, you should check what other function the system has. 4 options appear on the interface. Attribute, cultivation. Attach attribute, exchange points for daily rewards and missions. So the male lead immediately click on the attachment attribute, of course choosing the strongest fire attribute, the Scarlet Flame. Let's see if there's a powerful technique we can learn. The system is drawing a fire attribute technique. Congratulations, the host has obtained the fire attribute Death Crimson. Fan Tian leading credit. For the first time, the host received the Deadly Crimson attack technique. Usually 5 points to accumulate. Grandpa and grandson are so lucky. The death color technique. In the previous image, the blue color caused bloodshed to cease. This is my first time drawing and I got purple. I wonder how powerful it will be. Then, he immediately shattered his life bond and within a second, flames surrounded his body. This is the energy of the fire attribute. This guy and I are definitely going to rule the world. At this moment, he had completely been reborn. Right then, the phone rang. It turns out he's Liu Ruyin, the lively one. I lost the main character, full of vitality. Lo, my love, I saw a beautiful handbag, but it's missing 20,000. Please transfer it quickly so I can be quiet. The main character angrily scolds him. Run as far as you can and get lost. And Liu Yuyan is warned not to call him again in the future. Liu Yuyan is stunned, standing there next to her boyfriend. What the hell is this? Lam Tian actually dared to talk back like that. The rich second-generation boyfriend next to her still has a smile. Why? Your KTM is angry now. Who knows what illness he might have? He probably took the wrong medicine. Your boyfriend asked if you want him to deal with that guy. Liu Ruyu said again, if you want to tease, you have to tease me. I don't care if that bastard lives or dies. At this point, the male lead is exhausted because he has already rushed to the male hospital. But he still hasn't found Wu Tin's hospital. He swears to protect Wu Tin for the rest of his life. So she won't regret after her spiritual energy is restored. In the operating room, a group of doctors are busy at work. What's going on? Why are all the measurements normal? But her body temperature isn't rising, Elder Kui. Please save my daughter so I can check her pulse first, then you may proceed. O2. Where has your daughter been lately? Last month. To celebrate her entrance to Tambak University, take her to a frozen island. By the time she returns, she will be like that. Your daughter is possessed by a yin spirit. She needs a young talisman to break the curse. I will give you a remedy. Just follow the prescription with her husband. Thank you, sir. This is all I can do. Whether it can be resisted depends on your daughter. At this moment, the male lead pushed the door open and stopped, causing the father and son to be stunned. Elder cried, "This is a disciple of the future. No, I have never taken on a disciple." A group of doctors hurriedly stepped in to stop the protagonist. Where did that little dog and cat dare to come here? Aren't you seeing her being rescued? The male lead was stunned when he saw that. Boss? Your daughter is not actually sick. She has awakened a unique ice attribute that only she possesses. If you mess around, you'll ruin her future. The doctors all think he's crazy. I'm afraid you've watched too many reviews without liking. Right now, the old master is telling you to stop, kid. How do you know about the ice attribute and spiritual energy recovery? Who is helping you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important now is to wake Wu Tin up. If that's the case, then little brother, please suggest a solution. The words sound polite, but they're actually a test. Then the main character reveals several prescriptions. And the doctors are also amazed, because those are the medicines that the elder had just provided. He is still young and cannot have such advanced medical skills. Little brother, your prescription is exactly the same as mine. It can't be cured. You interrupted me before I even finished speaking. This medicine still has one most important ingredient, the spirit flower. Hearing this, the venerable elder did not get angry at all. Little brother, according to your prescription, it really can make her wake up healthy. But based on the whole world, no one can find the essence of the flower. The doctors rushed to the scene, unexpectedly hearing that the old master said the male lead might not have been the one to give the girl the medicine. Seeing that the girl could be saved, the father immediately asked how much this precious flower cost. I have nothing but money. Please tell me where I can buy it. You can't buy it. The spirit lotus flower has blue star-shaped petals. The center glows with a silver light. The petals will shine at night like a planet. The nectar of the starflower has the powerful ability to heal wounds both inside and out. This is what I read in ancient texts. This type of flower only grew during the era of spiritual energy on Earth and cannot exist now. What? So my daughter will be like this for her entire life? The protagonist told them not to worry. He can ensure I return safely and peacefully. Little brother, you mean you have a secret affair? That's right. A doctor hearing this told the noble elder not to believe what that young man said. Someone as poor as him, how could he have it? Moreover, he overheard the medicine earlier, so the story about the fragrant flower is definitely a lie. At this moment, the protagonist has activated the medicine system to exchange points and immediately traded for the spirit bloom. Stop arguing. Quickly look at this, it's a root. Everyone was surprised. It turns out to be the legendary spirit flower. Little brother, how do you have the legendary spiritual medicine? Now you believe me that I can cure Wu Ting's illness, right? Elder Q sincerely apologized earlier because they were too talkative. Time waits for no one. Please treat her first. He looked at Wu Ting, who was unconscious. Then he immediately held out the flower in front of Wu Ting and guided her to absorb the spiritual energy. At this moment, a female doctor shouted loudly, "The temperature has already risen." She has stabilized now. Wu Ting gradually opened her eyes. He said, Namjin told her to rest well. We will meet soon. Boss Tu excitedly shakes hands with the protagonist, repeatedly thanking him. Uncle Tu, just focus on nourishing her. After Namjin finished and was about to leave, the elder called him back. Little brother, may I invite you for a cup of tea? But the protagonist refused, saying, there will be a chance in the future. Little brother, I still don't know your name. Lam Tian, after saying that, waved goodbye to them. As soon as he got home, he immediately went online, remembering that he had a secret skill from his previous life. It was mentioned earlier about the cultivation level after spiritual energy recovers. He found it very quickly. It says that cultivating spiritual energy is divided into 8 levels. In his previous life, he struggled and only reached level 3. It's not poor talent, but the lack of a good cultivation technique. He only trained a little, and was already sweating profusely. As expected, this divine great pill is formidable. His goal in this life is to reach the level of an 8th rank emperor. At the same time, in a tall building, the venerable old man said he had met a young man with a pure spirit. Moreover, there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy within his body. That's right. Director Liu, I dare to confirm that this young man is a genius in cultivating spiritual energy. If he grows up, he will definitely be able to change the course of the world. He told Little Yue to test his limit. Also, if what you say is true, then you have truly made a great contribution. At this moment, the male lead's body is filled with flames. No wonder it's a cultivation technique from the flesh. The first time practicing has already reached the second stage of the spirit awakening realm. After finishing his training, he immediately went out. By evening, the main character was starving. Now he feels like he could eat an entire goat while walking to the convenience store, feeling excited. Unexpectedly, there is someone secretly watching him from above as the girl looks at the scene. Find it, don't let me down. She just threw something, and within a second, a monster appeared behind the main character. His body is covered in deathly aura, and the main character chuckles softly upon seeing it. It seems the mutation has begun. Facing the fierce monster, he shows no fear. On the contrary, I think this wolf smells terrible. A second later, the demon beast was already rushing toward him. The main character quickly jumped back to dodge the attack, but the evil spirit swung its long tail to strike. The protagonist couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the thigh, and at this moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed. This causes him immense pain. The old man and grandson are furious now. He concentrates the flames into his punch, and the flames swallow him whole. A fiery punch like Boto Guardia is followed by a powerful strike. It immediately made Fusiro's evil spirit furious. The girl lifted a heavy load. What? Even if this dog dies, it has to be a tragic end. Lying motionless in the middle of the road. Truly a creature that doesn't know life or death. The main character, after fighting, feels even hungrier and needs to quickly go buy some food. The girl found it hard to believe. She never expected that the main character could kill a mutated beast with just one strike. Fire attribute, yet it has awakened the fire attribute with the strongest attack power. Seeing the main character walk away, the girl hurriedly lands to check. If you don't watch, it's fine, but if you do, you'll be scared. The chase by the monster is already over. Could it be that the cracking sound earlier wasn't from the main character, but from the tailbone of this mutated beast? How tough is his body really? No way. I have to report this to my superior. The next morning, Lam Tian brushed his teeth again and felt pain all over his body. It's like being hit by someone. Even so, I have to keep training. Right now, the phone has an important piece of information. Below is a breaking news alert. This morning, the temperature at the top of Tuva Mountain reached 81 degrees. All visitors are advised to stay safe while traveling on Tuva Mountain. Don't believe the rumors that high temperatures can remove moisture. Please trust science. This is just a hole in the ozone layer. The protagonist finds it hard to believe. If his memory is correct, the peak of Tuvan Mountain is not where the ozone layer is pierced, but where the powerful fire attribute spiritual energy awakens. There are already many people on Ziyun Mountain now. The boundary lines are all set up around you. Please pay attention to safety. You must not cross the safety line. Inside is really 81 degrees. I'm not joking. Someone really got roasted dry. I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for that damn monkey. It's really that hot. Then he threw the corn into the quarantine area. And in just a second, the corn turned into popcorn. Everyone was stunned, realizing it was truly hot enough to kill people inside. At this moment, Lin Tian has also arrived, and indeed the fire attribute energy is as powerful as he predicted. If he can absorb it all, his level will rise significantly. Then Lam Tian immediately jumped into the quarantine area. Everyone is standing there in horror. There really is someone who isn't afraid of death. Hurry out, you'll get burned alive. Sure enough, it's fire attribute energy. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It hurts so much, every cell in my body feels like it's burning. But the protagonist still endures. This time, he must become a strong warrior. Though, what's wrong with this brother? Could it be that he's evolving? His eyes shot out flames. Lin Tian felt it was time to leave. He couldn't attract too many people, then he transformed into a stream of fire that shot through. Is the young man really a god? Has he become a god again just now? The police are also surprised. What was so intense earlier? Why does it not seem hot anymore now? Could that boy really be a fairy? Scene change. Director Liu is on the phone. The TV is broadcasting again. Today at noon, a mysterious young man appeared on the top of Tuvan Mountain, removing the abnormal climate on the top of Tuvan Mountain, then vanished before everyone's eyes. Did Director Liu hear this news and keep quiet? Quickly suppress that news about Mount Ziyun for me. We can't let it spread any further now. Last night, did you really see that kid punch and blow up the mutated beast? Yes, I did. Moreover, the attack from the mutated beast seemed to cause no injuries to him. It looks like in just 2 days, we've already encountered the two geniuses. He feels he cannot let other forces pull him away first. He must bring Lam Tian into the organization as soon as possible. Take me to meet Lam Tian. He is sitting inside, surrounded entirely by aura. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Lam Tian sensed the immense power flowing within his body and thought to himself, I did it. I finally stepped into the brave abyss. The system announces, congratulations, the host has entered the Dongtuyen realm. The reward the host receives is an attribute slot for a new attribute. The host can proceed to cultivate and synchronize an additional new attribute. Lam Tian carefully looked at the system panel. As the synchronization activated the enchantment function, the system displayed the words, the master can permanently attach an element type to a weapon, and its durability vary depending on the material of the weapon. Lam Tian was delighted, thinking that he could now craft weapons with elemental attributes himself, and quickly ran into the kitchen and picked up a knife. You pretend, watch me this time, and I will transform you into something beautiful. Lam Tian turned around and asked, who could it be at this hour of the night? Hey, Xiaohui Yendeng, I am the president of the Spirit Cultivation Association, named Liu Ying. The girl next to her is my subordinate, named Lan Wuyet. We came to talk to you about the spirit cultivation. I remember that, although I was saved by this association in my previous life, I haven't actually had any contact with them in this life yet. Lam Tian asked, how did you find out about me? Liu Ying shows a picture of Wu Tin and Lao Li, who treated the two family girl, mentioned you. By the way, Tu Wu Tin has already joined our Spirit Energy Association. Lam Tian thought it seems these people are not hostile at all. After everyone had been sitting and chatting for a while, Liu Yin asked hesitantly if Xiaohui Yendeng truly hadn't considered joining us, but Lam Tian politely declined. Oh Liu, I'm not really suited to join the organization right now. Keep talking. I plan to focus on my own cultivation first, and only after the spirit chi is fully restored will I consider other matters. Lang Wuyet advises Lam Tian, I know you become the most persistent awakener, but I also tell you, you can reach the spirit awakening realm. It's just luck. Without the guidance of the association, you might have only entered the Dongtuyen stage, and who knows where you'd be now. She continued, the future of Earth will change, and by then, cultivating spiritual chi will be the only way. If you want to become stronger, steadily, having the guidance of the association is essential. Lan Nguyet recounts that, at first, I was just like you, thinking I could awaken easily, so I refused the invitation from the association. It took me nearly 3 years to reach the beginning spirit realm, but after joining the association, I succeeded in entering the beginning spirit realm in less than a year. With the support of the association, you might become a powerful expert in the Dongtuyen stage within just 3 years. Lam Tian was stunned. 3 years? How old is your sister now? Lan Nguyet replied honestly, she is about to turn 21, so what? In Lam Tian's mind, he thought her sister's talent was also quite poor, but then he stopped himself, not saying anything that might harm unity. An Gong paused, signaling great, and then said, nothing much, I just think she's a genius. Lang Wuyet crossed her arms. Everyone in the entire cultivation association is a genius, but being a genius is just the threshold to join the association. Luan looked up at him. Little brother, when you join our association, you receive a lot of support. Suddenly, he stood up and said, sorry, little brother, I have a phone call. Luan answered the call. What's going on? The voice from the other end panicked. President, a second type mutated beast has appeared. It's only 30 kilometers from your city. Luan nodded in understanding and replied, I see. You immediately sealed off the area around it. I will take Lan Nguyet there right away. Then the other end of the line obeyed and hung up. Later, Lam Tian stood by the window, watching the backs of the two people, silently thinking that in this life, he must become stronger so he can avoid repeating the regrets of his past life. He took out his phone to search for where the remaining aura of the water attribute was. And just as he finished, the ringing of the phone startled Lam Tian, making him jump. Brother Lam answered the phone and sighed, come on Tianbin, what are you doing? Awake in the middle of the night, Tianbin begged on the other side, Brother Lam, save me, my villa is haunted. Lam Tian is angry, you're crazy, what ghost haunting are you talking about? Tianbang sings out, Lam Ka, I don't have fire, why does the mountain villa keep getting struck by lightning all day without a drop of rain? Hearing that, Lam Tian was stunned and thought, could it be that this kid has awakened the extremely rare thunder attribute spiritual energy? He hurriedly ran over. Little guy, tell me quickly, what exactly is happening with the lightning strikes over there? Tianbang, scared, hid under the window watching the dark, purple sky full of lightning. Your house is as dark as a pot bottom, yet the thunder keeps striking non-stop. Brother Lam. This must be the awakening of the lightning attribute spiritual energy. There are 3 levels of spiritual energy: common attributes like water, fire, wind, earth, rare attributes like ice, glory, shadow, lightning, and legendary attributes like void. Lam Tian happily thought, adding the lightning attribute to the new attribute cell. I'm going to get rich. So he quickly ran out of the house. Doi Tian Bang, I will go there right now and surround the mountain where you are, not letting anyone in. Do you hear me clearly? Tian Bang hides behind the curtain, confused. Is someone coming in this weather? 2 young boys sitting by the road are approached by a girl. Let's do this mission together. The blonde boy excitedly stands up. Sister, where are we going? The red-haired girl quickly responds, there is a mountain with extremely strong lightning attribute spiritual energy. We must gather all the energy generated before the disaster spreads. Lam Tian shined his flashlight up the mountain, looking at the thunderous sky. He was excited. Indeed, it was lightning attribute, spiritual energy. I've struck it rich. He pressed the increase button, then the lightning attribute, and the system displayed a message. The lightning attribute is a rare type. The spiritual energy required will be twice that of a normal attribute. Are you sure? Lam Tian hesitated for a moment before pressing the button to confirm. The system announced that it was preparing to draw the lightning attribute cultivation technique. Please wait a moment. The system congratulates you on obtaining the blue lightning attribute cultivation method, the Thunder Lotus Pill. Lin Tian holds the Thunder Lotus Pill in his hand and observes his surroundings. No wonder it's a rare attribute. Although the cultivation method has a blue quality, this power is just too terrifying. Lightning attribute, spiritual energy. I'm coming now. At this very moment, the blonde girl looked scared and asked, Sister, can we really control this? With the purple-eyed girl doubting, Yeah, sister, is this thermos really good quality? And the red-haired girl snatched the thermos from the purple-eyed girl's hand, annoyed, and handed it to herself. She sighed softly, then opened the thermos and poured it out, the lightning attribute spiritual energy being drawn inside. The little girl fights along against overwhelming power while the 2 boys cheer her on outside. Go sister, you are amazing. Suddenly, the bottle was pierced by water. The red-haired girl was stunned and wondered silently, how could this be? The spiritual energy couldn't withstand this. Could it? The explosion rang out. The young boy quickly caught the red-haired girl. Careful now. Thunderstorms in the sky grew more intense by the moment. The 3 of them panicked and ran away. The spiritual energy was out of control. Suddenly, the purple-eyed boy noticed something. What was that sound? Lam Tian crawled out from the bushes. The red-haired girl was surprised to see him an ordinary person. Impossible. She shouted to warn him. What is your younger brother doing climbing the mountain? Run quickly. This place is not for ordinary people to come. Contrary to her worried attitude, Lam Tian happily ran over saying, I'm here. The red-haired girl was stunned. It's over, this person is definitely dead. The other 3 shouted, What exactly did you get into? Why can't you understand that? Is your brother really that stupid? Ignoring those words, Lam Tian quickly wipes towards the lightning attribute spiritual energy. A blinding light flashes as Lam Tian struggles against the thunder attribute spiritual energy within him. The 2 young men outside are stunned by the scene. Is he really that tough? Could he be a fairy? The red-haired girl couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't hurt. Has he awakened a rare super-level lightning attribute spiritual energy? Lam Tian shouted, Do you want to make me kneel? Don't mess up, Yan said. This time, the sky will no longer hide my sight, and this earth will no longer control my heart. To be reborn, you must understand my will. To make the god spirit scatter. Lam Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. This time I must become a powerful figure. Lam Tian shouted, Come here! Then the sky darkened again, and all that could be seen was Lam Tian's body floating in the air. He looked at the thunder energy swirling around his hand and thought it was not bad at all. The system notification said, Congratulations to the horse for obtaining 2 types of spiritual energy, thunder and fire. Would you like to fuse them to gain the legendary attribute spiritual energy, Thunder Flame? Lam Tian orders to merge and immediately begins the fusion. He happily observes the streams of spiritual energy surrounding his body. So this is the legendary attribute spiritual energy. I can feel this power now. Over here, Lan Ngu Yet, subordinate, reports that, based on previous guesses, this beast is a giant black sheep with an ominous attribute. Lang Hengye responds, I know, she thinks to herself, the ominous attribute is difficult indeed. Lang Yuye ordered her subordinates that in danger, they should crush this jade pendant to create a shield with light attribute to save everyone. She advised that during the action, survival is the top priority and they must not force it, do you understand? Lang Hengye ordered them to start moving and they entered the dark structure together. From afar, two red dots appeared, and Lang Hengye realized they were the eyes of the beast. She shouted, Be careful, the beast with sharp fangs is charging at us. The two subordinates quickly threw hidden weapons to kill it, causing the beast to be hit and freeze. The two subordinates rejoice. Success achieved. Lang Hengye senses something is wrong and realizes it's dangerous run now. The monster easily escaped from being frozen and released a type of gas that poisoned everyone inside. Lang Yue called for help from the headquarters, summoning the giant beast. But before she can finish, she is poisoned and collapses inside the circle created by the creature's body. Let it go in some abandoned area inside this pickup truck. The sound is coming from the little one begging you. Now only you can resolve this danger. Lam Tian looked at the information displayed on the tablet and sighed to himself. The shadow attribute, another rare type of attribute. He frowned and said regretfully, Damn it. If it weren't for the attribute slots being full, I would have taken it for myself. Director Liu, why do you know I awakened the fire attribute? Director Liu nervously scratched his head and nodded, saying, Well, I asked Leng Yue to watch you and see you take down the mutated dog myself. Lam Tian recalled the recent battle and quietly confirmed so that dog was released by them. Lam Tian felt like he was buried alive and asked loudly, You sent someone to follow me? Old Director Li sweat profusely and said, I only did it for the safety of the people. Lam Tian also isn't a difficult person to talk to. He coldly set a condition. I can agree to go to the factory and kill that giant food, but you must promise me you won't follow me anymore. As soon as he finished, Director Liu clapped his hands happily. It's settled then. Little brother, how many people do you need? I'll send them over immediately. Lam Tian smirked meaningfully, flexed his arms and legs, then said, No need, I can handle this alone. That was enough to leave Chief Liu speechless. In another shadowy corner, where darkness covered everything, Lan Huye lay pale-faced on the ground, only able to cry out again and again. Oh no, the scene before her left her utterly speechless. A giant foot radiating murderous aura, thrashing wildly. Seeing it just devour a living person. Ling Huyet couldn't believe his eyes. How could a giant foot rely on swallowing cultivators to evolve? Lang Huyet mustered all her strength to stand up, firmly determined that she absolutely could not let it evolve successfully, or else the people around here would have to suffer a terrible disaster. Just then, the giant neck glanced in her direction, its murderous eyes glowing red like burning coals. It opened its bottomless mouth toward Da Nu, releasing a burst of poison. Lan Huyet was no pushover either, countering a punch full of spiritual power just what was needed. A punch struck straight into the giant leg, making it scream in pain. Just when it seemed like there was a chance to turn the tide, in the blink of an eye, one of Lan Huyet's attacks turned to nothing, shattering without causing any damage. A counter-attack struck, causing Lan Huyet to lose balance and fall flat on her back. Tekkan spat out a spray, and Lan Huyet thought bitterly, unexpectedly, it had successfully evolved. Looking at the giant foot in front of me, hope of winning was like a slap in the face. Lan Huyet thought hopelessly, It's over. I can't stop it anymore. Just as I was about to give up on life, a familiar sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, damn, I just remember this crappy factory now that I'm here. Isn't this the place where I used to work as a factory worker after high school? I wonder if the owner of this factory is really unlucky. Lang Huyet immediately recognized the speech and exclaimed in surprise, Lam Tian. He slung his great sword on his back and casually asked, Director Liu told me to get everyone out. Where are the others? Lang Huye didn't bother to answer his question. She urgently warned, Run quickly, you're no match for it. It has already evolved to the triple length stage. Gao Dei is deafening. Lam Tian boldly picks his ear and nonchalantly says, Alright, I get it. Just wait and see who gets called. Don't run around wildly. The beast, seeing his fearless attitude, roars in pride. Let's see what abilities you really have. Before Lam Tian could react, it stuck out its tongue and lunged to bite. Lang Huye saw this scene and shouted urgently. Lam Tian ran quickly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck where Lam Tian was standing, so fast that the eye couldn't catch it. As the Chan was enveloped in the electric arc, he slightly smiled and said, "Smash the darkness with the thunder peak." Just as the dark beast lunged, he punched it directly with an electric fist. A powerful blow sent the beast flying, and it spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Lan Huyet froze in place, unable to believe her eyes. The beast that had tormented the cultivators is now crushed under Lam Tian's punch. Seeing the chameleon prepare to escape, Lan Huyet shouted in panic, "Lam Tian, don't let it touch you. Don't worry, today it has nowhere to run." The sword was covered in lightning, emitting dazzling light and sound. He squinted. The old woman suddenly unleashed her most terrifying move, preparing to electrocute the blanket. Lam Tian quickly retaliated, unleashing a powerful attack that shattered the blanket into a pile of debris. After finishing, he calmly retracts the sword and says softly, "It's done." Lan Huyet, still stunned, hurriedly steps forward to ask, "Did you really awaken your elemental attributes?" Lan Huyet immediately looked at Lam Tian with different eyes and secretly admired him, thinking he will definitely become a superpower in the future. The big battle with the beast has ended here, and the scene shifts to a conference room where someone says, "Director, Lam Tian has personally confirmed it." It was Lan Huyet who just returned to report the results, and Lam Tian personally confirmed it. He awakened 2 types of attributes, thunder and fire. Hearing that, the director stroked his beard and carefully considered. No wonder, he said they couldn't keep monitoring him anymore. I don't know what he's thinking, but after a moment, he forced a cunning smile. This kind of talent must join the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Lin Huyet sips his tea and carefully asks, "Will we continue to monitor him in the future?" Director Liu suddenly changes the subject and mysteriously says, "Girl, you should also find yourself a boyfriend." At the Peach Blossom table, the characters discuss the revival of spiritual energy, and we should announce it publicly. A young man listening also begins to speak, saying that recent troubles are increasing and seem unstoppable, and we can't just assume everything will settle down, right? As soon as this was spoken, they sparked disagreement. The other side retorted, "Are you crazy? Publishing something like this in a hurry will cause so much trouble, do you realize that?" Back then, a few harsh words wouldn't have solved anything. Everyone kept talking over each other, and the young man immediately grew more aggressive, still having the nerve to talk about this. "If we could announce the spiritual energy matter, the incident at the factory yesterday, we could have evacuated the people in time. The situation is getting more intense." And someone else sharply pointed out that the factory incident was finally resolved, wasn't it? This officially kicks off a heated argument, with both sides pounding the table and shouting at each other. "Are you guys the ones handling this? Or is it the kids you called in? What are you talking about?" "Director, please try to control the anger inside you." The command, like a tiger's roar, immediately makes the soldiers nervous, and they stammer, "Director, Director." Director Liu slowly reassured everyone. "Xiao Li, sit down, you're right. If I hadn't had little brother Lin Tian come to help, not only would I have lost my daughter and subordinates, but the people around would also have been in danger." At this point, he suddenly turned around to stand up. But as our members have said, rushing to let everyone know about the revival of spiritual energy would surely cause a large-scale social chaos. So I have a suggestion. We can choose this area as test sites and promote them as tourist destinations to see how effective it is before deciding on the next step. What does everyone think? Director Liu suddenly pulled out a document, then continued. "If there are no objections, let's discuss the next steps." The subordinate then opened the file clearly, and Director Liu continued to preside over the meeting. "Yesterday, everyone witnessed the strength of younger brother Lam Tian, and I want to invite him to join the Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association." At this point, everyone focused on Lam Tian's resume, as Director Liu continued, proposing to make him team leader of a cultivation squad. What does everyone think? Some people see this as unfair and frown in disagreement. Director Liu, I don't oppose him joining, but giving him such a high position right after entering, isn't that a bit too much? The young man nodded in agreement. That's right. No one is appointed deputy minister immediately after joining. They have to start from the basics. Director Liu calmly continued to persuade his colleagues, saying that everyone witnessed yesterday that he is an awakening with both lightning and fire attributes. I worry that assigning him a position too low might not only upset him, but also that someone with such abilities must absolutely not be offended. The young man opposite immediately offered a suggestion, saying seriously, if Director Liu has already said that, then please arrange a test for him. The other side also nodded in agreement, saying yes, arrange a test for him. To become a training team leader, strength alone is not enough. Director Liu knew I shouldn't waste my breath. Explaining, the old man chuckled happily and said, this is what you all said, don't regret it then. The next morning, in the city of Sam Old, Lam Tian was still sleeping soundly. The sun had already risen to the rooftops, but he still hadn't woken up. Suddenly, the noise outside startled him, making him jump. Could there be a thief in the house? He quickly grabbed the weapon, veins bulging on his face, muttering under his breath that he was so poor he only ate the cheapest instant noodles. Yet someone dared to steal from him. Once caught, he would make sure they understood their mistake. He opened the door with a fierce look, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You thief, admit your mistake now." But in front of him was a tall beauty holding a broom, greeting him softly. Lam Tian didn't expect Little Red Riding Hood to appear in his house. He waved his hand to greet her, then suddenly jumped up and shouted, "That's not right, why are you here in my house? Didn't we agree yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore?" The emotionless beauty walks over to the sink, calmly helping him gather the dishes, and says, "I'm not here to monitor you, I'm here to live together. Where is the trash bin?" Lam Tian, after coming down for a while, arrogantly leaned back in his chair and asked coldly, "So you want me to participate in some kind of challenge?" Ling Yue replied simply, "Yeah." Lam Tian began to weigh the pros and cons, considering the time, and realized that in just 3 days, the spiritual energy would fully explode. "I can't waste the time on some challenge, so I decisively refused. I'm not interested." Lang Henyuan continued to persuade earnestly, saying, "Lam Tian, I know you probably think this challenge will slow down your cultivation, but this is a test specially prepared by the Association for Cultivators." The more she spoke, the more she tried to persuade her words. Sweetening her tone, she added, "Not only new members will participate, but also recently, the Challenger site has experienced spiritual energy revival phenomena. Although the level is not high, there could very well be some fortuitous encounters." Lam Tian suddenly remembered something and asked, "I remember she said, Tu Vu Tin also joined this organization, so I have a question for you. Is Tu Vu Tin participating in this challenge?" As expected, Lang Yue immediately admitted she would go too. So what? Lam Tian didn't respond. Lam Tian furrowed his brow and thought, "I remember she said she had a great opportunity there. I wonder what it could be." Driven by curiosity, he decided to break the rules this time and go see for himself. "I happen to need to find her, so this time I will join the challenge." Time passes quickly like a dog running in the field, and soon the organization gathering day arrives. Director Liu's voice is steady, and you may have grown accustomed to a peaceful life. The world will soon cease to be peaceful, and then death will become a regular occurrence. There is a girl with long purple hair in the team who looks very striking, and Director Liu's voice continues steadily. "Soon, I will introduce to you a powerful spiritual energy cultivator who will be your team leader and guide you through this challenge." Another female team member with the pale face wonders silently, where did that person go? Recalling a few days ago, she desperately explained to a male teammate that she truly saw a awakened person radiating lightning all over. But the young man refused to believe it, saying, "What are you talking about? How could there be such a powerful spiritual energy cultivator? Surely you must be mistaken." Returning to reality, the tattooed guy next to him all turned to ask Sister Qi, "What are you thinking?" Kiki casually replied as if nothing was wrong, just thinking about what kind of person the team leader arriving soon would be. The tattooed guy couldn't hide his arrogance, puffing out his chest and saying, "What team leader? It's probably just some rich kid here to pass the time." After bragging a bit, waiting for the kid to arrive, "I'll teach him a lesson to show him who really has the power here." And the henchmen all cheered and flattered. "Boss, you're the coolest." "Boss, you're so awesome." Jiki sighed and said, "I advise you to behave and hold back a bit. Don't cause trouble anymore." On the red carpet leading to the gathering spot, Lang Henyuan stood beside and began introducing, "This is the team you will lead, a total of 5 people. 2 women and 3 men." Lam Tian assessed them one by one. Besides Tu Vu Tin's ice attribute, the others all have quite ordinary attributes. Lang Wuye points to the profile picture of the guy with the tattoo and warns that you should pay attention to Lu Tianfeng, who used to be a thug for the underworld. He unexpectedly awakened the wind attribute, spiritual energy, but his personality remained the same, very hard to control. Lam Tian completely ignores her and responds casually. Got it. Got it. Director Lu has been waiting all along, and when he sees Lam Tian, he gets excited. Your team leader has arrived. Lam Tian, with his hands in his pockets, looks extremely cool and expressionless. The guy with the tattoo and the two beauties immediately recognize him. Isn't he the one my father said saved me? The one who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day? Director Lu solemnly introduced, "This is your team leader, Lam Tian." But before he could finish, a hurried voice cut in, "Wait a moment." Director Lu was interrupted and looked a bit embarrassed. "Lu Tianpeng, is there something wrong with you?" Lu Tianpeng sneered, with a tone partly nervous and partly mocking. "How strong is this kid, the director? Are you here to show us a few moves or what? If not, then let's go inside." Who's listening to whom? Lam Tian's eyes flash with amusement. He smiles faintly and says, "So how do you plan to show off?" Lu Tianfeng, feeling confident, said, "Of course, we should test ourselves against our brothers." Lam Tian looked at Lu Tianpeng with disdain and sneered. "A trashy guy at the peak of the Dong Tuyan stage like him standing up to me?" This remark successfully provoked Lu Tianpeng to the point of veins bulging. He shouted, "Kid, you're asking for it." Unable to contain his anger, he threw a powerful punch straight at Lam Tian. "Lam Tian yin lang li qua, ni yu mai ro I dan yin noi, chi vai doi." Director Liu spoke in the commanding tone, pressing him down. "Lu Tianfeng, do you dare to disobey the organization's orders?" Lu Tianpeng calmed himself and hurriedly explained, "Director Liu, I didn't mean it, but to be the team leader, you also need some strength." After saying that, he glared behind him and signaled his underlings to join in, saying if not, the brothers wouldn't accept it, right? The little ones then added fuel to the fire. "That's right. Director Liu, as practitioners, we must value strength. If this new team leader can't prove his ability, it will be hard for us to follow him." Director Liu still maintained a calm attitude and said, "Your younger brother Lin Tian's strength. There's no need to worry about Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng is someone who defeated the Dark-Horned Crocodile and saved Lan Wuye." Only when she heard this did she suddenly realize, "What did you say? He saved Sister Lan all by himself." Lu Tianpeng still refused to bow his head, stubbornly saying, I think he's definitely just relying on luck. A singing dark demon as powerful as that, how could I defeat him alone?" "You think Liu knows I'm lying and can't solve anything, so he's taking the easy way out. Alright, everyone stand straight. Anyone causing trouble will be disqualified from the challenge. I will directly expel him from the guild. Everyone must behave and listen carefully as I announce the challenge details. The task this time is to deal with a creature called the Terrifying Beast. According to the guild's information, this creature not only has a human-like appearance but can also move freely. Our team members focus intently, listening carefully, without missing a word. The old man continued before the challenge begins. "I want to remind everyone of one thing. Perhaps in the past you all thought this world was very safe, but I want to tell you all that." The old man's face showed a warning, stern and broad, as he told everyone that death would always be by their side on this path of cultivation. After carefully giving his advice, Lam Tian's team began their mission into the forest. Andao glanced around, silently assessing the situation. This was the designated spot for the challenge, but where is the monster? Has it burrowed underground? Wu Ting hesitated and looked toward the sand, asking, "Team Leader Lam, should we go over there?" Lam Tian still hadn't made a decision. He looked at the blinding light on the ancient tree and thought to himself that the spiritual energy gets stronger, closer to the big tree. But why haven't we found the monster Director Liu mentioned yet? Captain Jia Jiang began assigning tasks to the team members. Continue searching for clues about the monster around here. Yes, Commander Kai Tuan Len. Understood. Captain Lam. Lu Tianfeng immediately took the opportunity to mock Lam Tian. "Captain Lam, you are not scared, are you? Are you afraid that the big tree will stand up from the ground and attack you, little brother?" The subordinate beside him laughed happily, laughing himself to death. Lam Tian had no intention of arguing with this fool, and impatiently said, "I warned you already. If you insist on ignoring advice, you'll have to face the consequences yourself." Lu Tianfeng, fearless even with a gun, charged forward. "Fire! I want to see what's really over there." As he approached the big tree, smoke suddenly appeared, and Fen Chuan said, "This big tree must be some kind of treasure. Why does it have such strong spiritual energy?" Seeing that, the subordinate next to him added, "Boss, the spiritual energy here is really rich. If we train here, we'll definitely level up." Liu Tianpeng's greed flared up. If I absorb all the spiritual energy here and succeed in reaching the third stage of the Dongtuyan, even Lan Hu Guyet will have to obey me. Thinking about becoming a high-level cultivator and handsome with six-pack abs, Liu Tianfeng couldn't help but sweat. He immediately felt motivated and gathered a few brothers to start cultivating while the spiritual energy was abundant. Saying and doing, 3 cultivators sit around the big tree, each absorbing spiritual energy. Wu Ting watches this scene with great concern and asks anxiously, "Captain Lam, are they going to be okay?" Lam Tian casually replies, "No need to worry. If there really was a problem, I will step in." Miss Kai took the opportunity to ask, "Captain Lam, did we meet a few days ago?" Lam Tian looked at her puzzled face and replied casually, "Really? I don't remember anything. Where was it?" Miss Kai deliberately repeated, "Ah, was it on the mountain hit by lightning? I remember now." "Oh, so it's you. You went on a picnic there that day." Embarrassed by Lam Tian's silly question, she snapped back angrily. "What picnic? I was sent to handle the spiritual energy outbreak that day, all because of Captain Lam. And I was scolded by my superior for hours." Kai's sister decided to take her anger out on Lam Tian and scolded him like never before. "I told them there was a man absorbing spiritual energy from the lightning strike, but they kept saying I was dreaming." Lam Tian could only apologize. Seeing Lam Tian casually picking flowers and catching butterflies, Wu Tin asked curiously, "You are not practicing?" With her gentle demeanor, he smiled softly. "She's still the same as in the previous life, so kind." Lam Tian replied that the spiritual energy here is not suitable for my attribute, so you girls should continue your cultivation first. Sister Kai also didn't intend to ask further. She decisively said. Then before she could finish her words, a sudden cry for help came from the other side. "Big brother, save me." The spiritual energy behind them surged suddenly, causing Lam Tian, Qi Qi, and Wu Tin to turn around. Lam Tian shouted, and the scene before their eyes made everyone freeze branches like tentacles were wrapping tightly around the soldiers. Liu Tianfeng trembled so much he could barely stand. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What's going on? Why are these trees moving like this all of a sudden?" Blackham is still screaming in despair. "Big brother, save me, I don't want to die." Your noble demeanor makes Liu Tianfeng unable to turn and run. He draws his dagger. "I will help you." After saying that, he grabbed the injured part and tried to cut off the tentacle. A slash with his sword made the branch crack, and the dark spiritual energy seemed to swallow the air. But that last slash of the knife didn't cut through. Liu Tianfeng shouted, "How could it be?" Hai Danem, lying flat on the ground, saw the change and shouted a warning. "Big brother, watch out on the left." Liu Tianfeng focused intensely, fighting the giant tree with all his might, but it was like throwing stones at a mountain. A tentacle suddenly struck, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Feeling the pain tearing his soul apart, he remembered the old director's words, that death will always be with everyone on this path of cultivation. So it was no surprise when the director said that. Seeing no hope of turning the tide, he wondered to himself, "Am I going to die here?" The giant tree has now turned into a shadow, trying to swallow Liu Tianpeng alive. At this moment, a lightning-fast slash of a knife cuts through a branch. Liu Tianfeng, barely able to stand, struggles to say one word. "You." Lam Tian, hands in his pockets, clenches his jaw and orders go quickly. Liu Tianfeng, though often blustering, still shows some integrity, saying, "I can't abandon my brothers and run away." Lam Tian turned back and gave him a word of encouragement, seeming quite honorable. Liu Tianfeng stepped closer and muttered, "Men must know loyalty when they go out into the world." Lam Tian slowly crouched down to pick up the dagger, secretly planning to infuse it with lightning and fire energy. In less than a second, the dagger absorbed the lightning, crackling with sparks. Liu Tianfeng, seeing this scene, was so frightened his face turned pale. He stammered, "What are you doing?" Without bothering to answer, Lam Tian suddenly threw the dagger straight at the big tree. As the dagger strikes, all the tentacles loosened, and the released subordinates cheered loudly. "Big brother, Captain Lam, thank you both for saving me." Before they could rejoice, the giant tree suddenly roared wildly. This seems to be a bad omen. Lam Tian senses something's wrong and wants to hurry up. The monster is about to reveal its true form. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet starts shaking violently. What's happening? An earthquake! At this moment, the giant tree has transformed into a wooden demon, revealing itself as a 3-tier ghostly soul tree demon. Liu Tianfeng's group is terrified and on the verge of losing control, screaming in panic. What exactly is this monster? Lam Tian, with a grim face, said forget what the department has told you. This path of cultivation is a life and death journey. Using Tak conjure a lightning ball, which is not my usual skill, and coldly said, if you are afraid of death, then leave this path. The wooden demon shot forward like lightning, aiming to strike with its branches, but Lam Tian quickly leapt back, narrowly avoiding a defeat. The wooden demon still hasn't given up, and this time it charges straight at Lam Tian, swinging both arms and legs to bury him in the ground while releasing countless tentacles of various sizes. Looking like a three-headed six-armed demon, Lam Tian was momentarily startled. Today's situation is a bit tough, but that only excites him. He still hasn't awakened his fire and builds a wall of flames to burn down each tentacle. The ancient tree, seeing the fire, thought it was the end and could only watch helplessly as my body was burned. Not stopping there, Lam Tian combined the thunder flame fist. The ancient tree, seeing this, quickly grabbed its tail and ran away, while Lam Tian chased relentlessly, combining the Loi Wiem Quyen with a missile-like projectile that left a large hole in the old trunk, causing it to scream in despair. Liu Tianfeng stared at the monster fight scene, gaping, damn it, is he really that strong? I can't sit still either. This is the power of someone who has awakened the lightning star attribute. Only Wu Tin was the most excited, blushing as she thought to herself that the great heroes in novels, walking on 5 colored clouds, must be just like that. Now behind Lam Tian there was a kind of radiant aura called Handsome Guy. At the organization, the system screen also captured all the recent bombardments, and someone couldn't hold back and asked, does this Lam Tian really have such power? It seems like he's just waiting for this moment. Director Liu loudly declared, does anyone have any objections to Lam Tian's position as team leader? Those people fell silent, nothing more to say. Everyone obeyed Director Liu's orders. Before they could recover, the entire room trembled violently. What's happening? An earthquake. Lang Wu, seeing the tense situation, asked, Director Liu, could this spiritual energy be? Director Liu's face darkened, indicating that this matter could no longer be hidden. Old Master Zhan announced that the spiritual energy of the earth has fully recovered and the world's rules are about to change. At the same time, the system screen on Lam Tian's side displayed the brief biography of the wooden treasure earlier. Lam Tian couldn't help but wonder. In her previous life, Wu Tin said this place held a chance, but she isn't an earth attribute, and this strange tree is a wood attribute. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the tree transformed into a blazing, sky-piercing light. Lam Tian only then realized, so that's how it is. He quickly caught up with the information and thought confidently, because the spiritual energy of the earth had fully recovered. So the strong attribute spiritual energy appeared here. In the previous life, Wu Tin couldn't absorb these energies due to her lack of strength, which is why she said that. Looking at the newly uncovered ice cave before her, Wu Tin said with admiration, Captain Lam is amazing. One punch caused the surrounding spiritual energy to explode. Lam Tian also slightly favors Wu Tin and softly said, Wu Tin, go into that cave to absorb the erupting elemental spiritual energy. This energy can help you become stronger. Wu Tin blushed and nodded. Lam Tian's eyes showed a determined look as he thought to himself, Wu Tin, in this life, both of us must become strong enough to make those who harm us in the past pay the price. He then turned to his team members and said, the spiritual energy attribute here is very strong, just as Wu Tin is awakening her attribute. So I let her seize the opportunity to cultivate here. Let's wait for her a bit. Everyone agreed. By evening, a feast with a variety of seafood dishes was laid out. Everyone raised their glasses happily celebrating. The atmosphere lively yet warm. Congratulating Wu Tin on her breakthrough into the highest stage of the Rang Tuyen realm, and entering the third stage. Wu Tin shyly smiled and said, all of this success is thanks to Captain Lam and everyone else. Lu Dianpeng now no longer looks as arrogant as he did earlier. Han crouched and invited him to sit. Captain Lam, I was blind before and failed to see Mao Tai. I hope you can forgive my past mistakes. Lam Tian also didn't care. It's okay. In times of danger, he did not abandon his brothers to escape, proving he is a loyal and brave man. Lam Tian has successfully won people's hearts, and the team members tearfully say, Captain Lam, thank you for considering someone like me as a friend. From now on, my life will belong to you, Lu Tianfeng, Lam Tian's space glue. There's no need for that. From now on, we are all brothers together. We haven't been close friends for long, but now there's a warning from the other side. Everyone leave immediately. It was the Imperial Army with weapons that stormed in. They hurried to evacuate. Everyone leave immediately. We need to carry out the mission here. Please cooperate. Lam Tien quietly assessed the person before him. He was not an ordinary soldier, exuding a strong aura, surely also a cultivator. But if it's related to spiritual energy, isn't that the duty of the head of the Spiritual Affairs Bureau? Then does this army need to wait a bit? If the spiritual energy outbreak belongs to Li Qi and the others, then this opportunity can be used to help them level up. At the same time, the soldier locked eyes with Lam Tien's group. He shouted loudly, "Hey, you! I'm talking to you! Get out of here immediately, understand?" Liu Tianfeng, hot-tempered, slammed the table and stood up shouting, "How dare you talk to my big brother like that? Do you know who my big brother is?" The soldier pointed his spear straight at Liu Tianfeng's throat. "Get out, or you'll die!" But at the same time, he provoked Liu Tianfeng to get angry. He gathered his energy and said, "Then let's see what you're capable of." Lam Tien cast cold eyes like ice and gave a sharp order to stop. Rewinding time 3 hours earlier, the council room buzzed with discussion what to do now. The spiritual energy suddenly restored with no time to prepare. The most important issue right now is to catch the mutated dog that just escaped. Another person interrupted. "I already said from the start, that thing needs to be watched more carefully." The commander, annoyed by this scene, ordered, "Stop arguing. This is not the place for disputes." The old man tried to rally the spirits for this mutated dog, absolutely refusing to let civilians be harmed. At this point, he straightforwardly pointed at the target, Tu Tong, and assigned him the task of capturing the mutated dog. Xiao Jun immediately stood up and confidently said, "I will complete the mission." After finishing, the commander concluded the meeting with a final message. Everyone returned to the border immediately. The spiritual energy has fully recovered, which means the border will no longer remain peaceful. He cast a trusting glance towards Xiao Shen and said in a low voice, "Xiao Shen, you must catch the mutated dog before dawn, understood?" "Yes, sir." Returning to the command room, Xiao Tun coordinated the battle via radio, telling the eastern team to speed up evacuation because that beast could appear at any moment. Tu Tong and the armed soldiers' attention and confrontation are just a distraction. It's not real. Inside the screen, Lam Tien sternly orders, "Stop." He stood up and said directly to Liu Tianyang, "Don't cause more trouble for the army." Although Liu Tianyang was not pleased, he reluctantly agreed. "Yes, big brother," Lam Tien said peacefully. "We will leave here immediately." The armed soldiers also felt satisfied and let it go. "Huh? Consider yourselves reasonable." Only after the team had left did Lam Tien carefully remind them, "Today, the soldiers' morale has completely exploded. From now on, we will have to face an extremely dangerous world." He whispered to Wu Tin to remember to train hard when we get back, as her foundation is still not solid. "You need to practice step by step and not rush when standing face to face." Wu Tin obediently replied, "Got it, Captain Lam." Just then, a hurried call came from behind. "Little Lam Tu, Great Tong Tu." Lam Tien recognized the owner of the call of Lam, and what followed was a heartfelt reunion of long-lost brothers. Xiao Zun was in disbelief. "Xiao Lam Tu, is that really you?" Wu Tin, curious, asked from behind, "Captain Lam, is he an acquaintance of yours?" Lam Tien happily introduced. "This is my best friend from high school, Tong Chunnia." Tong Chunnia quickly takes the opportunity to bow deeply, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lam Tien's good father." Lam Tien glances at him. "This unfilial grandson of mine. Clearly you are the real grandson I cherish." Only when he heard that did he understand the meaning, "Captain Lam, then we will go back first and not disturb your reunion with your old friend." Liu Tianfang also agreed. "That's right, big brother. We're leaving now." In the hidden corner of the street, Lam Tien and Tong Chunnia discussed serious matters. Lam Tien praised him with a smile. "Kid, you're doing pretty well. Just looking at this rank shows you've made a contribution, right?" "Just between us, brothers, Tong Chunnia secretly revealed a piece of confidential news just released this afternoon." Lam Tien shows no surprise and says casually, "The global spiritual energy has recovered, right? This topic has been trending all afternoon." Tong Chunnia whispered in Lam Tien's ear, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I'm telling you secretly. The reason this road is blocked is because there's a super powerful mutant dog hiding here. Our team came here to protect the safety of the people." Lam Tien remained silent, pursing his lips as he thought to himself. So that's how it is. But the mutant dog they mentioned, could it be the one released during the previous lunar experiment? Exactly at that moment, A soldier approached to report the results. Reporting to Captain Ton, the civilians have all been evacuated. Ton Chunya replied, "Good, then we just need to wait for the golden dog to fall into the trap." Lam Tian fell into his own force. But at this opportunity, we can also see how much the army's capabilities have reached. Lam Tian suddenly pushed Ton Chunya's shoulder and with a smile said, "Big Ton, let me take a look." Nia did something strange, then turned to assign a task to Little Zhang, telling him to go to the safe zone outside the hunting area to observe our team's strength. And the other patrol leader nodded. "Yes, Captain." Lam Tian stands behind the B-40 barrier, observing the dense military equipment and soldiers ahead. He quickly assesses that although these soldiers are armed, their spiritual energy suggests they are all at the peak of the Rong Tuyen realm, and their overall strength remains quite solid. Right at this moment, Lam Tian sensed the surge of sinister energy. He pursed his lips. "It's here." In the command room, a soldier monitoring the cameras announced, "Everyone be careful, the mutant wolf has arrived." The entire city is shrouded in a distinctive purple aura. The air is suffocating, as if about to choke the people here. And from within it, a mutated wolf beast with glowing red eyes like hot coals leaps out. The regular soldiers immediately opened fire to defend, bullets filling the air, countless shots aimed at the mutant dog, but they were like scratching an itch for it. No longer holding back, the mutated beast slashed with its claws, kicking over the soldiers. Lin Tian, watching from behind the barricade, was anxious, thinking that this mutated creature was at least at the first stage of the Rang Tuyen realm. Once spiritual energy begins to recover and this creature appears so easily, it seems I need to train harder starting tomorrow. Tong Chunya saw that they were losing and immediately ordered the VIP soldiers to retreat, commanding the Special Forces team to follow him up. Don Trinkia orders the battle. Using the Mystic Feather formation to hold this beast back, all members begin to act. Yes. One member held tightly onto the dog's tail to distract it, while the others charged forward with thunderous punches, aiming to overwhelm the beast together. While punching and hitting its weak point, causing the demon to scream in pain, Ton Chunya seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch from above straight into its head. Nian Jiangyin roars with all his might and throws a punch die now. This punch causes Di Kuyen to freeze on the spot, with damage so immense, it's almost overwhelming. Lam Tian crossed his arms and watched the show, silently admiring them. Indeed, they were like an army. Although each of them only had the strength of a second-level brave warrior, their trust in each other and willingness to risk their lives allowed their power to surpass their own limits. Lam Tian calmly sat down on the chair, as if my worries were unnecessary. Defeating the demon spirit was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a dense aura burst out from the demon spirit's mouth. It roars and howls as if trying to tear the sky apart, like it's draining all life force into itself. Lam Tian didn't expect to see this. He furrowed his brow and wondered, "What is that?" Tong Chunya was caught off guard by this scene, and quickly signaled the Special Forces team to stop it immediately, absolutely preventing it from evolving, or else we will all die. But at this moment, the Special Forces team was no longer a match for the monster, as all members were knocked into the air by its counter-attack and instantly burned to ashes, its eyes blazing with terrifying fire. Its back spouted countless sharp white bones, like blades, signaling a complete mutation. Tong Chunya's face went pale as he muttered, "It's over." Tong Chunya forced himself to stand up and face the demon creature, saying with difficulty, "This beast has truly evolved." The Special Forces members were at a loss now, and one of them spoke up. "Captain, what should we do now?" Tong Chunya made up his mind, ready to risk everything against it, absolutely not letting it harm the civilians behind. "All my brothers are not afraid of death. They charge together for one last fight. Special Forces, charge with me, yes, Captain Blood Red Eyes, of the monster sweeping through and knocking away the Special Forces. The Special Forces team can only hold me back. Their resistance is futile. The regular soldiers stand behind the barricades, watching this scene with burning hearts, desperately calling out to the captain. Tong Chunya now lies broken and battered on the ground, only a faint breath remaining. In front of him, the demonic creature rages wildly, tearing apart everything, and a thought flashes through his mind. Am I about to die? At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and blocked the attack of the demon with his bare hands, and with his last bit of strength, Tong Chungia recognized that it was Lam Tin. Lam Tian, with a cold and expressionless face, said calmly, "If you hurt my brother, you will die." The demon creature was not far away by a punch from Lam Tian, and it howled in pain and terror. But the demon spirit has mutated and is not so easy to deal with. It once again rushes in like a madman. Tong Chunkiya seems to be in disbelief, constantly asking, Lam Tian, are you really a cultivator?" Lam Tian also didn't deny it, pulling out a talisman from his pocket and casually saying, "I'll deal with this beast first, then we can talk later." The Special Forces soldiers finally understood. So he's a cultivator, and he can damage a demon beast. In the 4th stage of the Dong Tuyen realm, this kid is incredibly strong. Lam Tian still channels lightning into the attack, his whole body emitting blinding sparks. Face full of resolve, he gathers strength to deliver a final blow and defeat the demon. The paintball shot forward like a missile at impossible speed. The demon beast immediately turned to flee, but Lam Tian was determined to eliminate the threat to the country, and if it wanted to run, there was no way out. This blast of energy cut straight through without mercy, and no matter how fast the demon tries to escape, it can't get away. It is in pain, trembling, spitting out a mouthful of blood, still being pulled back by Lam Tian's lightning. Ton Tring Nia still thought this was a dream. He didn't expect the brother in front of him to be so domineering. Little Lam too is actually a cultivator with a powerful lightning attribute. The demon spirit has not been completely defeated yet. It turns around and heads straight for Lam Tian, who just appeared. It wants to use its last remaining strength to counterattack to perish together with Lam Tian. But to Lam Tian, it's just a useless watchdog, and he pulls out his sword, calling out the name of his unawakened father. A squad of pain with immense power, Lam Tian swung his hand and split the Kuyen into 2 halves. The Special Forces team was stunned and somewhat disbelief, asking, did the spiritual energy just recover already have such strength? If he had another year and a half to develop, wouldn't he be even stronger then? Tong Chunya's eyes sparkle like stars, constantly praising, "Indeed, my brother, Tong Chunya is very talented. Little Lam too." Lam Tian quietly watched the pain squad before him vanish, pondering whether even the army's dagger could withstand the power of Thunderfire. "I need to find a weapon that can endure my spiritual energy of Thunderfire." Lam Tian finished the job and safely landed, and Tong Chunya ran over to greet him. "Well done, little Lam Tu. You even kept it a secret from me." Tong Chunya was covered in wounds, yet he didn't even bother to pat his good brother on the shoulder. "You are so strong now, but still pretending with me." Lam Tian kindly advises, "Take it easy a bit. I was quite injured earlier." Tong Chunye waved the Special Forces team, cheerfully saying, "Hurry up and drag that beast away. My brothers and I will have a few drinks." At night, the scene shifted to the military organization. The computer screen is replaying the moment when Lam Tian defeated the monstrous creature last night. The female boss crossed her arms and asked in a dry tone, "Is this person your friend?" And Tong Chunye proudly replied, "Not just a friend, we are brothers who share life and death." The female boss began to cover and wanted to recruit this talent, secretly calculating that if she could recruit this talent into the army, our strength will increase greatly. So I asked directly, "Have you invited him to join the army yet?" Tong Chunye nodded kindly and innocently replied, "I did, but he said he had already joined the Immortal Cultivation Society." But the female boss was determined not to let this good opportunity slip away. She kept thinking, "That old man Liu Ying, right? I will go find him and demand the person back right now." Lam Tian came back from outside, still holding a hamburger in his mouth, casually saying, "I forgot you were at home and didn't buy breakfast for you." Lang Heng Gu Ye didn't mind and got straight to the point. "So you joined the military operation last night?" Lam Tian, tearing open a bag of snacks, replied casually, "It was all unexpected. I didn't plan to get involved at first, but then I ran into a friend. What's the issue?" Lang He didn't hide anything either. She straightforwardly said that this morning, the daughter of the army commander kept calling Director Liu non-stop. "She wants you to join the army?" Lam Tian asked curiously. "So what did you tell Uncle Liu?" Lang He briefly explained the situation and also reminded Lam Tian to be careful, saying that Director Liu has already handled this matter. "But the daughter of the commander-in-chief is not someone easy to deal with. You should be careful in the next few days." However, Lam Tian was unbothered and shamelessly joked, "So do you want me to be her husband?" Right at this moment, the phone on the table rings loudly. It's Tong Chunye. Lam Tian quickly answers, "Big Tone, what's going on?" On the other side, a sour female voice came through. She's nearby. Is that Lam Thian? I am Tong Trin, Nia Superior, Tam Fi Fi. The other side continued to persuade you that there is a place containing very strong fire attribute, spiritual energy. Do you want to go see it? Lam Thian was immediately drawn in. Fire attribute. Lam Thian felt extremely interested, his face showing obvious excitement, worried about not finding a way to strengthen the fire attribute spiritual energy. Tam Fi Fi driving the car recounted that initially, during a night patrol of the site, they discovered a group of ghostly flames, and at that time everyone thought it was just some superstitions, so they called in a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, after the Taoist priest arrived, not only did he fail to dispel the fire demons, but they grew even stronger, she said. Now the entire construction site is engulfed in a fierce blaze, and although the army has sealed it off from the start, they are completely powerless. Tam Fi Fi continued, the next day after the spiritual energy fully recovered, the fire seemed even more intense. If it kept spreading, the people nearby would be in great danger. Lam Thian asked quietly, has the fire been spreading all along? Tam Fi Fi replied, yes, the only thing we can do now is keep expanding the containment zone. She added, oh right, I heard you have some kind of relationship with Lang Wuyet. Don't spread rumors. Miss Tam, Lan Hongguye is just here because the director of the bureau had to come to my house to keep an eye on me. She frowned and said, don't deny it so quickly. Listen to me first. Tam Fi P. Analyzed as the global spiritual energy fully recovers. For the safety of the country, we must immediately form a cultivation army to deal with external unpredictable factors. She continued, currently, the experienced cultivators each have their own unique qualities to fight on the front lines, but they absolutely cannot teach the beginners. I heard from Master Ziyi that your character is fine and you also have strong strength. Lam Thian spoke up, so you want me to join you and help train the new cultivators? After a while, all the conditions and benefits can be negotiated. How about that? He refused. Sorry, I currently don't have the strength to do those things. For now, let me train the people that Director Liu has asked me to take care of, Lam Thian suggested. Shamelessly, she nodded. Well, Miss Tam thought, indeed a man of integrity and affection. When they discovered the demon fire at the construction site, reporters and onlookers crowded the entrance. No pushing, no pushing. It's very dangerous inside. Stay away. Shameless Fai Fai and Lin Tian get out of the car and look at the crowd. Suddenly, someone asks, Lin Tian, why are you here? And he looks towards the person asking. So he sees Li Huedong and Kung Fu standing and watching him. Lam Thian feels uncomfortable. Why is that guy here? Kung Fu hung hung lên tiếng, câu chính là Umi Hiu Dong à, nhìn phong thái của câu thì dùng là co to chát đây. Đám nhà bao thay vây cung quay ông kinh về phía bọn họ, con câu bát ngô thể này, lần này co thân tích rồi. He sneered. Brother, even though you still remember, understand, Dong, you must realize that there is an insurmountable chasm between you and her. Li Huedong also spoke up. Lam Thian, I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. The crowd around is gossiping. Today's really lively, quite a spectacle. Did the pure-hearted warrior lose again? Lam Thian is confused. Are these two idiots? At this moment, Tam Fi Fi approaches. Lam Thian, what's going on? The reporters and teachers kept taking photos non-stop. Oh my god, where did this beautiful girl come from? Li Huedong and Kwang Wu were also stunned, and he thought to himself, another stunning beauty like this. Compared to her, Li Huedong is nothing. Then Kwang Wu confidently approached Wu Tin, extended his hand to greet her. Beautiful girl, my name is Kwang Wu. But what he received was a pun from Wu Tin. She turned and asked, are these two your friends? Kwang Wu saw this and wondered. After that, this girl acted like I wasn't even there. Lam Thian lazily replied, those two idiots, let's go, don't waste time on this. Then they ignored him and went into the construction site. The onlookers around couldn't help but laugh. It's no wonder that guy left this girl. If it were me, I'd also choose that girl over her by far. Li Huedong is angry. She really dared to put on airs in front of me. She's just a little pretty. I must make her suffer a bit. She's gone too far. Have you had enough? She's already left. Kwang Wu finally snapped out of his shock, ran over to comfort Li Huedong. Huedong, this is just his professional habit. She's annoyed. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have paid attention to him for a long time. Together at the construction site, Tam Fi Fi and Lam Thian stand before the blue flame. She says, I just confirmed with the soldiers. It seems the flame is intensifying. Perhaps we need to expand our alert area. Hearing that, he asked, do we need to expand further? Tam Fifi confirmed yes, unless we find a way to resolve it. Lam Tian looked up and said, "This is it." She said, "Yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday, the one filled with fire attribute spiritual energy," Tam Fifi added. She took out a watch from her pocket and Lam Tian, curious, wondered what she was holding. Tam Fifi replied that it was simply a spiritual energy concentration meter. She looked at the watch on her wrist and seemed to realize that she could only expand the containment zone again. Tam Fifi turned to the soldier beside her and said, "The warning circle is expanding out to 5 kilometers. No, maybe 10 kilometers. Suddenly, the soldier panicked and Tam Fifi also looked on, shouting loudly, "Lam Tian, at this moment, you have entered that blue sea of flames." The soldier shouted, "Commander Fo, Deputy Commander Fo, what should we do now?" Tam Fifi wondered, "Lam Tian, do you really have a way to control this fire?" Lam Tian stands beneath the fiery attribute spiritual energy. The system screen displays a notification. "Strong fire attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you want to absorb it?" He smiled confidently and decided to absorb it. Lam Tian sat down, focusing on drawing the spiritual energy into himself. The people nearby are also affected, and Tam Fifi wonders how strong the aura is and what level of cultivator Lin Tian really is. If he absorbs all this fire attribute spiritual energy, how high could he possibly reach? She wonders, what level will he break through? To the 4th, 5th, or 6th realm? On Lam Tian's side, his system screen constantly shows 90%, 100%. It announces that the fire attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. The reward is a new fire attribute technique, level 1. The system continuously announces congratulations to the host for upgrading the fire spiritual energy to level 2, with 10 hosts drawing new techniques. Lam Tian pressed the button to draw. A golden light appeared. He opened his mouth in surprise. Wow! His skin turned yellow! His skin turned yellow! A screen displayed the words Immortal Flame Technique along with a congratulatory message indicating it is a yellow fire attribute cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for receiving a yellow cultivation technique for the first time. System points multiplied by 10. Done! Another screen appears showing its function, the Immortal Flame Technique. After cultivation, it can store fire attribute spiritual energy in the body, which when attacking, will directly release fire spiritual energy, causing widespread damage. Lam Tian smirked and absorbed it. The surrounding fiery spiritual energy gradually disappeared. Tam Fi was surprised. What kind of monster is that kid, with such powerful fiery spiritual energy, yet he absorbed it all? The two soldiers beside her were also surprised. Could this kid really be the incarnation of the fire god? The strong wind caused by Lam Tian's pull disappeared as he slowly walked towards Wu Tin. "Are you okay, Lam Tian?" He replied, "I'm fine, thank you for bringing me here." Tam Fifi threw away the spiritual energy meter in her hand. The device exploded and Lam Tian embraced Tam Fifi to protect her. "Are you saying that all the fire attribute spiritual energy at that construction site has now been absorbed into your body?" He confirmed, "Yes, it probably won't cause you any trouble." She replied, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Can you tell me what level you're at now?" Lam Tian also didn't hide and replied, "Probably about to break through from the 4th to the 5th realm." Tam Fifi was surprised. "What? You're only at the 4th realm?" "I explained that my cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it?" Seeing his awkwardness, she waved her hand and said, "All cultivators have secrets. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you." Lam Tian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked her for understanding. Tam Fifi said, "Lam Tian, honestly, do you want to consider joining our military unit? The conditions here are much better than in the association." Lam Tian declined. "Not for now. I don't plan to join the military yet." She looked disappointed. "Alright, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Shameless, Fi stands up. "But I must report what happened today, or I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather." Lam Tin said understood. At Lam Tin's house, Lan Nuye was reading Liu An's message. Xiao Nuye will call that kid Lam Tin. Later, to handle this issue, the detailed mission documents about the nightmarish creature, spiritual energy has fully recovered. Both of you must be very careful, understand? She replied, "Yes, Director Liu." Ling Yue remembered what Lin Tian said. "Alright, I will definitely go tomorrow." She placed the documents on the table before leaving. Lam Tian, lying on the bed and dozing off, was awakened by the smell of food. Although Lan Guye didn't like to talk, her cooking skills were truly not bad. He hurriedly ran outside. Lan Nguye, your breakfast smells so good. Lam Tian paused. He shouted, Tam Pifi, why are you also here at my house? Where did you get the keys to my house anyway? Tam Pifi cheerfully replied, Don't worry, I officially requisitioned your house through the military's channels to use it as a secret military base. Lam Tian shouted loudly, This doesn't seem official at all. Then he went into Len Yue's room and said, Len Yue, don't hide, come out, can't even take care of your own house. But her room was completely empty. Lam Tian looked angry. Where is everyone? Tam Pipi also came over and said, When I arrived, no one was in the house. Maybe they knew I was coming and left on their own. He noticed the documents on the table, which were... Lam Tian opened the folder, frowning slightly, and said, The secret mission is a ghostly illusion. Is this girl really going alone? Lam Tian worries. He quickly puts on his coat. Tam Fifi calls out, Lam Tian, where are you rushing off to? He hurries. Lan Heng Guyet is in trouble. We must find Liu Kuk Chung immediately. In the waters near the city, bubbles keep rising to the surface as Lan Guyet swims deeper below. Without me, Lam Tian, I wonder if nothing can be done. She holds her breath. After all, I am still too weak. Lan Guyet stops, trying to create small ice blocks and place them around. She is delighted, having succeeded, but suddenly a figure appears on an ice sheet. She was stunned. Glancing back quickly, a monster was opening its mouth wide, ready to swallow her. Lan Guyet unleashed a burst of power that shot straight at the beast, and after the attack, she was surrounded by streams of dark energy. She was stunned. What is this? She was struggling to breathe. What's happening? What is this exactly? She managed to say through the pain and the dark energy beams, something was draining her spiritual energy. Lan Guyet struggles to swim up, determined not to let the monster keep devouring her spiritual energy, or it would become even stronger. She is struck by its tentacles and begins to lose hope, sinking deeper. Am I going to be eaten by this monster? At her most desperate, Lam Tian jumped down, frowning as he asked her if she was okay, while Long Gu worriedly urged him to get out quickly because the monster seemed to be trying to absorb her spiritual energy. Lam Tian holds her tightly and rushes up. Hurry up, I will lead you out first. The two shoot straight up to the surface like an arrow. Fai Fai ran over and asked, Lam Tian, are you guys out? Have you dealt with the monster? Lam Tian replied, Not yet, let's first get her to wake up. Fai Fai supports Lan Guyet. Alright, I will take her to this hospital. Lam Tian's eyes are full of anger. He silently confirms that once Lan Guyet is safe, he will come back to deal with it. At the hospital, Lan Heng Guyet lies unconscious on the bed. Liu Yang gratefully clasped his hands and said, Little brother, I really thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, this girl definitely wouldn't have survived. Lam Tian modestly, Director Liu, there's no need to be so formal. You should tell me the details of that mission. Liu Yang agreed. Alright, I will tell you right away. He crossed his arms and said that the monster called the Shadow Phantom has been monitored for at least over half a year. Lam Tian spoke. So after more than half a year, that means... Liu Ying acknowledged, yes, at that time, there were no more than 10 people worldwide who had contact with spiritual energy cultivation. He recounted that we have never seen the true form of the monster, so we are certain it is related to the dark attribute. This monster uses the darkness attribute to hide its true form beneath the sea, continuously devouring surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Liu Ying confirmed that, with the spiritual energy recovery a few days ago, this monster has become extremely powerful and must be eliminated immediately, or ordinary people will face catastrophe. His face darkened. Little brother Lam Tian, I hope you can step in and help with this matter. Lam Tian happily agreed. Alright, but I need you to do me a favor at Fai Fai's house. She answered the phone, shouting loudly, Grandfather, why did you let Lam Tian do this? The voice from the phone replied, This is a challenge for him, and also a challenge for the country. Fai Fai said, There's no need to let him take on such a dangerous mission right from the start. She dipped her feet into the bathtub. The covert shadow mission was initially assigned to a professional team. Even the weakest cultivator in this team has reached the third stage of bravery, yet such a team still failed, right? The other side fell silent and then shouted, Fai, you know you care about that kid. But we have no other choice. And besides, didn't he send 3 elites from the army to support him this time? He continued, Now the global spiritual energy has fully recovered and the world's order has undergone major changes. If we fall behind other countries, we will definitely be invaded and robbed by them. And Fai was momentarily speechless. He continued to advise, The A-level dangerous zone is the lowest area we can currently control. As long as we can get through the level A zone, our country will have a voice in this world. Fai worriedly thought, Lam Tian, you must return safely to Bin'an. In the car, Wu Tin spoke up, Captain Lam. Lam Tian looked up and asked, what's wrong? Wu Tin wondered, so what mission are we on? Why am I the only one going? Sister Key and everyone else aren't coming? Lam Tian handed Wu Tin the training documents. There are 4 of you, and only you have reached the triple fire source stage. I need to check if you've been lazy lately. This is a mission detail. Wu Tin took it. I will definitely try my best and not let Captain Lam down. Lam Tian reassures her, there's no need to worry too much. Just see this as a training opportunity. And besides, the bureau chief said the military department will also send support. Alright, I will do my best and dedicate myself fully for Captain Lam. We are already at the port where 3 people have been waiting there since earlier. Lam Tian and Wu Tin stepped away. Chu Mok crossed his arms and sneered. These days the cultivators are truly getting younger. Lam Tian thought, Dong Tuyen, in this situation, can indeed be considered a master, he questioned. Are you from the military department? Chu Mok sneered. My name is Chu Mok. I hope you two won't slow down the progress in the future. Wu Tin angrily shouted. What do you mean by that? Do you even know how strong our Captain Lam really is? The girl from the other team stepped forward to mediate. Alright. Old Chu's words are a bit harsh. I hope you won't take it to heart. We're about to face the danger together. Arguing now won't help anyone. Old Chow turned and walked away. Enough people, let's go. Lam Tian encouraged. It's okay. Don't mind what they say, just do your job well. Wu Tin agreed. Alright, Captain Lam. Then, the 5 of them plunged into the deep sea together. Chumo looked around at the surrounding spiritual weapons in shock. Is something draining my spiritual energy? Oh Chow worry. This is the corrosive ability of the shadow attribute. Be careful, the girl with us is holding onto me with her hands and struggling to resist. If we stay in places like this for too long, we won't last. Wu Tin covered her mouth with her hand. Captain Lam, I want to go ashore. Why does the sea smell so rotten like this? Lam Tian sighed softly, then a wave of power enveloped both of them. Wu Tin wondered, Captain Lam. Lam Tian explained, I've helped her block part of the influence of the shadow attribute. Don't let me down. Chu Mok sneered internally. We're all uncomfortable like this. That kid probably isn't scared enough to pee his pants. His eyes widened in surprise. What? How could that be possible? Chu Mok looked at Lam Tian and Wu Tin moving so easily and couldn't help but wonder how they could seem unaffected. A feeling of jealousy arose within me as I thought they must have used all their spiritual energy to fight against the darkness attribute, and when faced with danger, they will surely stand there frozen, not knowing what to do. Ojo shouted. What is that? Everyone be careful! The shining spirits rush forward at incredible speed. Chu Mok realizes that the monster is nearby. A dark attribute, fish rushes toward them. They shout, it's coming! Wu Tin quickly prepares to cast a spell. Lam Tian quickly stopped her. Don't act yet. Observe carefully. This fish isn't the true form of the monster. Chu Mok punches with force towards the fish, confident and saying, Kid, don't just stand there like that. One slip here and you die. Wu Tin looked annoyed. You idiot. That's an illusion. Can you tell? Chu Mok gritted his teeth. What illusion? What nonsense is this girl talking about? That's... The girl in the group shouted. Chu Mok, watch out. By the time he looked around, everyone had been surrounded by giant tentacles. Ojo was stunned and asked, where did these tentacles come from? A giant octopus appears. They shout, this is it. The girl in the group recognizes it. Dong Tuyen 5 realms. So it's a monster from Dong Tuyen 5 realms. Lao Chao exclaims. Now I finally understand why they failed last time. Wu Tin rushes forward quickly, wielding the ice blade Wu Chuan. Chu Mok shouts to stop her. Stupid girl, she's no match for it. Wu Tin took a run up, silently determined not to let Captain Lam down. I must show Captain Lam my true strength. She cut off one of the shadow monster's tentacles. The monster gradually froze from the critical damage caused by Wu Tin, letting out a painful roar. Wu Tin happily looked back at Captain Lam. I did it, but it didn't take long before the dark shadow monster easily escaped Wu Tin's power. Uncle Mu shouted, run quickly. The tentacles began attacking, causing Ojo to be seriously injured. Both Lao Chao and the girl in the group were injured and spat out a large cat, while Wu Tin easily stopped the anger of those tentacles. But that tentacle destroyed the barrier Wu Tin had created. She despairingly thought, am I going to die here? A sudden beam of light blinded her, and Lao Lam Tian shouted, well done. She was astonished. Captain Lam, when did you stand in front of her? Just be more careful next time. Understood. The girl in the group was panicked. How could that kid block the tentacle attack? Ojo was confused. Is the spiritual energy on his body fire attribute? But why is it different from the fire attribute I know? Uncle Mu was stunned. How could there be such powerful fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it belong to that kid? Lam Tian locked eyes with the Dark Phantom, who during the day used tentacles to injure Lang Nguye, and now I will do the same to you. Is that clear? He drew his sword and was just testing the newly acquired golden cultivation technique. Lam Tian charged forward with all his might. Lam Tian slashed at the dark shadow monster's head, but nothing happened. Uncle Mok gritted his teeth. Foolish. How could the body of the five-tier brave spring be harmed by this dull knife? Lam Tian slowly shouts. The immortal flame eternal technique. The streams of power surrounding Lam Tian's sword are overflowing. After he withdrew that current of power, it doubled in strength, and the flame surged forward as if to devour the Dark Phantom. It roared in pain. Master Mu was stunned. What's going on? Seeing his calm face, Master Mu couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of power is this? Chu Mo frowned and said, So what the commander said is true. He recalled the previous conversation. Commander, you overestimate him too much. He's just a minor cultivator. Without the army's resources and support, how strong could he possibly be? Chu Mok, I know you are proud and arrogant, but the strength of this Lam Tian cannot be underestimated. Ordinary practitioners like us are like frogs at the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. While at this stage, looking at Lam Tian, we're no more than dust gazing up at the blue sky. This Lam Tian can only be recruited, never opposed. Chu Mok quietly wondered if he's truly human. With such talent, if nurtured and supplied with resources by the army, what level could he reach? He turned to look at Wu Tin beside him and thought, that girl must be at his level. Facing danger without fear, calm and composed. At such a young age, she has already reached the third stage of the Dongtuyan realm. With a little more growth, her future will be incredibly vast and unpredictable. Mark's uncle couldn't help but feel like he was falling behind, his face darkening as he muttered to himself, looks like I'm getting old. Chu Mo nodded and apologized, saying he was only worried about the beauty earlier. The man then chuckled and said, alright, treat us to a drink later. Chu Mo then turned to smile at him and said, alright, I'll go apologize first, then we'll have a drink until we're not drunk or we won't go home. Uncle Mok approached Lam Tian and said, Lam Tian, thank you for saving my life and my team. I was wrong before. Wu Tin at this moment approached the two of them and said irritably, Captain Lam, Captain Chu, let's go quickly. Staying here will only get us killed. Lam Tian looked at her and replied, let's go. As everyone was following each other to swim to the shore, Lam Tian suddenly stopped and looked down at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that by chance, I asked, Captain Lam, what's wrong? He replied, everyone, go ahead. I'll check if there's anything down there. Then Lam Tian turned around and sank deeper. A blue light flickered at the bottom of the sea. Lam Tian quickly identified the source of the light. This is Ho Tian Lo, but there are two flowers. He plucked both flowers, thinking to himself, this time Wu Tin and Lan Guyet can both use these to strengthen their power. After surfacing and looking around without seeing anyone, Lam Tian tilted his head in suspicion. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Lam Tian, you are Lam, right? Lam Tian turned around and immediately saw a man in a suit looking at him. He felt a bit tense and wondered, when did he approach me? Why didn't I sense anything? Then asked cautiously, who are you? The other person politely handed over a business card and introduced himself, saying, I am Loi Nak, a bodyguard for the young lady, and this is my card. He calmly continued, a few days ago, the young lady was busy with her duties and couldn't meet right away. Later, if she needs help, she can call this number. Lam Tian took the business card, examined it, and wondered who the young lady he mentioned was. Loi Nak immediately replied, she is the granddaughter of Commander Tam, Miss Tam Fai Fai. He secretly evaluated Loi Nak, realizing I couldn't see through his strength. Could he be a cultivator at the peak stage of the forging realm? Lam Tian asked, what are you here to find me for? And where are my friends? Loi Nak immediately replied, Ko Tu Wu has been taken home by a private car, and Chu Mo and the other two have also been picked up by military vehicles. I am here waiting for you because the commander wants to see you, Loi Nak said as he turned towards the car behind. Lam Tian, hearing that, couldn't help but look surprised and asked, the commander-in-chief of the military. The commander-in-chief, right? Loi Nak turned to look at him and replied, "Yes, the commander-in-chief wants to talk to you. Please follow me." Loi Nak opened the door for Lam Tin and said, "Please." Lam Tin quickly noticed someone inside the car and asked, "Are you the commander-in-chief in secret?" Though the man inside the car chuckled and replied, "Young man, you are Lam Tian, right? My granddaughter has been talking about you in front of me for days. Sit down. I hear from my granddaughter that you sealed the heavenly fire within my body." Lam Tian replied, "That's right, the marshal praised you immediately. Truly deserving of being the world's spiritual energy revival, anything can happen. Without the support of the military and the country, you still managed to appear as a powerhouse. Truly, it is a blessing for our nation." The commander-in-chief happily replied, "Good, humble but not weak, calm but not arrogant, truly worthy of the young man my niece has her eye on." Then he calmly added, "Calmness can be a curse, which for ordinary people, unprepared, can be a destructive disaster." Lam Tian replied, "General Tam, rest assured, if I encounter any anomalies that harm civilians, I will definitely not stand by idly." General Tam then spoke again, "I tell you these words not to impose or moralize, but only to hope that you can quickly improve your strength. Among all types of spiritual energy, darkness attribute is the most troublesome because it can cause all living beings to corrode and turn into mindless monsters. Your lightning attribute spiritual energy is the best counter to darkness. You must quickly become stronger for yourself and for this country," he said seriously. Lam Tin solemnly replied, "Yes, Marshal Tam, I will definitely work hard on my cultivation." The marshal handed him a phone and said, "This is a military special phone, it won't be bugged, so if you need help, you can call me directly." Lam Tin happily took the phone, smiled and said, "Thank you, Commander Tam. Actually, I do have something I want to ask for your help with." The director then asked, "Oh, what is it? Tell me and let me hear." Lam Tian picks up a sword and says, "So this is the weapon I asked Director Liu to help me get." General Tam draws the sword from its sheath, and Lam Tan continues, "I thought this blade could withstand my spiritual energy. But..." Seeing the water stain on the sword, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but feel tense and think, "I remember this blade is Liu's most treasured artifact, yet it's damaged like this. Just how strong is the spiritual energy in this kid's body?" The commander-in-chief finally agreed and said, "Leave this to me. In a few days, I will have someone bring you a sturdier sword to test." Lam Tin, hearing that, happily said, "Thank you, Commander Tam." As he watched the car drive away, he thought to himself, "It seems I can't be careless anymore. Just a little mistake is enough." Chatan answered the phone and said, "Hello, Director Liu, what's the matter?" On the phone, a hurried voice responded, "Lam Tian, Lung Wiyet is in trouble." Lam Tian's face immediately turned serious and asked what happened. In the operating room, the nurse kept updating Lan Guyet's condition. Her heart was slowing down, and the surgeon immediately responded, "I understand, no need to say more." Then he suggested that we find a way to extract all the dark spiritual energy from her body. Someone disagreed and said no, she's still in a coma. If we forcibly extract the spiritual energy from her body, it will cause the remaining energy to rebel. And the other person couldn't help but wonder what to do. Should we just stand here and wait for death? Outside the operating room, Director Liu sat on a chair, worried and blaming himself. "It's all my fault." A voice called from afar, "Director Liu, I'm here." Teacher Lam Tian has arrived. Director Liu immediately stopped showing joy. "Lam Tian, you finally arrived. Now let's get to the main issue. How is Lan Hangwei's condition now? When I left, everything seemed fine, so why did it suddenly change?" Liu Kuk-chong suddenly asked him, "Do you know the characteristics of the dark energy system?" Hearing the question, Lam Tin hesitated for a moment before replying, "The dark aura can cause creatures to lose their reason." Could that be it? Liu Kuk-chong quickly clarified the current situation. Yes, Lan Yue has been a very resilient girl since she was young. After being rescued, the girl started doubting her own abilities, so she didn't discuss with you and went on the mission alone. The man, looking somewhat regretful, said if he had known earlier, he would have let her lead the request and only then assigned the task to you two. Lam Tian quickly assessed the situation and immediately called on the system to find a solution. "System, appear now. Is there any way to save Lan Guye?" Immediately, a voice responded, "Please touch Lan Hongyet's body within 3 minutes. The system will assist the host in checking the treatment method for her." Lam Tian began the examination, started the check, and the doctors who looked down on him couldn't help but become furious, wondering where this rude kid had come from. Lam Tian without hesitation pushed the doctor aside and said, "If you can't cure the illness, don't pretend to be noble." An quickly approached the operating table, holding Lan Guyet's hand and whispered, "System, you must save her," and the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind, beginning the check. The doctors, ignoring Lam Tian, couldn't help but get angry. Where did this brat come from? Let go of me now. Are you watching too many online dramas and fantasy stories? Thinking that just checking the pulse can cure the illness, a senior doctor shouted, "Get out quickly and don't delay her treatment, or else Director Liu will blame you later, and you won't be able to bear the guilt." Dr. Liu turned outside and shouted, "Who allowed you security guards to let this kid in here?" Director Liu immediately stepped in and replied indifferently, "I let him in. Does Dr. Liu have any objections?" Seeing the director arrive, everyone quickly stepped aside and the stammering person asked, "Director, I didn't mean it. It's just about Miss Lang's wound." Yet the director seemed completely untroubled and calmly said, "Let Lam Tian try. If he also has no solution, then this girl Lang is truly the victim of this old man." Dr. Lu heard that and, without asking, turned to look at Lam Tian, thinking to himself, what kind of background does this kid have that could make the director say such words? The system kept updating the percentage check, and once completed, a report on the appropriate treatment method appeared. Lam Tian then turned to the director and said, "Director, I have a way to save Leng Yue, but everyone needs to step back a little." Dr. Lu immediately questioned, "Step back? Why? When treating and saving lives, what's wrong with others seeing?" Lam Tian's entire body was immediately enveloped by lightning elemental energy, his face slightly angry as he said, "In this state, I can only ensure Lan Guyet's safety but not yours, understand?" The director immediately ordered everyone to follow Lam Tian's instructions, and Dr. Lu nodded in agreement. The door to the operating room closed, and Lam Tian channeled thunder spirit energy into the tear lotus flower he found at the bottom of the sea earlier. The flower hovered for a moment before dissolving into the bowl of water below. Lam Tian quickly brought the cup of water to Lan Guyet to drink. As soon as she did, her eyes widened in shock, her face turned pale as if in pain, and suddenly a faint aura appeared around her. Lam Tian quickly held her shoulders tightly, then channeled the lightning element's spiritual energy, with a tense expression saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life." Seeing that she was awake, he replied finally, "You've woken up at last." Lam Tian looked at her with a serious expression and warned, "Don't be so reckless next time." Lang Wuye, a bit surprised, asked, "Did you save me?" Lam Tian then raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned, and said, "Yes, luckily I found 2 spirit lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea, or I wouldn't know how to save you." Lan Gui then somewhat blamed herself and said, "Do you think I am holding you back?" Lam Tian asked confusedly, "Why would you think that?" Then he frankly shared his own opinion. "You are a strong cultivator at the 3rd level of the Rang Tuyen stage. At this stage, almost invincible in the world, Lan Shuo rejected it, but I am still weaker than you." Hearing that, Lam Tian was taken aback. As if it were obvious, he replied, "Don't be so modest. It's not that you are too weak, but that I am too strong. Have you ever seen anyone else as strong as me?" Lan Hengye listened carefully and thought seriously. Yes, before meeting him, I had hardly ever faced an opponent who truly thrilled me. Even as a bureau chief, I am confident I can surpass him within 5 years. Lam Tian turned around and said to Lan Guye, "If you're okay now, I'll go rest first. I've been busy all night and haven't slept a bit. We will meet early the day after tomorrow in the forest outside the city, and I will take you to training for recovery. Don't be late for the appointment." "Look, I told you you're very strong." He calmly analyzed that this mutated wolf still has a body with peak strength and a courageous mind, yet she easily kicked it away with one strike. Her current strength has definitely reached the 4th stage of courage and perseverance. Lang Gu Ye may be praised by him, but she doesn't look happy. Instead, she turns away annoyed and says, "I don't need you to comfort me. I know my own level." Lam Tian can only smile and say, "Alright, recovery training is almost done. We should go now." Suddenly, a loud explosion from the forest interrupted the unfinished words. Lan Guye was a bit confused and wondered, what was that explosion? Suddenly, a system alarm sounded warning of a powerful dark attribute, spiritual energy. The host should be careful. Lam Tian immediately became serious and said to Lan Yue, "This is not just an ordinary explosion." After hearing that, she was stunned and shouted loudly, "Deco!" In the vast space of the forest, everyone was gathering, whispering and joking around, setting up tents and finishing tasks in preparation for this eagerly awaited camping trip. Separating from the lively and bustling atmosphere, in a corner, Kwang Wu was tenderly draping his arm around Li Hyodong. His gaze was very charming, but when he spoke, his voice was warm and gentle, coaxing her. Hyodong, later I'll catch a big fish and grill a huge skewer for you. Hyodong, still annoyed and upset, pushed him away and loudly said, I don't want your skewers. Li Hyodong hat bo loi noi roi body mot mark. Kong kwan tam vadelai chohan tamot kwa boto traba. Kolang lang roi koi de den choban kwamin hexing giu pdo. Chiu chue, de toi, jupko, dang le ne, bang tre, kua, chiu chue, dang luc, kongo gangdo, koedi, toabado, treshok, angta. Kwang Wu, are you just hanging out with Miss Hyodong? Kwang Wu sighed softly and explained in a teasing tone. A few days ago, I saw a beautiful girl. Just take it easy, he suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, but Kwang, from now on, if you want to flirt with any girl, just do it secretly in front of Sister Hyodong. His eyes revealed a sly look as he chuckled quietly, saying, You have no idea how hot she was that day. Hearing this, he smiled inwardly with delight, his eyes betraying a playful and teasing intent. So there's also a girl who makes Mr. Kwang so captivated, huh? If there's a chance, someday, I definitely have to meet her. Suddenly, Xiao Tuyet appeared out of nowhere, pinched his arm painfully, and with a face full of anger, she raised her hand to threaten him. You won't have her tomorrow. Xiao Tuyet pouted, grabbed his arm and dragged him away, then ordered him to quickly set up a tent for her. He saw that his girlfriend was even angrier, so he quickly sweet-talked and explained, Tuyet, I was just saying that you know I love you so much, right? Kwang Wu silently observes the young couple's actions, feeling it closely resembles the current situation between him and Hyodong. He can't help but feel weary and shake his head with a sigh. Forget it, let's just gather some dry wood for fuel first. Then he also returned to the campsite, carrying a bundle of dry wood he had just gathered. Walking along the overgrown trail with dense foliage on both sides, sunlight continuously filtered through, shining directly onto the path. What is this? At this moment, the system announced a new message stating that the Global Union Council had officially declared the beginning of the era of global spiritual energy revival. Kwang Wu grew suspicious and stared intently at the mysterious object. According to reports from spiritual energy experts, opportunities are now flooding everywhere across the world. He recalled Wu Tian's words, This is my power, the strength to become a king, a heaven-given opportunity. His face twisted with ferocity and malice as he muttered relentlessly, Lam Tian, I will crush you beneath my feet. I will make you a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you did in front of Li Hyodong. Then suddenly, Kwang Wu tilted his head back, his eyes wide and wide, as if being controlled and manipulated by an invisible magic or a sinister force over his entire nervous system. He burst out laughing, his face and body engulfed by the raging red fire of his fury. This is true power. This feeling is just too incredible. Suddenly, a faint, desperate cry rang out, Save me! That was the scream of the three of them, Hyodong, Tuyet, and her boyfriend, as the hungry, ferocious wolves approached. Kwang Wu rushed in just in time and kicked one away, then quickly asked if they were okay. Hyodong sensed that the situation was getting dangerous, so she quickly warned him, Kwang Wu, be careful, those are wolves. Using the magic he had cultivated over many years, he swiftly struck the wolves in the stomach a few times, causing them to quickly weaken and fall to the ground, with their eyes rolling wide. He confidently and decisively declared, Don't worry, these wolves in front of me are just a bunch of ants. Hyodong was stunned, her mouth agape, amazed and surprised by his strength and the peak level abilities he had reached. What is happening? Why did Kwang Wu suddenly become so powerful? Is this still a power that a human can achieve? Tuyet's boyfriend, standing nearby and witnessing the scene, was stunned and said, Damn it, Brother Tuong, you've become the so-called spiritual energy cultivator that the media mentioned, right? Li Hyodong was stunned when she heard that and thought to herself, What? This is a cultivator. No way cultivators have such terrifying power. She secretly smiled maliciously and confirmed in her heart such a strong man must belong to her, Li Hyodong. In another nearby part of the forest, Lam Tian carefully led the way and thoughtfully warned Lan Nuyet to be cautious. We are getting closer to the dark attribute spiritual energy stream, and I can feel it too. Suddenly, his face darkened as he sensed something unusual. Wait a moment. Then the two of them jump onto a branch to hide and quietly observe what would happen next. Under the ground, a pack of more than 10 wolves keeps rushing out and chasing in its direction. Ling Yue looked on with a chill down her spine and curiously asked, "What's going on? Have these mutated wolves encountered something?" Lam Tin notices a long wool on the neck of a wolf in the pack and immediately guesses that it was caused by the dark attribute spiritual energy. She turned to ask for his opinion whether to report to the director of the intelligence bureau, but he immediately refused without hesitation. First, investigate the specific situation, otherwise the director will still send someone here. But before Lang Hengguye could finish speaking, he hurriedly ran ahead to the wolves. "I promised Commander Shen that I wouldn't let you invade the city so openly." Then he assumed a stance and launched an attack to take them down. "Quickly go to hell." A stream of blue light radiates out, dust and debris flying everywhere. After such a fierce attack, Lam Tian gradually calms down and calmly says, "Let's go." Then he led her to the camp of the Hidong group. Lan Yuye looked around in confusion and guessed that someone had set up camp here. Suddenly, Kwang Wu appeared from behind, rushing forward to attack Lam Tin. But she reacted quickly, using her radiation shield to successfully defend herself and avoid his attack. "Be careful." Kwang Wu, frustrated and furious after failing to attack, glared at Lan Yuye and thought to himself, "This girl is pretty too. Just as strong as the girl last time. Damn it, how does this kid Lam Tian know so many beautiful girls? Now he's burning with rage, but he still manages to keep his composure and tease her. Little sister, your martial arts are pretty good too. Later I'll buy you a drink." But she didn't answer his question and instead asked, "Who are you and why did you attack Lam Tian?" He straightforwardly replied, "Because I have a grudge against him. I had to teach him a lesson." Lan Hengguye responded with a disdainful tone, "If I hadn't noticed in time, Bao Bao might have been in danger. His attack was more than just a lesson." Lam Tian had been watching him closely all along, and finally, he dared to speak directly. "Kwang Wu, you swallowed the dark spiritual treasure and became a cultivator, right? Ko." He burst out laughing and proudly replied, "Haha, yes, I have now become a powerful cultivator." He arrogantly replied that he had become a cultivator and no longer cared about the lives of those wolves. Lan Guye felt he was too unreasonable and told Lam Tian that he couldn't accept his arrogant attitude anymore, that what he needed now was a fist, not lessons. Kwang Wu's eyes turned red with rage, as if his reason had been manipulated by the spiritual energy. He burst out laughing and threatened, "Haha, good, Lam Tian, you're finally no longer afraid. Let me show you what a cultivator is." Kwang Wu's face was full of murderous intent. He laughed happily, "Haha." Lam Tian's body is now protected by arcs of dark magical electricity, emitting bright blue flashes and immense power. He slowly raises his gaze, his sharp eyes carefully scanning every movement of him. Every step and movement conceal a terrifying energy as if he had surpassed the normal limits of a human. Lam Tian thought to himself, judging by this spiritual energy, it was probably the strength of the second stage of the Dragon Spring, truly a world where, after spiritual energy recovers, even a single fruit can help a person make great progress. Taking advantage of his distraction and lack of vigilance, he swiftly launched an attack intending to eliminate Lam Tian immediately, but Kwang Wu was mistaken. He reacted and countered, dodging his kick just in time. "Well, Kwang Wu, you're not so bad after all. It seems you also have some strength. Lam Tian is not one to give up easily and retorts mockingly, so is this your full power?" Offended by the opponent's underestimation of my strength, Kwang Wu was furious, glaring at Lam Tian as if he wanted to swallow him whole, muttering to himself about descending into hell. Then the two charged at each other, headbutting and tearing at each other, neither willing to give in. Kwang Wu froze in place, stunned by Lam Tian's move that matched or even surpassed his own, and he asked in disbelief, "How is this possible? You can take all my attacks." He seemed to want to provoke him to anger in order to distract and divert attention, then challenged him, "You're too weak, Kwang Wu." Lam Tian proposed two hypotheses. If you are not an experienced cultivator, meeting me is like seeing the moon in summer. If you are an experienced cultivator, meeting me is like a speck of dust floating in the blue sky. After launching another attack at him, his entire body floated in the air and he painfully collapsed to the ground, muttering continuously, How is this possible?" Heodong and his friends watched the fiery scene with worry, shouting anxiously, "Brother Kwang, are you okay, Brother Kwang?" Everyone helped him up and asked Kung Fu. Heldong wondered silently, when did Lam Tian become so strong, able to defeat Kung Fu? Her face grew tense and darkened as she silently blamed herself. Damn it, if she had known it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have confronted Lam Tian so early. When they had regrouped and stabilized the situation, the elder brother loudly ordered everyone to return and to interrogate thoroughly to see if anyone else had a chance. Lan Guiyet nodded firmly and said, "Alright, I will inform the bureau chief to block this mountain immediately." Hearing those words, Kung Fu couldn't help but feel very angry. He was already furious, and now even more so. He felt uncomfortable and muttered to himself, "I actually lost to Lam Tian. That bastard, so disgusting, I can't accept it." Suddenly, a repeated voice echoed loudly in his ears, as if taunting him, awakening his hatred and determination to win at all costs. "Do you crave power? Do you crave power?" He dreamed of a vision where he was kneeling before a mysterious and supreme power. Yes, this is it. It was a cluster of mystical and enchanting forces. The figure was completely black and had 2 pairs of horns on his head, with a strange glow emanating all over his body. "I want power. I want unstoppable power. As long as I can defeat Lam Tian, I am willing to pay any price." Then that person raised a finger to cast a spell and pointed directly at him. A mysterious energy gradually invading his head and entire mind. Kung Fu's eyes widened as his whole body was now possessed and controlled by the divine power. He no longer had enough clarity to control himself and muttered vaguely, "This power, this is the power I want. This feeling is wonderful." Returning to reality, Lan Huye stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Alright, follow me to the Cultivator Association for an explanation." Suddenly, Kung Fu suddenly surged up with great force, shaking the entire area. The people around, influenced by that supreme power, were pushed away. He had successfully gained that legendary strength. Lam Tian quickly turned around and used his hand to shield Lan Guiyet. Carefully, Kung Fu's entire body gradually transformed and emitted a mysterious black-purple light. That strange phenomenon slowly invaded and enveloped those around him, until Tuyet's boyfriend, terrified and panicked, kept shouting his name, asking, Kwang, what's wrong?" Liu Hio momatkin ngak kota hetling kong mon ksong dianguk nuhung trai lai kam ksuk sohai vagenti kwa holai kien lam tien valan kuit kukibin tin vadan hin. His eyes looked into the distance, and he softly said, "Indeed, Commander Tam's words are correct. What exactly is going on?" And that monstrous being with supreme power has invaded and taken over Kung Fu's body, soul, and spiritual energy. It gradually revealed its true form and sneers at them, saying, "Finally, I am returning once again to this wonderful world." He can once again break through from the second Dangquan stage to the fourth Dangquan stage in a single attempt. Lam Tian cautiously warned, "Be careful. That is definitely no longer the person you knew." The system is now sending an important notification. A low-level shadow-type monster, the Dark Army Commander, has been detected, and a temporary mission has been issued to defeat the Dark Army Commander. The reward will be a new spiritual energy attribute training orb. After receiving the notification, Lam Tian quietly observes it and ponders, "I have never seen this kind of monster in my entire life. I wonder what attack methods it will use." It hums softly, saying that the flesh of this human is weak and cannot help me form a complete body. These 2 humans have very strong spiritual energy. If I can swallow them, my power will be greatly restored. It turned to stare at Lan Guiyet, unable to hide its excitement, and said, "Then I'll start with the weaker girl, devour her first." It adjusted itself and launched a magic arrow at her. Lam Tian sensed the danger approaching and quickly countered. The monster laughed loudly and mocked, "Oh, not bad at all. Young man, can you skillfully withstand my attack?" Lam Tian looked at it coldly and asked, "Who are you really? And where is Kung Fu?" The arrogant monster crossed its arms and smugly said, "You're not worthy to know who I am. Human, just know this. Serve me or die." Lam Tian glared at it, frowning irritably, and said, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn to speak more politely." The monster, thinking he was joking, burst into loud laughter and mockingly said, "Haha, what an interesting human, daring to think you can teach me a lesson. I will let you experience the true darkness and see how terrifying it can be." The continuous streams of magical energy appeared and spread, creating a darkening space, and before Lam Tian could react, he was quickly swallowed by it. Lang Hengwuye shouted his name in panic. Lam Tian. Seeing the situation grow more tense, she decided to take a risk, stepping forward to challenge it. Lan Guiyet used all her strength and focused her attack on the monster. But her tiny strength and weak magic can't possibly fight against that huge, cruel monster. It looked at her confused actions and found it very funny, then threatened loudly, but it was useless. With this level of attack, you definitely won't break through, so stop resisting and be good, so I can swallow you up. From the dark shadowy space, Lam Tian reached out his hand. The monster just stood there in shock, and he successfully destroyed the dark space and escaped. Now you're just floating arrogantly in front of it and speaking condescendingly. Have you already used your full strength? Foolish, do you think breaking the dark space suit alone is enough to fight me? Lin Din, we will deal with him together. Lan Guiyet says, no need, stay here and don't move. I want to see how powerful I am. Lang Hunyet was suspicious. What does full strength mean? It means exactly that. Lam Tian's whole body is glowing fiercely as he delivers a punch that sent the monster flying away. So I was actually pushed to the ground by a weak human. Are you scared yet? He charges forward desperately, the monster refusing to give up, rushing towards Lam Tian with everything he's got. The cowardly human dare to look down on me, they deserve to die, but every punch from the monster Lam Tian is easily countered. No way, he blocked it and wasn't hurt at all. Seeing this, Lam Tian grew even more confident. Is he scared now? It seems you can't force me to use my full strength either, which is truly disappointing. He is no longer an ordinary person. His strength is even greater than mine right now. I can't let myself die here. I must swallow more humans. Seizing even greater power, then I will pour all my fury to take revenge. Seeing the monster try to escape, Lam Tian refused to let it go. I already sent someone, right? He swung at the monster to drive it away, striking once, and the monster roared before turning into a bird flying into the sky, having to abandon most of its body to survive. Lam Tian, are you okay? Xiao Yue hurried over. I'm fine, but that shadowy monster has already escaped part of itself. I need to contact the bureau chief immediately. Right now, the city is issuing a warning that due to the cold air, we will have heavy rain this afternoon, and the Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone try to limit going outside. Everyone, I'm telling you the truth. Something big will happen this afternoon. I will perform a show later to impress everyone with a lightning stunt. A furious girl is walking down the street. Everything is clearly his fault. I told him I was going out today, so why cancel because of the rain? Suddenly, she hears a noise and turns around. Who's there? Huh, where am I? Around her, the entire city is shrouded in darkness, with not a single soul inside. A dark purple rift suddenly appeared, and she screamed in fear before it was torn in half. Didn't you hear the news today? Lam Tian appeared out of nowhere. Immediately go home now. It's very dangerous outside. The weather hasn't improved. Don't go out until there's an announcement. And this girl has already been mesmerized by Lam Tian. So handsome. So handsome. Lang Guiyet, how is the situation? He asked. The dark creature that escaped is even harder to deal with than we thought. It seems the dark monster has split into countless fallen. They started attacking everyone in the city indiscriminately. The small fallen rely on swallowing the spiritual energy within humans to continuously evolve themselves. Among the fallen that have been defeated, some have reached the second stage of the brave selection. Furthermore, their consumption of spiritual energy has not stopped. It seems these Eroi want to turn all the city's residents into energy sources to evolve. Lam Tian gazed into the dark purple sky ahead, imagining if this roar evolved to the third stage of the brave realm, and then merged into that dark creature. I'm afraid that by then even I will be caught off guard when dealing with them, so I must find a way to eliminate them before that happens. Somewhere above, a monster with blood-red eye is circling, and if it devours everyone in the city, I can restore my peak power. By then, I will make humanity pay. I will torment him so cruelly that living will be worse than dying. The people in the city are starting to panic. Help! A giant zombie is crashing through my window. Is this the end of the world? I saw with my own eyes a bat sucking a person dry. The bats have mutated. I just saw a giant one. Help me. Something is banging on my security door. I don't dare go out to check. If that guy comes to save me, I'll give him my all. This is killing me. Tam Fifi angrily deleted comments as she fumed. Can't you people just stay quietly at home instead of posting things that make everyone panic? Do you really think the dark type monsters aren't strong enough yet? Isn't there any way to cut off their internet? With tens of millions posting, how could our army of just a few thousand ever delete them all? Miss, if we really cut the network, I'm afraid their panic will only get worse. I know that. I'm just complaining a bit. So frustrating. Has the army still not entered yet? It's been half an hour. The young man named Loinak replied. All routes into Tianhai City are blocked by the fierce falling creatures of the third level. It's definitely not possible to get in quickly. Please stay calm, young lady. Lam Tian, you must not let anything happen to you. Fifi Tam things. At this moment, at the Spirit Chi organization, Lam Tian entered, and everyone greeted him cheerfully. Team leader Lam. Big brother Lam Tian asked if everyone was okay. Wu Tian replied happily. At that time, Kai and I were training at our villa, and only when Director Liu called did we realize the mutation had occurred. Lu Tianfeng is also very excited, big brother. When the anomaly happened, I was eating grilled food with my younger brother. Then a mutant beast charged at him. I punched it to death, and casually made it into a big worm. Then grilled it and ate it with my brother. Just don't get a stomach ache. Lam Tian, you're here now. We can start a video call with the military department. Director Liu said seriously. Brother Tam, we're ready. On our side, on the other screen. An elderly man began to speak, and since everyone from the Spirit Energy Association was present, we immediately started discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the main highways to the east and west leading into and out of Tianhai City are both blocked by a large number of mutated fallen. There is a strong energy reaction at the central square in the southeast of Tianhai City, and it is likely that the main body is controlling these mutated raptors. Lam Tin Tam wonders, the central square? Lam Hian noticed something strange about Miss Li. Why does Li Qi seem a bit off? Based on Tam Lin's order, we plan to force a breakthrough from the eastern highway to create an escape route. Then we will guide the people in the central square to evacuate, followed by using heavy firepower to suppress and speed up the evacuation. We need the support of the Spirit Energy Association members to help us access the central square from another route and carry out the evacuation first. According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire combat plan must be completed within 50 minutes, otherwise the creature in the central square will evolve into an entity we cannot handle. Does anyone else have questions? At this moment, Li Qi begins to speak. Commander, Shen, if the army can't arrive at the central square in time, will the countdown be postponed? He immediately replied, no, when the time is up, all firepower will be concentrated on the target to ensure that mutated creature cannot evolve beyond our control. At that moment, Miss Li couldn't hold back and exclaimed, how could you do that? Aren't you gambling with the lives of everyone in the central square? If that monstrous creature manages to evolve successfully, not only will the people in the central square die, but the entire city of Tianhai will be destroyed. There is someone important to her in the central square, right? Our family all lies near the central square residential area. Lam Tian and everyone else looked at Li Kai in surprise. Wu Tian comforted her and said, Sister Kai, Wu Tian is here. Rest assured, I will definitely help you save your family. A few days ago, Captain Lam trained me specifically, so my strength has improved a lot. Lu Tianpeng also hurriedly said, yes, I will call my brothers right now and tell them to drive here. Seeing the situation start to spiral into chaos, Commander Shen decided that Miss Li Kai would have to withdraw from this operation. Li Kai angrily shouted, why? He replied that a soldier driven by emotion would definitely affect the effectiveness of completing the mission. When she reached the central square, the first thing she thought of was not her parents. Then he turned to Director Lua and ordered him to confirm the personnel arrangement to ensure the success of the mission. Director Lua was a bit confused, but before he could help, Lam Tian looked indifferent and said disapprovingly, wait a moment, Commander Tam, there is a critical flaw in your plan. The commander sternly asked what was going on, and Lam Tian explained that your bomb could not cause any damage to that monster. Everyone was stunned, staring intently at Lam Tian. Director Lua asked, what the hell? The commander also suspiciously asked, how do you know about this? Lam Tian confidently replied, because not long ago, I just wounded that monster badly. He chuckled smugly and said, Commander Tham, I don't think your plan can be carried out. Just follow my plan instead. The commander asked, what is your plan? Lam Tin confidently replied, you told your people to bring in the weapons I mentioned a few days ago, so I can kill that dark-type monster. How about that? Tam Fifi and her brave army stand in front of a mountain tunnel, ready to fight at any moment. Tam Fifi tightly grips the watch on her wrist, which is still ringing loudly. In her eyes, a determined and firm light shone, saying, "For the people of Tianhai City, I must deliver this into Lam Tian's hands." At that moment, all the soldiers' radios broadcast the order, the entire army to execute the special raid mission in Tianhai City. Even the logistics team working remotely received the order, with the operation route starting from the eastern highway entrance of Tianhai City and ending at the city square. The commander held his posture firmly and continued to issue commands with authority, focusing on escorting and transporting weapons. The fighters will be divided into 5 small teams, and no matter the cost, they must ensure the weapons reach the People's Square safely. At this point, the old man's eyes turn cold, and he emphasizes 3 words: "For the people." Tam Fifi's sigh was also inspired, and a fierce army charged in shouting orders for the people. As they entered the tunnel, the swarm of raptors spilled out like a hive of angry bees. The army immediately raised their gun and fired, the gunfire echoing through the tunnel. But this swarm of raptor was no ordinary foe, tearing through soldiers as one cried out in pain. Tam Fifi, despite her wounds, refuses to give up, shouting loudly, "Everyone charge with me!" Wet with sweat and blood, Tam Fifi remains determined, thinking, "I must survive no matter what." The swarm of rifts has now spread into the city, covering the sky with a dark purple demonic hue. Suddenly, a massive electric net shoots out into the sky, completely suppressing the swarm. The electric net flashed with a bright light and instantly burned away the dark swarm. The one who acted was Lam Tian, who regretfully said, "If I had known it would be this troublesome, I shouldn't have shown mercy in the forest." Behind, Wu Tin and Lan Yingui are chasing after them. Wu Tin urgently calls out, "Captain Lam, wait for us." The swarm of falling creatures also changes direction to attack the 2 beauties. Wu Ting and Lan Guiye combine their swords, using water dragon techniques and cold bang strikes to freeze the falling creatures on the spot, but it was like trying to scoop sand with a sieve. Lan Huye looked at the number of fallen and muttered in frustration, "How many more of these are left to help us conquer the world?" Wu Tin quickly realized that I could sense these fallen creatures were reproducing by absorbing spiritual energy. Lan Heng Guye desperately said, "If the thing covering the sky isn't dark clouds, then the number of fallen would be an uncountable figure." Wu Tin added, "If these falling creatures merge into one, how powerful would they become?" Only Lam Tin remained unafraid, calmly reassuring everyone that thing in the forest couldn't beat us anymore, and it won't be able to win outside either. Lam Tian understands the situation and calmly says that the most important thing now is to reach the People's Research Square and reunite with Tam Fifi and everyone else. Tam Fai leads the team, her strength gradually exhausted. In front of her, the flock has now merged into one entity, and it ominously says, "You are mine." At this moment, the swarm of falling creatures revealed their true form. It was Kuang Wu. He sneered and said, "Well, look who it is again, Beauty." Tam Fifi couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed in shock, "So it's you again?" Tam Fei hated Kuang Wu and began to question him, asking if he was responsible for the chaos in Tianhai City and if he knew how many innocent people had already died. Kuang Wu, as if just hearing the story, shrugged indifferently and replied, "I don't know and I don't care. Anyway, those worthless lackeys didn't deserve to live in the first place. You could say it's an honor for them to become my nourishment." Tam Fifi felt as if her leg had just kicked into a piece of wood. She screamed in shock. What is this? Kuang Fu started to absorb her spiritual energy, continuously drawing it from her leg where her fist and aura had been. Thanks to that, Kuang Fu became stronger, the spiritual energy swirling around him, and he proudly said, "Those who cultivate spiritual energy like you are no different from addicts craving more. If you don't fight desperately, even if I swallow everyone in the Tianhai City, I can only restore half of my peak strength. But now, as long as I swallow you all, I can return to my peak era." Tam Fifi couldn't believe it. Why? She could clearly feel her body gradually weakening. Kuang Fu continued speaking, "Just like that little Kuang Fu. Obediently become my nourishment." Turns out he only used Kuang Wu's appearance to dominate the world. Just at this moment, a streak of lightning suddenly struck down, causing Kuang Fu to be temporarily knocked back in pain. The person who appeared was Loi Nak, who arrogantly said, "Our young lady doesn't like you very much, so there's no other choice but to send you to hell." Tam Fai was just as surprised to see Loi Nak. Hearing that, Kwangwu laughed happily and said with pleasure, "The 4 realms of the spirit pool? No, your spiritual energy concentration has already reached the 5th realm of the spirit pool." Now, driven by his desire for control, Kwangwu greedily said, "If I just swallow you, I can not only restore my peak, but also evolve to an even stronger level." Loi Nak calmly turned to Tam Fifi, the young lady, and told her to take people to meet Lam Tian. "I will handle this place." Tam Fifi then turned and left, leaving a warning, "Be careful." Kwangwu still targets the tempting prey, Fifi, and rushes after her in a fury, running off somewhere. Loi Nak naturally won't let him succeed, quickly raising a temporary ice wall to block the way. Loi Nak's face is full of murderous intent, warning that no one can go anywhere. Tam Fifi continues to lead the army to shoot down the fallen demons. The fallen are now more aggressive than before, constantly tearing at the soldiers. They outnumber and outarm the enemies, and Tam Fai Fai grits her teeth and curses, "Damn it, there are truly too many of these fallen. I realize I am gradually losing. Damn it, these fallen have evolved. They are no longer normal and cannot be harmed anymore. Our numbers are also decreasing, many soldiers have fallen, and I despairingly wonder if I can really deliver this thing. Even if I do, will Lam Tin and the others succeed before my divine power completely collapses?" Tam Fifi forces herself to stand up again. "No, I must stop this thought immediately. They must not waver in their faith." Lost in running forward, she didn't notice a fallen demon rushing from behind, its eyes blazing like hot coals, blood streaming down its face. Just as it was about to strike Fai, a lightning bolt suddenly tore through the sky in front of it. It was Lam Tian who appeared just in time, and everyone praised his heroic presence, saying finally he was found. Tam Fifi immediately ran over happily to Lam Tian and called out to him. Lam Tian deliberately teased her, patting her head and saying, "All right, I've arrived. No need to be afraid anymore. Have you brought the stuff?" Tam Fifi immediately pulled the emblem from her bag, feeling both annoyed and confused, asking what exactly this thing was since it was so heavy and the man had told her to bring it. Lam Tian didn't answer right away, slowly opening the box, and Tam Tu-Len hadn't told her, so she asked again. "No, he only said it was a very powerful weapon, but I don't know exactly what it is." From the wooden box, Lam Tian drew out a blazing red sword that looked like it was dripping with blood. Tam Fifi didn't seem very surprised and asked with suspicion, "Does this sword have any damage power?" Lam Tian looks very satisfied and responds, "Of course I have it. I will show you the damage this sword can do right now." Suddenly, he turns his face forward with excitement and shouts loudly, "Grandson, get out of the way! Dad is coming to help you!" Tun Tri Nghia, upon hearing this, signaled to his brothers to split up. My adoptive father is about to make his move, and as Lam Tian's overwhelming aura drew everyone's attention, the flock quickly surrounded him. At this moment, the system screen displayed the options. Lam Tian quickly presses the activate skill button. The sword in his hand radiated dense spiritual energy, combined with the thunderstorm flame technique, and the blood electric burst out intensely. Lam Tian continued to shout the cross-strike command, a cross-shaped sword slashed like a storm charging toward the swarm. With just one sword strike, he shattered the swarm into falling petals, significantly reducing the number of monsters. Zun Ziyi couldn't help but be impressed by this scene. "Wow, my master is truly amazing." Sham Fai Fai, with her eyes shining like stars behind her, looked at Lam Tian with admiration and said, "Can you teach me this move?" Lam Tian glanced at her with a half-lit eye and replied with a faint smile, "Maybe, but if you want it to be effective, you might need to train until you reach the 4th realm of the Dang Tu Yen stage." Lam Tian looked at the Special Forces team with only a few claws left and asked suspiciously, "Is this all? Have the others all sacrificed?" Tam Fifi suddenly remembered an important matter and hurriedly said, "That's right, Loi Nak and Kwangwu are fighting. Lam Tian, can you go save them?" Lam Tian was startled when he heard the name Kwangwu. Wasn't he swallowed by the dark beast? Could he really be alive? The scene shifts to another corner of the city, a gloomy and eerie setting. Loi Nak desperately charges at the target, fully focused on the fight, but the ice blast he unleashes shatters into pieces. Completely ineffective. Khuất cùi khinh bì, cao đét xù rát măn, nhung linh khi cùi cung cung xê can kiệt. Đam di roi nhu ho roi bát giao lao toi con mòi, khuôn vu khoan tay đắc y, nhung roi cua ta thi vo tan. The flock of fallen creatures clings to the broken eyes, greedily absorbing every drop of spiritual energy they can find. Loi Nak now realizes the crucial point: these aren't saving their kind but devouring the remaining spiritual energy. Looking at the dark aura of the falling ones, Loinak grimly realized that some had already evolved to the third stage of the dragon pool. Fighting them one by one was not the best strategy. So he quickly erected a temporary ice wall to block their attack. But the number of fallen was too great, and the ice wall shattered in an instant. The swarm of fallen also broke through and pierced straight into Loinak. Too sudden. Loinak was thrown back in pain. What is that? You fought with all your might and barely managed to stay on the ground. The bit arm begins to change and Loinak's face turns pale. This is getting troublesome. Huang Wu sits comfortably enjoying his meal and laughs happily. Seeing this, he carefully keeps his distance from me. So can it be understood that he is afraid? Naturally, Loinak doesn't give up easily and continue to grow stronger, this time using the Great Cold Ice technique. The ice crystal merges into a spear, charging forward wildly like a rushing ball. Huang Wu, seeing a tasty target, chuckles with delight. Swarm of flies around him easily absorb the spiritual energy inside the spear. Lei Nuo was not expecting to reach this point. His eyes widened in shock. What? Having caught a good prey? Huang Wu began to transform. His body surging with energy, spiritual power boiling inside him. Ha ha ha! I knew you would panic. With this powerful spiritual energy, I won't hold back. Loinak now realizes his situation is dire and can only silently curse. Damn it, this guy is using my spiritual energy to upgrade himself. Kung Wu is now on a different level, smirking as he says, "To thank you for helping me evolve to the peak, I've decided to give you a merciful end." As he finished speaking, he swung a dark fist like a hungry wolf straight into Loinak's chest. Loinak had no choice but to accept his final farewell here, closing his eyes and leaving behind his regrets. Apologizing to the young lady, thinking that he would go out with cold feet. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Lam Tian. Loinak, unwilling to let the war god sacrifice himself, shouted a warning, "Quickly get out of the way. That is a full force strike from the 4th-stage Dong Tu Yan. I can't stop it." In an instant, Lam Tian easily swung his arm to knock away a 4th realm Great Authority, and Loinak stared in shock as the Great Authority was thrown back, causing a massive earthquake and cloud of dust to fill the sky. Lam Tian only now had the mood to listen to what Loinak just said. An Gong Ak turned back and asked, what did you just say, Loinak? Are you holding back? Loinak, after escaping a life-threatening situation, asked about the big matter. Is Da Xiaoshu safe? Lam Tian briefly explained, "Don't worry, she's now with Lan Guyet and the others fighting against this troublesome group." After he finished speaking, he ordered Loinak to leave, telling him to go meet them quickly. "I will handle this and come find you later to discuss the next plan." Loinak responded with a sound and then turned to leave. This time, Lam Tian faced Kung Wu directly. "You speak coldly, so we meet again. Could you tell me who or what you are before I ask you next time?" "That strange guy is still determined to go all the way. What are you saying? Lam Tian, it's me, Kung Wu. Don't you recognize me?" Lam Tian had no intention of playing along. He impatiently said, "If you won't tell me, then forget it." He reached back and drew his treasured sword, confidently saying, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon." Kung Wu crossed his arms, gazing at Lam Tian with a challenging look. "Lam Tian, do you still think I am someone from the forest?" No more words. He formed a dark spiritual energy sphere, his black eye saying, "Let me show you my peak strength." Lam Tian's face darkened as he reached back to draw his sword, then calmly said, "That's all." Lam Tian swung his sword to create a wall to completely block Kung Wu's energy sphere. The tremendous force struck directly into Kung Wu's cage, making his face turn pale as he exclaimed, "Di Ko." A single sword strike, yet like a raging storm, swept away a large number of monsters. Suddenly, the flock of birds turned and fled, all rushing toward the distant cloud. Lam Tian also didn't understand what this phenomenon was, and he suspiciously asked, "That is..." All 3 women froze for 5 seconds. "What's going on?" Ling Yue's sweat dripped down her face as she asked straightforwardly, "Wu Ting, do you also sense the energy from the black and red clouds?" Wu Ting was stunned, her eyes wide with shock, and she nervously replied, "These mutated birds seem to have received some kind of order. They are moving toward that black cloud." Tam Fai stubbornly refused to believe it and sneered, "Stop joking, how could that be possible?" Wu Ting didn't understand what this really meant, so she stepped forward and asked, "Sister Tam, what's wrong?" Tam Fai, experienced and equipped with support devices, looked at the readings on her device and said that thing in the sky could be a super mutant from legend. The level of abnormality is the lowest danger level, indicating the existence of minor anomalies that have minimal impact on the environment and people, usually not requiring the involvement of cultivators. Disturbances, phenomena, or monsters pose only a slight threat to ordinary individuals. It can cause panic or chaos in a small area, usually handled quickly by low-level cultivators. Dangerous level monsters or events with significant destruction pose a major threat to a town or crowd. Usually, low-level monks work together to handle it. Super mutant creatures are monsters with a higher danger level and possess enormous destructive power. It can destroy a small city, usually requiring multiple high-level mages to work together to deal with it. The disaster level refers to entities with extremely destructive power, capable of threatening the safety of an entire metropolis, causing severe casualties and massive property damage, requiring top-tier or elite monks to respond. The apocalyptic level can trigger nationwide disasters, capable of destroying all defense forces of a country. Only a few powerful monks can withstand it. It is necessary to mobilize all forces to coordinate and deploy for battle. The level of destruction is the highest, representing a global survival crisis. It could directly lead to the destruction of human civilization, so all top-tier cultivators and the Alliance defense system must be mobilized to fight back with all their might. Knowing this, a fiery determination ignited in Shenfei's eyes. Lam Tian, you must live on. Miss Nanqi orders Lan Huiyet to get to work. Lan Huiyet, hurry and contact the director. Tell him to send more people. I recall my grandfather. I can't let Lam Tin face that monster alone. The situation is critical, and the system is in chaos too. Someone is shouting loudly, Team Leader Fan, please respond, Team Leader Fan. But all he received was an eerily silent and deadly quiet, as the communication signal from Team 2 was completely cut off, and it seemed these falling objects had blocked all phone signals. The commander's face grew tenser, and he anxiously wondered if Fi, and the others had escaped safely. The soldier, monitoring the system screens, also noticed something unusual. A broad-shouldered man. Look everyone. The fallen are apparently gathering in the same direction. This has never happened before. What is going on? The signal is back. A frantic voice rings out. Captain Fan, I hear you. You are still alive, right? The entire room is filled with chaos. Team 2's communication has been restored. Captain Lee. After the flood left, the phone signal was restored, and we can now contact the Vanguard team. A fierce soldier shouted into the phone, his tone urgent. Captain Fan, how are things on your side? Report immediately. A hurried voice responded from the other end. We were attacked by a large swarm of level 2 Dongtuyan falling creatures, and just now, for some reason, they suddenly all flew up into the sky and left. The nearby soldiers also reported that Commander Shen, the second and third teams experienced the same situation. The commander's face darkened like a pot bottom. He grimly ordered, immediately tally the casualties. Yes, sir. One piece of news after another. A subordinate brought the radio and said, Sir, the general is the communication signal for the young lady. The commander calmly asked, Fi, you guys. Before he could finish, another message came through. Sir, it's not good. A super variant level monster is about to appear in Tianhai City. This news is truly shocking. All attention immediately turns to the phone. The chief commander is momentarily unable to process the information. He stammers. Deputy Commander Tam Fifi, what are you talking about? Tam Fifi tried to persuade him. General Tam, I didn't say anything wrong. Those monsters voluntarily left the area around Tianhai City to offer all the spiritual energy they had absorbed to the super mutant level monster in the center of the Black Cloud group. A soldier shouted tremblingly, It's over! Tianhai City is gone, and so are we! The whole room sank into despair and darkness. Is there really no way out? At least a 5th rank warrior is needed to deal with the super mutant monster. The commander was momentarily at a loss, muttering again about the super mutant level monster. On Yan's face also darkened. Old man holding his head in distress said, Fi, I'm sorry, but I can't let the country be in danger. I hope you won't be angry with me. I really have no other choice. Tam Fi's eyes flickered with sadness and she slowly replied, Yes, I understand. I won't blame you. Without hesitation, the commander slammed the table and stood up, and everyone immediately began preparing to launch a destructive attack at all costs to control the super mutant level monster in Tianhai City. Now, the old man is willing to sacrifice everything to protect the people in the city and absolutely will not let the disaster spread to other cities. The soldier next to him quickly reassured the old general commander, "Calm down first, at least save Lady Dai before anything else." The commander's eyes were cold, and Nam Yi said, "There are only generals and soldiers here, no family or kinship at all. Our sacrifice is so that those we protect do not have to go through such pain." The commanding voice rang out with authority. "Everyone listen up. Get ready." Suddenly, the radio crackled with a connection. "Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?" And then came the annoyed and spiteful voice of someone. "How do I even turn this on?" The commander suddenly jerked him. "Is Lam Tian still alive?" On the other side, Lam Tian was still in the mood to tease the old man. "Your Honor, I haven't even flirted with your niece yet, and you're already wanting me dead? I'm not joking. At this rate, your niece will probably hate you." Lam Tian, carrying his great sword on his back, with a commanding aura, said, "Don't throw bombs anymore. Let me handle this super mutant monster." The soldiers inside looked grim and asked in disbelief, "What do you mean handle it?" Someone half doubting asked, "Can you really do it? That is a super variant level monster." Then Lam Tian shot him down, saying nonsense. "If not, what are we arguing about here?" Lam Tian looked at the gradually forming monster and left a reminder for the other side. "Lord Tam, if you want Tianhai City and your granddaughter to be safe, then support me with all your might." The others still seemed not entirely convinced, hesitating as they said, "Commander-in-Chief, this..." But Commander Fan has fallen into a dead end, so he calmly agreed and asked how Lam Tian needed their support. Lam Tian leisurely looked at the monster in front of him and calmly said, "There's only one thing I need you to do. Stand back. What was destroyed in this battle, you are responsible for compensating." Lam Tian's entire body radiated an extraordinary aura of lightning. His eyes cold as ice. The fallen demon plummeted to the ground. Speaking with a satisfied tone, "This is the true spiritual energy of the world. Feeling alive is truly wonderful," it said proudly and eagerly. "Now I have not only been successfully resurrected, but also ascended to the pinnacle of the 5 realms." It smirked, convinced of its righteousness, "And I can feel it now. I am the invincible being here." Lam Tian looks completely uninterested and dismissively says, as if the fallen demon is telling a joke. It keeps laughing non-stop, probably regretting not killing him in the forest humanity. Without hesitation, it unleashes a 5-stage fallen demon, falling like a hungry tiger charging at Lam Tian. The fallen demon was extremely arrogant, laughing happily and saying, "Ha ha ha, this is it." But the scene before its eyes made it so angry, it almost burst a blood vessel, feeling both embarrassed and furious. It was drenched in sweat and exhausted. The staff in the system office were just as chaotic. Everyone started whispering excitedly. How could it be? Lam Tian suddenly drew his sword and cut the 5-form falling demon in half. Lam Tian's face remained as calm as water, his action both cold and decisive. The people in the office seemed to have their eyes open wide. So this is the legendary attribute of thunder too terrifying. Anyone with such ability must surely be considered a monster. The commander quietly rejoiced, feeling relieved. "Kid, it seems you truly haven't let me down." The army is also performing its duties well. Evacuation vehicles are gradually moving residents out of the city. Everyone stay calm. The city's barricade trucks are arriving one after another. "Please don't push." Even the swarm of people as numerous as ants was drawn to the commotion from Lam Tian's side, a beam of aurora shooting straight into the sky. The city residents screamed in horror. "Everyone look over there, is someone undergoing a tribulation?" With such a thunderous strike, this is the first time I've seen it in my life. It must be a master undergoing a tribulation. Definitely the Nine Heavens Thunder tribulation. Lan Guyet was also completely convinced. Lam Tian's strength is truly terrifying. I thought that reaching the 4th stage of the Dragon Pool could help me catch up with him, but now I realize I was just fooling myself in front of him. Tam Fifi also felt a bit proud, thinking that Lam Tian truly is the guy I chose. He firmly grips the blood sword in his hand and calmly says, "It's my turn." The fallen demon is not easy to deal with. It has also grown to a great dark power. Moving at incredible speed, luckily Lam Tian's reflexes are extraordinary, and he blocks a major attack with his treasured sword. Seizing the opportunity, he also strikes with his lightning flame sword technique and the ice mountain slash. This strike seemed to be too much for the fallen demon to swallow. It can only watch as the fiery lightning prepares to devour it, using all its spiritual energy to hold the magic weapon steady, trying to hide inside and escape. But to Lam Tien, that magic weapon is no more than a thin curtain. The Ice Mountain slash easily shatters it into pieces. The Ice Mountain slashed like a 5-element mountain rising up on it. The falling demon was nearly defeated, as if it had lost half its life. The huge figure standing tall on the ground. Feeling both pain and embarrassment, this time it unleashed all its strength, launching countless divine spears. Lam Tien moved like a martial arts master, swiftly dodging each attack. Seeing this, the demon fell into a rage. Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, I would have been dead long ago. Lam Tien also seemed quite interested in teasing it. He pointed to his forehead. Come on, this spot is full of blood. Kuiro, indeed, gets furious, drawing a protective sword. Its face twisted as it charges at Lam Tien, the sword like a missile, aiming straight at his weak point, spinning into a tornado and rushing at lightning speed. Low Demon aimed very precisely. This move shot straight into Lam Tien's forehead. Yet Lam Tien still stood firm like a statue, not a single hair falling. No, this can't be. This is my full strength attack from the peak of the 5th stage of the Brave Elite. How can you be completely unharmed? Could it be that you have advanced to the 6th level of the Brave Realm or even higher? Lam Tien's face darkened and he coldly said, if this is all your strength. The brass sword in his hand like a pillar of thunder, gathering all the lightning in the world, he roared like a tiger, then died here. The fallen demon's body trembled violently, stubbornly saying, I can't die here, I must absorb more power and evolve to become stronger. It sees it has no chance to carry itself, so running away is the best strategy. It quickly tucks its tail and escapes, waiting until I reach the 6th or even 7th level of the Dongtuyan realm to come back and take revenge on this kid. But escaping won't be easy. Lam Tien glances with sharp eyes. This time, I won't let you get away. Lam Tien slashed down from above with his Thunder Flame Sword technique, unleashing a lightning strike, even more destructive than a heavenly thunder, instantly electrocuting the fallen demon into paralysis. A fierce blast pierced through its core, completely destroying part of its body. It was swallowed by the lightning, only able to scream in pain. No. The insect was torn into pieces and turned into a cloud of flying paper debris. We had defeated the super mutant monster. Tianhai City is safe. Tianhai City is safe. This lightning flame is the dawn of Heavenly Sea City. No, it is the dawn of all mankind. Commander Fan laughed uncontrollably, smiling like a flower. Everyone, start organizing rescue efforts immediately and make sure all victims are treated promptly. Yes. A few days later, in Lam Tien's apartment, Lao Liu enthusiastically said, Lam Tien, luckily you were here during this crisis in Tianhai City. The Military and Spirit Energy Association are planning to award you some rewards. Is there anything you want? Lam Tien looked as if he was just waiting for this moment and seriously said that there was indeed something very urgent that he hoped someone would definitely help with. Lao Liu nodded eagerly and said, Go ahead, please speak. Lam Tien pointed directly at the few people without any mercy and asked Hua Tianor if they could quickly take these people away since our house is not very big. They keep coming here every day, making it impossible for me to live normally, and besides, those two are ruining Wu Tin. Don't they recognize her by now? Lao Liu broke out in a cold sweat, contemplating that Tam Tam can't go, Lan Ge can't go either, so if they don't go, it doesn't matter whether to Wu Tin goes or not. Oh, Liu was just finishing his final meditation and thought he understood. Oh, so you want me to trade him for a big villa? He snapped his fingers toward Lam Tien. Lam Tien, this is too simple. Leave it to me. I will definitely make you satisfied. The conference took place with the presence of leaders from various regions. One leader stood up to display an image of Lam Tien and then said, Now for the main agenda of today's meeting. Lam Tien has achieved great success in this crisis in Tianhai City. What reward should we give him? A nearby leader immediately spoke up. I think we could provide him with some resources to help him become a super-level cultivator for our country, like the heroic nations of Western countries. Exactly. We will also make him into a celebrity. The neighboring commander immediately agreed. That's right. A heroic image like this can inspire more young people to become cultivators. However, this opinion was quickly challenged by a nearby commander who said, A celebrity? Are you guys joking? Lam Tien is not only a hero of the city, but also a genius cultivator of our Han nation. I think he should join the military division and later be responsible for training our army's cultivators. After he finished speaking, another general continued, mentioning other matters as well. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the commanding officer's words from outside. I object. A man slowly stepped in from outside, and everyone was surprised by his appearance. Leader Han, why are you here? Commander Tam was also surprised. Han Hyofeng, why did he come back? Could it be? Commander Han quickly got to the point. Sir, I heard from my subordinates that you went to distribute rewards to the children. After hearing that, Commander Tam immediately questioned back, Commander Han, what do you mean by that? Han responded, I mean, you are not qualified to receive the medal. Hearing this from Hyofeng, the other generals couldn't stay silent and immediately spoke up to defend Lam Tian. Commander Han, your words are too much. Lam Tian can handle the threat to Tianhai City without relying on luck. Another commander immediately defended the point of view. Yes, indeed, all of Tianhai City's missions this time are recorded. Even though their words are reasonable, Han Hyofeng doesn't care. He glared and said, is there a place here for you two useless guys to talk? His words making the other two commanders afraid to retort. Seeing him abuse his power, Commander Tam quickly pounded the table and said, Commander Han, the monster Dong Tu Yan Wu Kan cannot be solved by luck alone. I understand your doubts about Lam Tin, but the decision regarding his medal is not yours to make. Han Hipong, though not in agreement, chose not to confront further, sat down and said, I see you are stubborn about giving him the medal, so I have no choice but to give up. After all, I won't acknowledge it anyway. After Commander Han took his seat, Commander Shen spoke again, and the meeting continued. Does anyone have any ideas? Lam Tian didn't withdraw because of superficial fame or profit, and what he wants isn't a position or status. Hearing these words from the commander-in-chief, the generals looked at each other, but no one dared to speak up. No one had any objections, so the commander-in-chief turned to Liu Ying and asked, Liu Ying, do you have any ideas? Liu Yan secretly chuckled. It seems your relationships with Lam Tian are not stable anymore. In this critical time, only I know what Lam Tian truly needs right now. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ying replied that a few days ago he met with Lam Tian and asked what he needed, and he clearly told him one thing. The generals, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Oh, old Liu, it still has to be you, old Liu. Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Liu An also didn't want to waste everyone's time. He said, according to Lam Tian, they come here every day, making it impossible for me to live normally. And besides, those two are corrupting Wudang. Don't you recognize that? After understanding Lam Tian's intention, Liu An confidently concluded that Lam Tian wanted a big house so he could live with Lam Guyet and the others, so it wouldn't feel cramped anymore. This statement from Liu An shocked everyone at the meeting. So that's the case, why didn't we think of this? That's right, the most basic needs like food and sleep were overlooked. Unlike Liu Ying, Commander Tam understood immediately after hearing, thinking that Lam Tian's intention was for Lan, Guyet and the others not to stay there anymore. But it seems that little girl Fai Fai also have feelings for Lam Tian. Forget it, if it's wrong, just keep making mistakes. Immediately, Commander Tam asked, if that's the case, let's see if there are any suitable large villas or apartments in Tianhai City. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Captain Han quickly added, don't look anymore, I know of a villa that fits perfectly. Hui Feng's words once again made everyone suspicious. Wait, didn't Commander Han oppose earlier? Why did he suddenly change his stance? This idea from Commander Han also surprised Commander Tam. Oh, the villa there? Captain Han continued, the Lukho Villa on Xichang Road, a city on the sea. The location that Hui Feng immediately suggested caused a stir in the meeting. Hadn't the city on the sea already been sealed off? The city's unusual transformation. According to the military documents, you've already reached the 6 sacred pools. Liu Ying couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Commander Han, our spiritual qi cultivation association has never offended you, so why are you making things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's meeting is to reward Lin Tian, not to assign him a new mission. General Han replied, without hesitation, I only think that if even the villa can't be cleaned up, then he doesn't deserve the reward. General Han's words annoyed Commander Tam, who immediately questioned General Han, are you questioning my decision? And do you see if the heroes you speak of are truly deserving of their reputation? Moving to Lam Tian's house after the meeting disperses, Liu Ying quickly brings the paper and says, Brother Lam Tian, sorry, this time you went through life and death, and originally the army wanted to reward you with a generous prize, but someone caused chaos along the way, and the result was... Lam Tian hesitated, took the permit and read it, and immediately he was shocked. Oh my god, this room is worth at least a few 100 million, just giving it away like that. Seeing Lam Tian's person lull him to sleep, Liu An hurriedly said, Lam Tian, if you don't like it, I will risk my life to exchange for another house for you. Lam Tian obviously couldn't let this good thing slip away. He quickly snatched it back. That house worth hundreds of millions. It's not about liking or not liking. It's about whether I am happy or not. Take this house, Lam Tian said as he tried to hide the paper on himself. After he secured this house, Liu Ran added that last month, a mutated creature of the 6th level of the Dongtuyan was spotted in the coastal city. The source of power for the mutated creature is right inside this villa, and the army has prepared a squad to carry out the attack to ensure success. Lam Tian simply responded with a dismissive nod, saying, "Why bother with all that trouble? I can handle it myself." Even though I know Lam Tian is very strong, Liu An still worriedly said, "Lam Tian, I know you just defeated the 6th-tier dragon spring monster, but that mutated creature from the coastal city is also a 6th-tier dragon spring, so don't act impulsively. Although both are 6th-tier dragon springs, that's a gap between heaven and earth, and you absolutely cannot be careless." "I'm aware. But now I am already at the 7th level of the Dongtuyan realm. This information about Pickleball is shocking to Liu Ying. What?" Captain Han and his subordinates are on their way to the mansion villa, chatting inside the vehicle. Tie Yili asks, "Boss, what is this kid's background that makes us cooperate with him? Moreover, the Lukho estate has been fought over by our men for half a month with no progress. Can a just-turned adult kid like him really do it?" Commander Han immediately added, "Whether he can or not, we'll see once he has a chance to show himself later. I hope he didn't step on the spinning wheel and get carried away, or else what's inside the Lukho estate won't let him live to return." Tie Yili immediately agreed. The boss is right. The abnormality of Tianhai City must be because that kid was lucky enough to win. If he wasn't afraid, how could that kid not dare to come to the military showcase event himself? I think he's definitely feeling guilty. Commander Han sneered and said, "These young brats with fiery spirits need elders like us to constantly encourage them." Hearing these words from Commander Han, Secretary Tran suddenly spoke from behind. "Commander Han, please don't let personal feelings cause the failure of the military mission. Reclaim the land of the coastal city no matter the cost." Commander Han immediately replied, "I don't need you to tell me how to do my job." Soon after, Han Commander's vehicle stopped in front of that villa, and Lin Tian was already here. Secretary Tran quickly got out of the car and approached to greet him. "Hello, Lin Tian. I am Secretary Tran of the Port City Market." Lam Tian also politely responded, "Hello." Then, Secretary Tran continued to introduce, "These two are Commander Han and young Master Li in charge of handling mutated creatures in the city on the sea." Right after, Commander Han spoke up, "You're the one who took down the 5th-tier abyssal monster in the city by the sea." Lam Tian calmly replied, "Yeah, so what?" Commander Han just met Lam Tian and immediately judged him with disdain, saying casually that he thought he would be like the others in our camp, good at fighting, but turns out he's just a little rookie. Faced with Han Commander's unpleasant words, Lam Tian chose to confront him directly. "After all, you tall and muscular guys, do monsters show mercy when they attack?" This way of speaking made Han Commander even more resentful towards him. He warns you, Lam Tian, if you only know how to talk quickly and carelessly, you probably won't make it out of this estate alive. Faced with such harsh words, Lam Tian remains calm and replies simply, "Don't worry, people are very practical. If you're going to act, don't talk much. If both of you are afraid of death, you don't need to go inside." Seeing the tense situation, Secretary Tran quickly intervened. "Alright, I don't know if everyone can cooperate, but I hope we can reach an agreement. After entering the Lukho estate, everyone must support each other. Is that clear? If none of you speak, I will take it as tacit agreement and then I will clarify the specific details of this mission." After the spiritual energy on Earth recovers, a very strong dark attribute, spiritual energy, suddenly appeared inside the Six-Leg Manor. It was then taken over by an unknown creature. According to the spiritual energy meter data, the mutated creature inside the Green Lake Estate is at least at the 5th stage of the Dongtuyan realm. After 68 casualties among the coastal city's residents, we successfully controlled the monster inside the Green Lake Estate. That's all I can say. Now it's up to you. Be sure to be careful with this mission. After hearing the task, Lam Tian patiently pushed open the gate and entered. "If you are done, let's go." Master Lam Tian directly stepped inside. "Tuyui," Li exclaimed in shock. "Boss, is this kid crazy?" He didn't even discuss the plan and just charged in. Commander Han immediately ordered, "Follow him. Don't let that kid escape." Lam Tian checked the system information panel while pondering. once again facing a shadow attribute monster, and in just a few days, he had encountered it 3 times. Last time, after completing a mission, he was rewarded with a new attribute column. Should I choose the shadow attribute again, or go with the light attribute this time? In my previous life, I had no strength like I do now, so I didn't understand the light attribute or the shadow attribute at all. Which one should I choose? And to prevent Lan and the others from experiencing a similar situation, I'll try light hoping it has healing abilities. At this point, the 2 of them have also caught up with him, and Ui Li, feeling dissatisfied, said, "You rushed in without a battle plan. Have you come up with a solution then?" Lam Tian replied, "No, but it's pointless to just stay outside and plan based on imagination without actually going in to see." The more Ui Li listened, the angrier he became, and he questioned, "Is your plan really reliable?" Before Lam Tian could respond, Captain Han suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" A monster appeared in front of them, charging fiercely at Ui Li. Commander Han quickly intervened to block the beast. Then he quickly stepped back and asked, "Are you okay?" Ui Li replied, "Thank you, boss." Just facing this monster, Ui Li's face turned pale as he silently thought, the strength of the mutated creature outside the estate is greater than mine. So inside the estate, Commander Han continued fighting the monster and said loudly, "Be careful. This mutated dog already has the strength of the 4th realm of the Brave Spring." He approached the monster and kept punching it with powerful fists, preventing it from counter-attacking. Seeing Han Hiufeng fight so bravely, Ui Li was very pleased. No wonder he was the boss, able to hold his own against this mutated dog. After a few punches, Commander Han jumped up and kicked the head of the beast. The beast was now bleeding quite a bit from its mouth. At the same time, Commander Han had already exhausted a lot of his strength, but the monster still hadn't been dealt with. "Are you done playing? Can we continue into the manor now?" Ui Li, upon hearing this, immediately became angry on behalf of Han Hiufeng, thinking what does he know? This beast dog has already reached the Dong Tuyen 4th realm. He believes. Lam Tian didn't bother arguing with this brat and directly drew his sword to strike into the air. The power immediately surged through and split the body of the monster in 2. Commander Han was instantly shocked by the sight before him. After dealing with the 2 monsters, Lam Tian continued inside and calmly said, "I entered earlier, you 2 can keep playing at your own pace." Commander Han was still stunned by Lam Tian's power. A single strike from him could split a monster equal to my level in half, so that means... So with this matter, Ui Li also realizes there's a problem. "Boss, did we accidentally offend someone we shouldn't have?" Meanwhile, Lam Tian opened the door of the villa and slowly stepped inside. He looked around and silently assessed. Something was off. 68 people died, so why are there no bodies in the estate? The other 2 also follow him here, and only now did Lam Tian use Hailphone, saying, "Commander Han, I have a question for you. Did your army go inside to move the bodies?" Commander Han replied immediately, "No, we only managed to control the mutated creatures inside the estate. With all our strength, we didn't go that deep. What's wrong?" Lam Tian, after listening, added, "If what you say is true, then the mutated creatures in this villa, maybe they are not just from the 5 realms of the Brave Spring." Captain Han continued, "Could it be that the corpses were eaten by monsters?" Lam Tian immediately denied Captain Han's suggestion. These mutated creatures prefer to swallow spiritual energy, not our flesh. In the end, be careful and split up to search. Who goes upstairs? After learning about Lam Tian's strength, Commander Han no longer dared to be arrogant and obediently said, "Lam Tian Hu Yan De, we will follow your lead." After he finished speaking, Lam Tian divided the tasks. "So I will go upstairs and the 2 of you check the basement." Lam Tian slowly ascended to the upper floor, with many rooms ahead of him. Lam Tian quickly checked each room one by one. After a while of searching, he thought to himself, "That's not right. Even if the monsters had eaten the corpses, they would still leave behind some remains. Let's see if the light attribute spiritual energy I just obtained is useful." Immediately after, Lam Tian's entire body emitted a dazzling light, and the dark spiritual energy was instantly attracted. They found Lam Tian on their own. As for the 2 of them, they are also investigating downstairs in the basement, looking ahead and saying, "Boss, I have a strange feeling about this place." Captain Han also warned, "Stay alert and be ready to fight at any moment." Just as he finished speaking, another monster appeared, leaping down from above. Immediately after, a loud noise rang out. A strange monster appeared before them, its mouth still constantly dripping. Captain Han led the charge and ordered, "Old Zhang, let's attack it together." I responded beside him, Yes, boss. The monster roared and then slashed its claws at Captain Han. Han Hyufeng quickly blocked the attack. After just one block, Han Tonglin's hand trembled violently. This beast is too strong. Seeing the commander injured, Qiu Yili quickly counter-attacked, jumping forward with his focus centered and rushing at the beast, using the wind strategy technique, the tactile wind fist. Qiu Yili struck the beast fiercely, but the creature remained unharmed. How is that possible? Its skin is so thick. Not only did he fail to hurt the monster, but he also ended up in danger as the monster roared and reached out to grab Qiu Yili. Commander Han quickly rushed forward, not allowing anyone to harm my brothers. But with the strength of the beast, it could easily knock him away with its tail. Commander Han couldn't hold his ground and was knocked back, losing a lot of strength. Seeing Under Stanfeng being attacked, Qiu Yili once again charged at the monster recklessly. Boss, I'll risk it with your beast. Seeing my brother rushing into danger, Captain Han hurried to stop him. Oh Zhang, don't! Just as both of them thought they would die here, a huge burst of power suddenly descended from above, quickly destroying the monster. Through the hole above, Lam Tian asked, "What are you two playing at? Can't even finish off a rookie?" Captain Han was stunned and asked, "Lam Tian, with just one strike, you defeated the monster at Lukho Sontrang. So what is your current strength now?" Lam Tian quickly slipped away and jumped down to the basement. Then he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the face of the monster yet." Commander Han said confusedly, "This is the monster from Lake 6 Pagoda." Lam Tian sighed and then continued, "No, that's not it. It's just the dark avatar. Explaining it is complicated. I'd rather show you both directly. Next, I will show you the real world." As soon as Lam Tian finished speaking, a bright light suddenly enveloped him, making it difficult for the two to see clearly. Immediately after, Lam Tian led the two to the real world of this villa, the stench hitting their noses instantly as monsters gnawed on the corpses here. Qiu Yili also couldn't avoid the same situation. He stammered and asked, "Why is there so many here?" But his question was immediately corrected by Lam Tian. "What are you saying stupid for? Isn't Lukho Sontrang the main base of the monsters? Having a few monsters is normal." Seeing that he couldn't face them, Commander Han suggested, "Let's retreat first. I will call the army and have them use firepower to attack. If not, we can't get in." Chu Wei Li also agreed. "Yes, boss, let's retreat first." Hearing Han Hyufeng's words, Lam Tianlian angrily cursed. "Damn it, this villa isn't a reward for me. If you blow it up, what am I supposed to do? It's not a bluff. Dealing with these fools only takes one move." Without saying a word, Lam Tianlian swung his sword to form a circle, and a whirlwind of power quickly defeated all the monsters. After clearing everything, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Hyufeng spoke first. "Brother Lam Tian." "No, Big Brother Lam Tian, you are really amazing, so the problem at the Lukho estate has been resolved." Dewey also chimed in, "That's right, I thought we were going to die here, but I didn't expect you to solve it all with just one strike." Lam Tian said, "The monsters in Lukho Manor are not dealt with yet. Those who die were just cannon fodder." Lam Tian, "Zoom zua như vai chu, thang chua quang, bo ra tham do khu vực này, tìm hiểu mạnh nhất cùng chi ô múc ngu canh ma thòi." However, Lam Tian thought that the more obvious it was, the more clearly it showed that within this month, the monster from the 5th level of the 5 elements had been evolving stronger and stronger. "Hey," Xiao Yi asked in fear, "So Lam Tian, big brother, what are our chances of winning?" Lam Tian then reassured them, telling them to stay behind him and not to run around, and that he would handle the remaining anomalies, and the two nodded in agreement. Then, Lam Tian and the two of them set out to move inside. "Just as you said, everything else is up to you. The monsters were quickly cut down by your strike, and they were already eliminated." He, Xiao, and Jie Feng hide to the side, looking on in fear. So this is the true power of a spiritual energy cultivator. Killing like this is too brutal. "Boss, right now, the two of us feel like fragile treasures hanging in the balance." Both of them stepped outside, and Hyufeng marveled that in less than 10 minutes, he had eliminated all the monsters on the first floor of the villa. Lam Tian continued to clear the path for everyone. "You sense the aura behind the villa." Lin Tian quickly rushes over and instructs, "I'll check behind the villa, you two be careful." But the two behind immediately follow. "Big brother Lin Tian, we're coming too." You approach the source of the aura behind the courtyard. A blazing red aura appears before you, and that is... a giant bloodied heart is in front of you, beating rapidly with each thump. Lam Tian, who look at this, is the leader of the Six Legs Manor. Qiu Yu seeing this spoke up, but Lam Tian Hu Yandia was interrupted before he could finish. Don't say anything else. Big brother Lam Tian is gathering strength. He wonders what he's actually preparing for. Could it be that this is the final monster of the Six-Leg Manor? Hu Feng also fell silent. Lao Chuang, the anger on Big Brother Lam Tian's body. I have only felt on one person's body. Could it be? He immediately confirmed, yes, the chairman of the Spiritual Energy Association of Haidong City, a powerful expert in the Green Pool realm, Mr. King. This is the king during the decisive battle. Lam Tian attacks the monster in front of him. You still use the Thunder Flame Supreme Sword to deal with this monster, and a huge foot appears inside that bloody heart. Finally, the heart shattered and a phoenix appeared. Both Feng and Xiao Yi were terrified. What now? How could there be such a powerful monster? Lam Tian is quite excited about it, finally finding a creature with some real strength. The giant phoenix is a stunning shade of fiery red. The monster, sensing danger, attacked Lam Tian immediately, furious with blazing eyes and spewing a red viscous substance. Lam Tian is more excited. He has arrived. He quickly uses the Four Light Storm to counter its attack. The monster was hit by your attack and wounded. The two witnesses exclaimed, Big brother Lam Tian is so cool. Seeing the disadvantage, the monster ran away. But Lam Tian had no intention of letting it go. I sent someone to do that, didn't I? You quickly move in front of the monster and decisively finish it off with the Thunder Flame 10 Death Array. When attacked, the pain made the monster cry out, and after that, it immediately collapsed to the ground. Lam Tian continued to attack with Thunder Flame 10 Death Array. The monster quickly falls down. Wow, this is already too powerful. You see, this is my big brother Lam Tian. He's so cool. After destroying the monster, Lam Tian declared that this building now belonged to him. The heavily wounded monster kept struggling. Lam Tian coldly said, I will send you on your way. His icy gaze fixed on the monster. A sudden attack instantly finished off the monster. It let out a cry of pain before collapsing. Hu Feng excitedly said, Big brother Lam Tian. Lam Tian replied, That's not my technique. There's someone else here. What do you mean? You say into the air, come out. I can sense the spiritual energy flowing of the person, and a gap begins to slowly open up in front of them. A person steps out from the Xianhai staircase, the leader of the Xianli Spiritual Energy Association in Haitong City, and a 6-stage powerhouse of the Dragon Spring. Hu Feng begins to introduce. Sir Wong Tianhai. This brother of mine is a genius cultivator from Xianhai City. He was invited by our army to help resolve our situation. He calmly said, If that's the case, then spare this monster's life. I want to see if I can learn anything from it. Liu Feng then spoke up. Of course we agree, Wong Tianxin, but Lam Tian disagreed. You say he has no right to decide the life or death of this monster, and certainly no right to decide how to do it. Li Huofeng calmly explained that Master Wang is not only the leader of the City of Heavenly Spirit Cultivators, but also the main supporter of the city's military recovery efforts. Shu Yi immediately added, That's right, Master Wang is very kind. He has used his light attribute, spiritual energy, to help many soldiers in our military zone. He's a very good person. Master Wang also spoke, Young man, although this monster has committed serious crimes, if we can use love to soften it and turn it into a friend of humans, wouldn't that be better than killing it? He said this while beginning to soften it. Everything in the world has spirit, and all being must be softened with love. The monster saw the man saving him with a flicker of recognition, but another attack quickly rushed toward him. This surprises him so much that he can't help but startle. Another attack quickly follows. He realized it immediately and blocked it. Mr. Wang calmly deflected the incoming attack. After blocking it, he immediately punched with his fist, hitting Lam Tian's attack. Mr. Wang also has to admit that Lam Tian's energy is very strong. He spoke up, Kid, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to become Chu Lao's enemy or an enemy of humanity? Never mind the two behind who are stunned. Lam Tian coldly said, If you want to know the reason, fine, I will tell you. You said, first, this monster has killed many people in the villa and it will pay for that. The second, Lam Tian never need other to tell him what to do. You are not qualified to order him. And the third, which is the most important, you turn your sword towards him since the moment the creature's spiritual energy appeared to be extremely strange. Hearing that, Hu Feng immediately asked, Big brother Lam Tian, what does it mean that the spiritual energy is strange? Lam Tian straightforwardly said, "This monster fears him. It fears Wang Tianxin wants to save it more than it fears me, a human trying to kill it." Hearing this, he smiled a strange smile. "Kid, in its eyes, both you and I are just humans. Moreover, I also use the light cage to seal its actions, so it's natural that it fears me. Now, as you sheath your sword, don't forget to politely ask if I can use my special ability to see what memories are stored in this monster's mind." This surprises Wang Tianxin. "What is it?" Xiao Yi also wonders, "Lam Tian, do you still have this kind of ability?" Lam Tian said that after defeating the monster in Tianhai City last time, he gained this ability to directly access and read the monster's memories through a spiritual link. Wang Tianxin thought to himself that Lam Tian was definitely trying to scare him. You walk past him to the monster and begin to use your ability. It screams painfully as you activate it. All three saw the monster gradually lifted up above them, and another image of the monster appeared in front of them. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Tian also added, "It seems that the timing should have been earlier, when the method of channeling spiritual energy was probably different." He couldn't hold back and his heart started to surge. Master Feng attacked him from behind. "But this was within your prediction. You fell into the trap." Lam Tian calmly blocked his move. "Well done." His surprise attack was immediately countered. Seeing him suddenly attack Lam Tian, Hiu Feng and Tiu Ye also spoke up. "Mr. Wong, what are you doing?" At this moment, Han's attitude changed. "If you've already been discovered, then there's no choice but to send you all to your deaths." Lam Tian looked down at him coldly and said, "Brother Wong, this giant beast was probably raised by you in this mansion, wasn't it? So why has this monster been able to survive until now and be the one I encountered?" Captain Han still hesitated, but then guessed another possibility and asked him back, "Do you believe what you're saying?" At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, ruffling your hair, and Lam Tian sneered mockingly, "Wong, this monster has been growing since you appeared. It looks like you've done a lot of things only beasts could do." Wong's name then began to laugh, his voice dark and ominous. "Lam Tian, you're very clever, but you don't know that smart people don't live long." Commander Han was stunned. Is what Big Brother Lam Tian said really true? Over there, Mr. Wong stood up, emanating a blue aura. This monster was indeed nurtured with spiritual energy I cultivated in this mansion. He bowed slightly, "But I need to make a slight correction. I didn't raise it to kill humans, but to protect humanity." Hearing that, Nian Jiang Nianloi immediately became furious and shouted, "You bastard! Do you know how many lives we lost to reclaim the city?" Over there, he still smiled confidently and said those people's deaths were extremely meaningful. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from the initial Dong Trian Tam stage to the current Rang Trian Luk stage. You, the lowly, will never understand the thoughts of someone like me who belongs to the upper class. His whole body radiated a strange energy. I raised this monster not only to use it to destroy other monsters and reduce the casualties among human soldiers, but also to study its evolution and find ways for human cultivators to better adapt to this revitalizing world. He clenched his palm with a smile, the glasses on his face flashing brightly. Now this monster was completely under my control. His voice turned cold. The words he needed to say had already been spoken. Now it was time to send you on your way. The target of that blue light is Lam Tian, and the system in the sky immediately announced that a strong light attribute energy was detected. Do you want to absorb it? Hearing this, Lam Tian chuckled excitedly. Is there really such a good thing? Then absorb it. Then Lam Tian no longer resisted the light but immediately raised both hands to absorb it, and the surrounding air began to swirl. The two people on the other side, unaware of what was happening, looked on anxiously. Big Brother Lam Tian. Meanwhile, Tan Kai suddenly reached out with his hand for the next attack. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet to block it. Tan Kai smiled maniacally. Then let me enjoy hearing your cries of pain. Afterwards, those beams of light pierced their bodies, and their screams of agony echoed. At this moment, their faces became pale, and the pain continued to surge relentlessly. Tan Kai smirked and pointed forward. This is the price you have to pay for daring to offend the king. Meanwhile, he didn't notice that all the light had been absorbed into Lam Tian's body, and around him, yellow lights and sparks of electricity kept emanating. At this moment, Lam Tian's attributes have also increased, with the light system rising from level 1 to level 2. After absorbing the light, Lam Tian panted heavily, and around him was now surrounded by a different red energy. Lam Tian couldn't help but marvel. This trip was truly worth it. Not only did he receive a house for free, but his strength also increased by a level. Then suddenly, Lam Tian leapt high, 3 beams of light enveloping him, and the man who was smiling froze instantly. Immediately, the red energy shot out like blaze, knocking away the bindings of Han Tongling and Xiao Yi, causing them to stumble and fall. Xiu Feng, after escaping, looked up anxiously and said, "Big brother Lam Tian, thank you for saving us." At this moment, Lam Tian, now stronger than before, coldly looked down and immediately said, "There's no more waiting, let's finish this quickly." That guy panicked and stepped back. "What's going on? How can you move freely? Weren't you trapped by my light shield?" Lam Tian looked down at him with contempt. "Do you really think a piece of trash from the Green Realm can hold me? I only point my sword at Tan Kai to thank him for helping me become stronger, and I will give him a quick ending." Tan Kai immediately begins gathering his energy and focusing ahead. "With just a kid who picks his nose and dares to judge me, I want to see what real strength he has." Immediately after a series of bright light surged toward Lam Tian, he quickly swung his sword to activate the Thunder Flame Dragon Destruction Slash, and the Water Dragon immediately appeared. And so, the Water Dragon charged forward, knocking away the bright light. Tan Kai, seeing this, clenched his teeth and looked up from below. At this moment, Lam Tian suddenly rushed from behind, swinging his sword high, and Tan Kai was startled when he sensed it. He quickly turned around in panic. "How could this kid be so fast? It's over, I can't dodge." Lam Tian's sword gradually lowered in front of him before striking down, causing his foot to land on the ground. You turn around and say, "The peak of the 6th level of the Brave Realm is nothing special." The guy wounded on the shoulder grits his teeth and says, "Lam Tian, go find death." Then suddenly he stood up, his whole body radiating a huge energy like a blazing blue flame. Tan Kai shouted, "Lam Tian, you've completely angered me." He roared angrily and told you what true strength of a top-tier 6-star warrior is. Immediately after, a large magic circle appeared in the sky, ready to attack. Lam Tian, feeling annoyed, tried his best to defend himself, but only managed to hold him off a little. The other guy, unwilling to give up, reached out and activated the 1,000 arrows piercing range. Sharp arrows suddenly shot down from the magic circle above his head. Lam Tian quickly activated his power to deflect them and then dodged away. The new recruit suddenly moved again, jumping high and charging forward with all his might. "Die, Lam Tian!" Suddenly, a giant sword appeared from his hand, shining with a sword array, and the sword descended. Lam Tian glanced back. An explosion suddenly erupts, blinding flashes collide, but then Lam Tian's voice remains calm as he assesses the situation. "Your speed is too slow." Tan Kai, hearing this, is startled even while in mid-air and wonders, "Where am I?" Lam Tian suddenly rushed from behind and slashed across Tan Kai's back, knocking him flying to the ground. By this point, Tan Kai could no longer stand up, lying on the ground and continuously coughing up blood. "Lam Tian, even if I die, I will absolutely not lose to you." Tan Kai suddenly shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength fiercely. Strange glowing characters continuously emitted light across his entire body. A pair of wing-like skin growths appeared behind Tan Kai as he cried out in pain. He had completely lost his sanity and transformed into a giant bird soaring forward. "Lam Tian, let me see the full strength of my team. This move of his is just a shining display." Lam Tian looked down at him with contempt. "A mere pinnacle of the 6th stage. What's there to worry about?" Hearing this, he was so angry he trembled, coughing uncontrollably, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Could it be that he had already reached the 7th stage of the Brave Selection Realm? It hadn't been long since spiritual energy recovered, and he was able to reach the 7th stage of the Brave Selection Realm. Then Lam Tian continued to rise. "Alright, I have other things to do. It's time to send you off." Wang Tanhai, unwilling, blocked with wide eyes, tears streaming down. "I can't die here, I can't." Lam Tian continued to swing his sword and said, "Pay the price for what you have done." Then he immediately slashed straight down. He coldly scoffed. "The third eye is still the third eye." Over there, Han Hiefeng and the young Xiao Yi were stunned. "Oh my god, is this brother Lam Tian really a top-tier high-level warrior?" Han Tongling was terrified inside. "Oh my god, no wonder he is big brother Lam Tian." Then Lam Tian put away his sword and said, "Go check out that big bird." They immediately said okay. Han Tongling continued, "Brother Lam Tian, come this way." The bird on the other side is being pierced by those light arrows. Han Tongling saw this and was worried. "Big brother Lam Tian, let's kill this cruel monster and then go outside." Lam Tian looked down at it, feeling a bit of pity. It's not a monster, it's just harmed by someone else. Then he reached out his hand, and a golden light flew toward the bird's body. The bird suddenly chirped "Kak kak." The two behind him looked worried and warned, "Brother Lam Tian, be careful." Lam Tian calmly told the bird, "I am not Tan Kai. I won't hurt you. I just want to help you understand." The bird with glowing red eyes looked at Lam Tian. Then it suddenly bowed its head to receive your treatment. After a while, it was healed and instantly transformed from a brave bird into an owl. The two people over there were immediately stunned, their mouths wide open as it turned into an owl. At this moment, the small bird flew onto Lam Tian's shoulder as if recognizing him as its master, and the young man with no sense of humor looked confused, wondering what exactly had just happened. Lam Tian gently stroked the little bird and said, "I don't know either. I initially intended to use light spiritual energy to heal its wounds, but after treatment, it turned into this." The young man suddenly remembered and asked, "Right, big. Brother Lam Tian, can you see the past? Can you show us what this owl has gone through?" Lam Tian awkwardly said that was just a lie, simply to trick the fool into falling into a trap, which startled the two people beside him. So he quickly turned around and said, "Alright, everything is settled now, let's go home. I still need to find someone to repair it and see how much it will cost to renovate this house." The two people on the other side still looked worried and asked, "Wait, Big Brother Lam Tian, are you planning to keep that owl as a pet?" Lam Tian just calmly walked away, humming to himself. Hearing their questions, Lam Tian turned back and replied, "I never thought about raising a spirit beast, but this little guy is very obedient, so keeping him at home isn't a bad idea." He immediately asked again, "Maybe the army should raise him." General Han quickly waved his hands and said, "No, that can't be. The military's budget is limited, and this is a spiritual beast to rescue with great effort. How can we be qualified to raise it? You better take it away. Following you will definitely be more comfortable than being confined by the army." Seeing the frightened look on his face, Lam Tian calmly said, "Do you really need to worry? I am genuinely negotiating with you." Commander Han still looked confused and continued, "Big Brother Lam Tian, please don't joke with me anymore. How could we dare steal your spiritual beast?" Lam Tian here was a bit speechless, so let me take it back to show the people at my house, and if anyone objects, I will give it to your army. A moment later, somewhere else, a stack of documents was thrown directly into the man's face as a furious shout rang out, "What the hell are you guys at the Spirit Energy Association actually doing?" The man above, who seemed to hold a high rank, looked down and said, "The cultivators of the High Sea Spirit Energy Association not only raise monsters but also use our soldiers as test subjects." Seeing this, the man hurriedly grabbed the document and said, "Commander Tam, this is truly a misunderstanding. I have no knowledge of Tan Kai's actions. He is one of the most experienced and powerful experts in our association, and with his strength, I really cannot offend him." Hearing that, Commander Tam asked coldly, "You dare not offend him, but do you dare to offend our army?" At this point, he was even more frightened and waved his hand saying, "I don't dare." "Chief Commander, please don't say that. I am just an ordinary person. Most of the work in the association is handled by cultivators. I really can't do anything." Then he immediately hurriedly clasped his hands in plea, tears streaming down his face. "The Spirit Energy Association and the military. I am just an ordinary person. I can't afford to offend anyone. Commander Tam, please have mercy and be gentle. Give me a way to survive." He sneered at that. "A way out? Do you know how tragically the soldiers killed by monsters have died? When family members cry out in despair, aren't they also begging for a way out?" At this point, the man broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't speak a word. Commander Shen continued, "Telling you that, from today onward, the military will conduct a thorough investigation of all members of the Spiritual Energy Association. It's better if you cooperate. If not, don't blame me for using military force." He immediately raised his hand, respectfully saying, Yes, I will cooperate with the investigation. I only beg the Marshal Tam to show mercy. Don't let the reputation of the Spirit Energy Association be completely ruined or I will be destroyed by those cultivators." The Commander-in-Chief immediately shouted, "Alright, leave here now, and make those cultivators be honest. Understood?" He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, in another building where Lam Tian was. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed another place. Two girls had been waiting inside the house for his return. "Are you okay, my love? You're back already." Seeing that, Lam Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. This is what family feels like. It's truly wonderful. He closed the door and went inside, secretly hoping that if he could continue living like this, he would need to become even stronger. over there," she asked. "Why are you so distracted?" Then suddenly she noticed something beside you, your pet, and Lam Tian put his hand into his mouth to suppress his bloodlust. Immediately after, the owl suddenly appeared and perched on Lam Tian's head. Seeing the small bird, both girls immediately exclaimed happily, "So cute, so adorable, so cute," and it was an owl. "Where did you buy this cute little owl from?" She gently touched its collar and smiled, saying that it could survive in such a place, showing that the creature's will to live is truly strong. He took a quick sip of water and replied, "Indeed, it is very strong. After all, this is a top-tier rare beast of the 6th level." The two girls over there, who were holding the beast, suddenly turned pale and froze in shock. The two girls sharply asked again, "Lam Tian, what did you just say?" He calmly took a sip of water and replied, "I said this owl is a fierce beast at the peak of the 6th level." The owl on the other side still maintained its cute look as it tilted its head and looked at them. They immediately backed away in fear and asked, "Brother Eye, this beast really is a top-tier spirit beast of the 6th level. I won't get bitten to death, will I?" The girl beside her also warned, Fee, don't move. At this level, this beast could tear us apart in just a minute." Seeing the two girls like that, Lam Tian also shook his head and reminded them, "Alright, don't worry too much. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you too, it would have done so a long time ago." Then he placed the water bottle on the table and continued, "Everyone keeps focusing on themselves. When will we be able to break through?" The girl felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that. "We also want to try hard, but strength isn't something you can just increase on command. Fifi over here is also feeling down." "That's right. Do you think everyone is a genius like you?" Lam Tian, hearing that, simply shrugged and went into the room to train harder. "If we happen to face a dangerous situation like last time, I might not be able to save everyone in time. I'm going to rest now." As nightfall over the city, the group of soldiers sitting across from each other are eating and drinking. "Have you heard? The strongest cultivator in Haitung City has been killed." The guy on the other side, drinking from a bottle, said, "He's caused so many of his brothers to die. It's only right he's dead." The other person was stunned and asked, "Could it be because of a powerful beast, like a Deng Tuyen that can?" That guy immediately hit him on the head, talking nonsense. "If there really were a powerful beast in the 7th level of the Deng Tuyen realm, then we wouldn't even be able to survive." He looked confused and asked, "Then how did he die?" The guy immediately turned around and then sat back down, continuing, "I heard that he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. I heard this cultivator once dealt with a major crisis in Tianhai City." The two of them were shocked and said, "What cultivators in Tianhai City are really that powerful?" Suddenly someone enters, with a cold, gloomy voice asking, "What are you all whispering about here?" The three immediately stand up respectfully and say, "Boss, we were swapping shifts, so we sat down for a drink to warm up, just chatting casually." He kept staring coldly at them and warned, "I can let this slide, but you must not reveal any specific information to any cultivator in Tianhai City, or it will be considered a breach of military secrets." The three of them immediately responded seriously, "Yes sir," and then he said, "Alright, disperse," and the three of them quickly ran off like they were fleeing. Over here, he pondered with a worried mind, "You guys have no idea how powerful Lin Tian is. I dare say that Lin Tian is now the person who can influence our country's international standing." At this moment, Fi was at home turning on her computer in a state of panic. The top notification on the screen was an article titled, "Powerhouse Lam Tian Sweeping Through Monsters, Aiding the Army to Retake Haitin City." She felt happy and proud. Sure enough, it was now on a hot surge. Many people were also commenting below the article. After reading a string of comments, Fi felt annoyed, wondering why the practitioners in Taehong City had no manners at all. She then approached and asked, "What's going on, Fi? Are you talking to yourself?" Fifi replied that there is an internet user named Taehong Maidin who claims to be a cultivator at the 7th stage of the Dong Tuyen realm and is threatening to challenge Lam Tian to a duel at the martial arts festival. She immediately paid attention and started looking at her laptop. The martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is this? Why didn't I know anything about it? I just found out myself. Then she started to recount. My grandfather said that the army is about to hold a nationwide competition for cultivators to encourage practitioners across the country to support each other in their training and to protect national security. Fi immediately snapped irritably. Lam Tian, you must win the championship and slap those guys in the face. Over here, Lam Tian was angrily telling that, "Ow, eat quickly, this is the most expensive bird food, nearly 10 yuan per kilogram, you know?" But the proud little bird turned away, refusing to eat. Lam Tian, seeing this, was furious, and Daisy's face said, "I think you're about to rebel. Normal birds would be happy just to have some millet to eat. Do you know how much a pound of millet costs?" Seeing this, the two girls sighed. "Don't treat it badly. Have you heard about the surgery festival?" Lam Tian then turned and still with that annoyed look said, "I'm not going. I'm not interested. I have more important things to do." The two of them, hearing this, looked confused and asked, "Why is that?" Fai Fai also said, "Yeah, what could be so important?" At this moment, Lam Tian was so angry, he was grinding his teeth. Of course, he had to renovate the villa given to him by Haitong City. So Lam Tian pointed ahead and said he had to move there quickly before they turned his house into a hotel. Now, in a different building, voices were discussing that Lam Tian was not participating. Everyone here is gathering together and is confusing what exactly is going on. The young man sighed and said, "From what the young lady said, it seemed he's busy renovating, so he's not interested in this martial arts tournament." Big Fat saw this and looked pleased. "That's good. If he doesn't come, it might be less complicated." At this moment, Commander Shen on the other side heard this and said irritably, "Big Fat, what do you mean by that?" Han scratched his face and said, "Commander Shen, what I'm saying is the truth I have realized after more than 10 years of experience. No matter what event is organized, the fewer people involved, the more deceitful it becomes." The commander narrowed his eyes and said, "Hand over the gem to me. This conference is not only for practitioners from various places to learn and promote progress, but more importantly, to retain talent for upcoming national competitions." He continued, "Without talents like Lam Tian, what would we have to compete with practitioners from other countries?" Another person hearing this also hesitated and said, "But the general knew Lam Tian's character well. He doesn't care about these false titles. So I'm afraid it will be very difficult to persuade him." Someone nearby agreed. The commander-in-chief sternly said, "Should we just leave everything as it is during the festival? If talents like Lam Tian don't participate, it will be a great loss for the country." Another person suggested, "Why not use some rare cultivation resources as rewards? There must be something that would interest Lam Tian, right?" They started whispering among themselves, "Our army does have some low-level mutated spiritual energy sites, and the Lam Tian has already reached the 7th level of the Brave Frontier. Why would he care about those low-level mutations? Oh man, I've come up with a really good idea. Are you suggesting that if the strongest martial artists in the country all participate in this martial arts tournament, we should take the opportunity to eliminate the super variant level mutation point in Haizhou City?" The others also fell silent, listening to his opinion, because if it succeeded, we could not only fully retake Haitong City, but also make the foreign cultivators feel terrified. After all, no country has ever been able to push back super variant level mutation points. The others agreed with a smile and nod, saying this idea was very good. "That's right." Meanwhile, Li Mu quickly spoke up in worry. "Absolutely not." Han continued, "I completely disagree. Do you know how much responsibility I would have to bear if this happens? Why doesn't everyone go to another city? I think the nearby Western Hong City is pretty good too. I'm old now and really can't stand your torment anymore." At this moment, the commander-in-chief directly called out Han's name and said, "Li Dong, do you really need to get so agitated? The old man's proposal is indeed very bold, but not impossible, as long as our army implements comprehensive, protective, and preventive measures first. I will absolutely never let the situation get out of control or cause any trouble for you. The reason I keep worrying and hearing the phrase preventive measures so often in recent years is because of these 4 words, preventive measures. But every time it turns out the same. The more grandiose it is, the greater the chaos that follows. I beg you to let me go. I am old and just want to lie down peacefully, waiting for my retirement day. I really can't do this anymore." At this moment, the commander-in-chief sternly changed his expression and warned Li Duang, "You are the president of the Spirit Energy Association in Haituang. This is a matter of great importance to the country, and there is no room for evasion." At this point, Li Yang had no choice but to sigh in helplessness. "I understand. Once you all make a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. Do whatever you want. I've said everything I needed to say." Then the commander turned to Ou Liu and said, "Your proposal is very good. Let's decide on this." And then he continued, "Ou Liu will be responsible for planning the grand events and assisting the relevant personnel with logistics. Preparations." Over here, he seemed to have another plan. As Tam said, Lin Guyet, your parents will probably have news soon. That night at Lam Tian's house, a golden light still appeared inside the room. Lam Tian is sitting on the bed practicing cultivation, his body emanating a surging spiritual energy. Suddenly, a pillar of light shoots up, and his eyes glow with electric divine fire. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his whole body undergoing a great transformation as the spiritual energy surged continuously, and Lam Tian smiled. He had finally reached the Tung Duyan Ku Khan, just one step away from entering the Tiamat realm. Then the next morning arrived, with the early sunlight shining into the building. Lam Tian was now reading a book, dressed casually in a short outfit at home. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside and wondered who could be coming at this hour. Then a girl entered, smiling warmly and waving hello, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lam Tian, long time no see." As soon as he saw her, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Secretary Tran, is there something that made you come to my house so early today?" And she happily replied, "Today, I mainly came here to give you some rewards, and there are also some procedures that need your signature." Hearing that, Lam Tian stepped aside to let her in and said, "Then please come in." She politely replied, "Thank you." Then Secretary Tran sat down, and she took out a stack of documents from her bag. "This is the reward prepared by the army for you, including the transfer procedures for the villa, the application for reimbursement of renovation costs, and some additional living allowances. You just need to sign here." Lin Tian took the stack of documents and said, quite thoughtful, "Yes. The martial arts competition." Lam Tian then replied, "Go ahead, they already heard those rumors online. As for me, I really don't pay much attention to those things." He then placed the documents back on the table. Secretary Tran Lian explained, "The venue for the martial arts tournament will be a super rare mutated site in Haitong City." Just hearing this, Nam couldn't help but get goosebumps. Another super rare mutation point. How dangerous is this city, really? She continued, saying that Haitong City is located at the intersection of spiritual veins. Since the spiritual energy recovered, this city has experienced a surge in spiritual energy, leading to many dangerous anomalies. Hearing that, Lam Tian also muttered in surprise. The intersection of spiritual veins might not be as simple as it seems, and she also smiled in response. Yes, if Haitong City can be successfully subdued, it would be a great benefit for all practitioners in our country. She continued calmly and politely, saying that according to our information, this super mutated special point contains extremely pure lightning elements. Hearing this, Lam Tian's eye widened in surprise and he asked the rare lightning element. Secretary Chuang smiled faintly when she saw his expression. "Yes. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich in lightning attributes, and this is the detailed information. Let me participate in the martial art tournament, so I won't take those documents from you." Hearing that, Secretary Tran slightly worriedly said, "Mr. Lam Tian, please don't misunderstand. I'm not worried. I will review these documents first before making a decision." Hearing that, Secretary Tran immediately stood up and said, "I truly thank you very much, Mr. Lam Tian. You can call me anytime." A few hours later, after buying breakfast, Lam Tian grumbled, "Come on, ladies, wake up and eat." Fifi yawned deeply and stepped out, wearing a sexy purple spaghetti strap nightdress, so sleepy she could die. Meanwhile, Lin Guyet also blinked her eyes and went outside, dressed in a simple pink pajamas. As soon as she stepped outside, Lin Guyet noticed a stack of documents on the table and immediately asked what they were. Lam Tian looked at them with a displeased expression, explaining that they were the materials for the recent competition with the reward mission that the army had brought earlier today. As he spoke, he set down his breakfast. As soon as she saw it, Fai immediately opened it to check and said, "Let me see what reward my grandfather has given. Is there any rank or position involved?" Lam Tian nonchalantly replied, "Not as fancy as you think. Just the transfer of the villa and reimbursement of decoration costs." Hearing that, Fifi was surprised and thought, "What? Is my grandfather that stingy? Just giving me a ruined villa?" Lin Huyet nearby was also speechless. Fai immediately looked upset and said, "I'll go ask my grandfather if he can give me a different piece of land." Hearing that, Lam Tian immediately stopped her, washed her face, and obediently went to eat for me. Meanwhile, Lin Guyet sighed in relief. Then suddenly, her attention was caught by something. Lin Guyet saw a line of writing in the middle of the papers. As soon as she saw it, she immediately widened her eyes in shock. Her face was full of worry, trembling as she grabbed the paper, which was the very evidence of her parents' disappearance. As she opened it and looked again, she felt something strange. Why were some pages missing? Lin Nguye secretly felt angry inside. Was the army deliberately hiding it? But why cover it up like that? Could it be they didn't want me to know the truth? Meanwhile, Lam Tian was about to speak, but then turned to look in that direction. Lam Tian quietly thought to himself, maybe this girl has already noticed, and he secretly hoped that Lin Kuei would be better off not knowing about this. Then the sky gradually darkened, and the setting sun cast its glow over their house. Lam Tian looked at the documents in front of him with a grim expression. The document above shows the special level of super variant points, the 4th exploration of the Thunder Maze, with team members Lan Chao and Tu Yet Han, the search lasting 7 days. On the 5th day, contact was lost and their fate remains unknown. Lan Chao and Tu Yet Han's daughter, Lin Guyet, was adopted and is now training as a spiritual cultivator. At this moment, he suddenly dropped his phone and called someone. Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that special point. She immediately replied happily, That's great, Mr. Lam Tian. Lam Tian looked into the distance thoughtfully. But I'm very dissatisfied with how your army operates, she stammered. You mean to say... I feel a bit uncomfortable inside, but I keep a calm face. You know Lin Guyet's parents are connected to that special point, and I can't ignore it, so you're forcing me like this. Secretary Tran on the phone quickly and nervously said, It might be a misunderstanding or coincidence. We didn't mean it that way. Lam Tian continued to speak. Do you think I would believe that? She stammered. Sir Lam Tian, I will definitely report your opinion to the higher-ups. Lam Tian immediately responded sharply. Stop shifting the blame. I don't care what the military is thinking, but this probing behavior really irritates me. Your hand clenched the paper and told your people, this is the first and last time, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Secretary Tran quickly responded, Mr. Lam, please rest assured, I will convey your exact words to your superiors. Then Lam Tian put away his phone and walked into the house with a somber mood. On the other side, he saw Lin Yuye dozing off on the sofa in the living room. Suddenly, he noticed a line of writing on the table. Lam Tian moved closer to look at the handwriting. Then Lam Tian gently covers the girl with a blanket. Watching her peacefully asleep, he silently vows to himself, Don't worry, I will definitely find out what happened to your parents. A few days later, the car drove straight to a building. Lam Tian got out with a displeased look, and suddenly a voice called out, Lam Tian has arrived. The people inside the building immediately rushed out happily to welcome Lam Tian, and then a group of them bowed in respect to him, greeting him. Seeing this, Lam Tian suddenly stopped in surprise. Seeing this scene, you can't help but wave your hand with a black line across your forehead, saying stop everyone, I feel embarrassed. The man in charge at this moment smiled and said, Brother Lam Tian, you deserve it. If it weren't for you destroying the Tan Kai beast, we wouldn't know how badly we would have been tormented. Seeing their reaction, Lam Tian was a bit embarrassed and said, Alright, stop praising me, I'm just doing what I should. Bene Heifeng smiled proudly and continued, You don't know how much Tan Kai has affected the army. Brothers truly appreciate you from the bottom of their hearts. These cheers are entirely deserved. Another young man also smiled and asked, Lam Tian, I heard that you only need one sword to defeat Tan Kai. Is that true? Lam Tian nodded and recalled, He's not too difficult to deal with, just a bit troublesome. Hearing this, everyone immediately cheered and said, You are truly the amazing Lam Tian, so cool, and Lam Tian was left speechless. Come on, everyone disperse and start borrowing money again. Pai Pai from inside the car suddenly looked out and said, Honey, you should get used to this sooner because this kind of scene will definitely happen often in the future. The sooner you adapt, the easier it will be. Lam Tian sighed and said, Alright, who asked me to be loved by everyone like this? Then he continued to walk outside, asking as he went, Commander Han, do you know where President Liu Ying is? I need to find him for something. Han Jifeng replied, Over here. Then they went to another camp. There, Liu was looking at a piece of paper, thinking to himself that this incident had too many unknown dangers, and he had to carefully check the list of people entering. Suddenly, Lam Tian walks in from outside looking displeased. Director Liu hasn't seen him in a long time. As soon as he sees Lam Tian, he raises his head and says, Lam Tian, you're here. Come sit down quickly. Is there something you need to talk to me about? Lam Tian still calmly sat down and said in a cold voice, Director Liu, I heard Secretary Tran say that the recent incident was arranged by you, right? Hearing this, he immediately lowered his voice and replied, Yes, I know this will upset you, but I have no other choice. He looked away with a sad expression. Outwardly, Nguyet Nhi was obedient and understanding, but she often cried silently at night. The more he spoke, the more he felt compassion. Before meeting you, I relied on the army and my own strength to help her find her parents, but I entered that place more than 5 times. And not only did I fail, but many people also lost their lives. Liu An then looked at Lam Tian again and said, I hope you participate in the martial arts tournament to encourage other cultivators, but I also want to take this opportunity to help Lin Juyet find her parents. So he suddenly stood up, sincerely bowing. If this causes you any displeasure, I apologize. And only hope you won't hate the girl, she doesn't know anything. Lam Tian sighed and said, Uncle Liu, just tell me directly next time. If something like this happens, no need to beat around the bush. Hearing that, he immediately looked up happily and said, be direct. You mean just give the score? Lam Tian looked down and continued, Lin, Nguyet and I are friends. Doing these things for you doesn't need any reason. Hearing that, he immediately joyfully said, Thank you, Lam Tian. Then finally, the martial arts competition day arrived. The person standing above the platform looked down at all the participants and said, Welcome to the first martial arts festival, I believe. Everyone knows this event is not only a competition but also a challenge. The commander-in-chief looked down and told everyone that, next, I will talk about the important points of the anomaly that you will soon face. Everyone fell silent, their faces serious, as they listened carefully. The competition site this time is the Super Variant level anomaly point in Haitong City, located at the intersection of spiritual veins, containing extremely powerful spiritual energy of the fire attribute, and also very dangerous. At this moment, a handsome young man approached with a smile and extended his hand to shake, saying, You must be Lam Tian. I am Ma Tu, a cultivator from Tan City. Lam Tian hesitated for a moment before politely shaking hands and replying, Hello. He immediately looked happy and scratched his head, saying, Wow, I didn't expect the Swordmaster Lam Tian to be so friendly. Hearing this nickname, Lam Tian instantly stopped and looked confused. What Swordmaster? He immediately explained. That nickname comes from a legend where you cut down Dan Kai with a single sword. It's now widely spread among the Cultivators Association in Tan City. Hasn't reached your place yet. Hearing this, you were speechless. Luckily, it hadn't reached here, or you'd be so embarrassed. Then he asked for that person's name and whether he came to my province for something. Mark II quickly said, Oh, right, I almost forgot. He smiled and said softly, Mr. Lam, can I join your group after we enter the anomaly point later? Fai, hearing that, got angry and said, Really? You want to come with us? Lam Tian remained calm and asked, Why do you want to join us? Is this the mission assigned to you by the Spirit Chi Guild of Tanjiao City? Or Lam Tu then whispered to Lam Tian, nervously saying, Lam, I'm telling you secretly, don't let others find out or I don't know what you'll say. Even though I was sent by the Tanjiao City Spiritual Energy Association, I'm actually just here to meet the quota and have no real strength at all. Hearing that, you became even more suspicious and Cody asked him if a cultivator like you really had no strength at all. Moreover, the Tanjiao City Spiritual Energy Association sent someone like you. Aren't you afraid of losing face? He shrugged fearfully and said, Losing face doesn't matter to them. They only care about having enough people. I'm just an amateur cultivator. If they like how I look, they'll just toss me aside. The 3 of them, Lam Tian's group, couldn't help but be speechless. Just because they like how I look, I have to go along with it. The new Spirit City Association is quite funny. Mark II on the other side is covering her face, pretending to be scared. I really fear death. I heard that the anomaly point is even tough for veteran cultivators. If I go in, I'd probably die instantly. Lam Tian continued to ask, So you want me to follow you? Ma Tu hesitated and said, That's right, Mr. Lam. With your strength, if I follow you, I might still have a chance to survive. Fai looked at that with disdain. What a cowardly turtle. It's because of people like you that our reputation on the international stage is so bad. Lin Huyet quickly said, Fai, don't talk badly about him right in front of everyone. Then Fai looked rather unfriendly and continued, As long as you promise not to cause trouble or involve us. Mark II immediately raised his hand and said, I promise not to cause trouble. I will absolutely follow orders and never bother anyone. The girl beside him also spoke up, Captain Lam, maybe let him come along. Ling Huyet, a bit hesitant, continued, Yeah, looking at him, he doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble, so maybe let him go with us. Alright, since you seem sincere, I'll let you come along for a bit, but remember, don't act on your own. Matu scratched his head and said, "Thank you, big brother Lamb. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Everyone can rest assured I will not cause trouble." Suddenly, they sensed something strange and immediately looked in another direction. The teleportation door gradually opens her head, forming a dark hole, and the person above immediately becomes serious and announces the first national martial arts tournament of the Ha Kingdom officially begins. At this moment, inside that black gate is a land filled with rocks and dirt, with strong winds constantly howling. All the participants in the duel immediately jumped into the black hole. Lam Tian's group was the first to land on a nearby rocky patch, and the others gradually found their positions. They all stood up straight, alert and looking around. When Fai Fai spoke, Haitong isn't supposed to be a city, so why has it become like this? "Captain Lam, let's go next." Suddenly, the ground beneath them started to shake and move violently, causing the others to shout what's happening. Motu over there immediately sat down, clutching her head and crying out for help. Lam Tian immediately warned everyone to be careful, anything can happen in this scenery. Soon after, the dirt and sand on the ground transformed into humanoid monsters with wide open mouths and glowing red eyes. All those monsters covered in spikes rushed crazily towards them. Lam Tian immediately shouts, "Prepare to fight." Then a powerful move was unleashed, causing a spectacular clash. The monsters rushing toward them were immediately knocked back. Lam Tian's group was stunned and turned to look back. At this moment, a figure with red hair, dressed in red and wielding a red sword appeared in the sky and said, "You are Lam Tian." Lam Tian looked at the newcomer and asked, "Who are you?" He then slung his sword over his shoulder and arrogantly looked down. "I am the strongest red cultivator, Tong Kim Kwong. I left a message on the wall a few days ago." Hearing this, Fai Fai immediately remembered and said, "Could it be that you are the top of the Western Red?" Tong Kim Kwong from the other side then raised his weapon and said to them, "If your woman has seen that pose, then it's easy to handle. Lam Tian, I am here to see you. You act like you don't care and say, 'Challenge me to a fight?' Sorry, I currently have no time and no interest. If you are just here for this trivial matter, please go home." Tong Kim Kwang looks annoyed and says, "It's truly disappointing. It seems your feat of killing Tan Kai with one sword is just a boast from the army." Then he dashed off arrogantly saying, "Come find me, Lam Tian." Hearing that, Fai Fai was furious and shouted, "You bastard, if you dare, come down here, the 4 young ladies will teach you a lesson." Lam Tian then said, "Fai Fai, let's go, we have something more important to deal with." On the other side, Matu smiled casually and said, "Brother Lam, don't be angry. That kid flew with me the whole trip and didn't say a word to me the entire time. It made me so mad." Lam Tian looked in that direction and said, "I don't care about that. Let's head towards that mountain and be very careful." On the way, he thought seriously in his heart, Lin Yue's parents must be safe and sound. Then their group rushed forward, suddenly noticing something and saying, "Wait, there's a problem here." They looked down and saw another black hole, and the whole group flew down. As soon as they arrived, they found a deep cave with flickering flames inside. Looking around, Lin Guyet assessed the place. It's definitely been the site of a battle, likely involving fire attribute, mystical beasts. Lam Tian then led the group forward and said, "Since we're here, let's go inside and take a look." The entire group then moved deeper inside, where a red glow still shone. They each looked in different directions inside the cave. Then suddenly Lam Tian spoke, and the whole group turned to look. There, a group of people participating in a martial arts contest was fighting a huge monster, which roared fiercely in defense. Another person was killed by the giant monster. Soon after, a large flame gradually gathered from the monster's mouth, and the others, unprepared, were swept up by the gusts of fire. The others, seeing this scene, ran away while screaming for help, and at that moment, one person looked up blankly. Seeing Lam Tian's group, they cheered happily. "Big brother Lam Tian has arrived to save us, and there's that guy, Volume Shi, who calls you dad, raises you, and saves the children." Looking at the roaring monster, Lam Tian quietly assessed that this creature has strength comparable to the 4th realm of the warrior pool, making it perfect for Lan Guyet and Wu Tin to test their skills. So he turned back and told the two behind him, Lin Guyet, Wu Tin, both of whom are ice users, to go and take it down to practice and gain more combat experience. The two immediately agreed. Then the two girls immediately rushed towards the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a powerful flame. Wu Tin quickly unleashed the freezing attack to block the monster's assault, and the creature couldn't break through that defense as the other team members rushed in from behind. She immediately launched a freezing attack aimed at the monster. The monster's leg was instantly pinned down by the shards of ice. The monster let out a piercing cry of pain. Then Lin Guyet immediately leapt up to dodge the attack from its spiked tail. Then the two crossed swords strike directly at the monster. By chance, she also activated the ice spear, creating a stunning ice sword. She immediately thrust her sword straight into the monster's abdomen, causing it to stumble in surprise. Then it shattered into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, the witnesses were immediately amazed and delighted. So powerful, a goddess in form, truly a goddess indeed. Then the group of men quickly surrounded Wu Tin and Lin Guyet, while Lam Tian silently observed and thought, let them experience what it feels like to be cheered and encouraged by everyone. Then your eyes shifted to another place. After the monster disintegrated, a bright yellow gem was revealed. What is this? This is a fire attribute spirit stone. Lam Tian immediately rushed over with joy, this perfect gemstone just in time to help Fai Fai take a step forward. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Wait, that fire element gemstone belongs to me. Hearing this, he looked back with displeasure. It's you again. The guy pointed at you and said arrogantly, hand over the item or don't blame me for being rude. Everyone present here immediately felt angry and indignant. Where did this useless trash come from? Just as expected. While fighting monsters, they don't know where they're hiding, but when the treasure appears, they show up again. Strange indeed. What is he running out for? Seeing that, he glared angrily and shouted down, you bunch of trash, hit them all with everything you've got. Immediately after, Tong Kim Kwong swung a powerful strike downward. The flames suddenly surged toward everyone, and they shouted to be careful and get out of the way. The others quickly stepped back as the flames continued to blast forward fiercely. After the noon feast ended, the fire had created a long trench, and everyone marveled at how powerful it was. This black guy is basically not something we can't read. That diamond troop guy kept raising his sword and said, if you're not afraid of death, come here and talk to my sword. The others saw this and stepped back nervously. The black one immediately laughed with delight. Haha, I thought you guys had more guts, but now you look no different from a bunch of scared turtles. He arrogantly looked down at everyone and said, I'm taking this fire elemental crystal. Anyone got a problem with that? Lam Tian, who had been patient all along, immediately spoke coldly. To Kim Kwong looked over arrogantly and continued, what are you? He looked towards Lam Tian. Strange indeed, Lam Tian. When we met before you were just a turtle hiding your head. Why are you so bold now? At this point, Lam Tian could no longer hold back and coldly said, if you want to die, then don't blame me. Then he immediately charged forward with his sword, attacking him directly, his face emotionless as he shouted Flame Fist. Right after, Lam Tian struck Diamond Clan with a punch to the chest before he could react, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. At this moment, Tu Kim Kwong collapsed to the ground with a hole in his stomach, and the others were immediately terrified. Just one punch and he was like this. Meanwhile, Tu Kim Kwong flared up in anger, his whole body engulfed in flames, shouting, do you want to die, Lam Tian? Immediately, Tu Kim Kwong roared in anger as flames erupted wildly around him. Others quickly backed away, the fire engulfing Tu Kim Kwong. Someone wondered what was going on, how his strength suddenly became so powerful. It's the fire element attribute. He himself is a fire element, spiritual energy, and in this cave, the fire element is extremely abundant, so his strength here is greater than usual. They immediately became worried. What does that mean? He's invincible in here, or something like that. Diamond Troop leader looked down and sneered. Lam Tian, this entire cave is filled with fire elements. I am a god here. Lam Tian coldly looked at him with disdain. Just a dog at the peak of the 5th stage, and yet dares to bark in front of me. That guy, furious at that, shouted, die for me. Then he swung his arm, and a blazing fire wing attacked toward Lam Tian. He still stood there, unmoved, facing the flames. Lam Tian calmly drew the Dang sword from his back and said, too weak. Immediately after, he unleashed Thunder Flame Slash, sparks crackling all around. His sword struck straight through the oncoming fire, piercing it as the Thunder Flame Slash shot directly toward Tong Kim Kwong's body. And just like that, a single slash cut across his body, his scream ringing out in agony. Right after that, Tong Kim Kwong fell to the ground stunned. He clutched his shoulder and cried out in pain, You really dare to cripple me? Lam Tian looked down at him coldly and said, you fool! Before I ignored you because I had other things to do, did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You only point the Dang sword straight ahead at Tong Kim Kwong. Your wound today is a warning. The army is faced. I will spare your life. He underneath is sweating profusely. Then you coldly look down. Next time no one will say you. At this moment, that person finally realized he was scared and immediately said, I was wrong, Lin Tian. Please spare my life. I am willing to bow my head to you. However, inside, he was not truly remorseful and kept seething with anger. Lin Tian, one day I will make you pay the price. Everyone else, after a moment of observation, immediately cheered in amazement. Lam Tian is too strong. Just one move, and he defeated Tong Kim Kwong. That's right, but Tong Kim Kwong is a top-tier warrior of the 7th level. Lam Tian truly is the chosen one, the champion. Then Lam Tian also returned to his teammates. Mark Du immediately felt proud upon seeing him and said, "Big brother Lam Tian, you're so awesome. You're my idol." Fu Tin also said, "Lam Team, you're really amazing." Fai Fai continued to praise, "Love, you're so cool." Then Lam Tian took out the fire spirit stone and said, "Pipi, when you return, absorb the energy inside this fire element stone." She took it, smiled, and asked, "Really? Can I? You also have a fire attribute, spiritual energy, right?" Lam Tian replied, "This doesn't have much use for me anymore." She immediately smiled and kissed his cheek. "Love, you know, I really like you." Lam Tian blushed. Then he quickly looked at Lin Guyet and asked, "Do you know why we came here?" She replied, "Isn't it because of the martial arts tournament?" Lam Tian immediately explained his purpose. "Lam Tian, my Bruce Ma." "No, I'm not interested in the tournament at all. I came here to help you find your parents' whereabouts." Hearing this, Lin Guyet was shocked. Lam Tian quickly reminded her, "Don't be too surprised. I saw from some files in the mission data that mention your parents." Lin Guyet suddenly remembered and said, "Are you the one who will lose some of those mission data pages?" Lam Tian looked away a bit embarrassed and said, "I was just worried you would overthink, so I hid those pages." Then he continued, "According to the documents, your parents came to this strange place when you were young to search for something, and this was the last location they visited. Do you know anything else? Like, did your parents say anything to you before they left? Without those photos, I might have forgotten what my parents looked like." Lam Tian then placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, this time I will definitely help you find your parents." She raised her head and said, "Thank you, Lin, but this anomaly is very dangerous if we go too deep." Lin Tian immediately replied, "Don't worry, whatever this anomaly is today, I will destroy it." Then he told everyone to stay here and not go any deeper. "I will take Lin Guyet further into the anomaly." He then smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, this anomaly point is just like a walk in the park for me." Then he looked at MacDo and asked, "MacDo, are you coming with us?" He immediately made a gesture with his hand and said, No, I don't like to take the initiative and risk." Lam Tin heard that and smiled, saying, "Fine, then I will entrust Fai Fai's safety and Wu Tin to you. If anything happens to them, I will hold you accountable." When she heard that, Mark Du immediately hurriedly said, "Wait, I already said I am a useless person, right?" He was confused, but Lam Tian didn't care and said to Lin Guyet, "Let's go." Then they continued to silently observe around the inside of the cave, her face tense as she looked down. Seeing Lin Guyet's expression, Lam Tian reminded her to relax and not be so tense. Then, as they were walking, he suddenly noticed another direction. At this moment, they saw a white and blue light flickering intensely ahead. As soon as she saw that thing, Lin Yue asked confusedly what it was. Lin Tian immediately activated his system to check, which then reported that it has spiritual energy attributes, specifically a high-quality fire element spiritual energy, and detected the fire flame. As soon as he saw that, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. He's rich now. This time, he's going to make a big profit. He couldn't believe he found such a rare, high-quality spirit chi. So Lam Tian immediately jumped down and said, "Let me go down and check. You just stay here." Lin Yue replied, "Okay." After descending to the place where you secretly observed that thing, this flame not only has no toxic smoke, but also doesn't have a high temperature. Lam Tian began to activate his spirit chi to see how powerful this flame really is. Immediately afterward, the system connectedly announced that absorbing the high-quality fire elemental spiritual energy increased the experience points of the fire element attribute by 154, and the experience points for saving the world continuously made Lam Tian's face show joy. At this moment, he suddenly saw something under his feet. Suddenly, beneath, a swarm of fierce fish monsters charged at Lam Tian, and the creature roared before rushing forward. Lin Guyet, unable to hold back her worry, immediately jumped down and shouted, "Lam Tian, watch out!" She immediately jumped to attack the monster. Then, as if to vent her anger, Lin Guyet stabbed the fish with a dagger. Then she kicked the monster and jumped up without hesitation, immediately throwing the knife toward another target. The knife directly attacked the remaining monster, causing it to cry out in pain. Immediately after, the fish fell into the water. Lam Tin, are you okay? I'm in the process of absorbing the spiritual energy, so I need a few minutes to take in this flame. Please help me keep watch and prevent the monsters from disturbing us. She nodded determinedly and said, Don't worry, I won't let anything get near you. Suddenly, above Ling Wuye's head, a monster unexpectedly stuck out its long tongue. It immediately lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming for her open mouth full of teeth, but quickly dodged the attack and the monster fell to the ground. It then quickly got back up and charged toward Lin Guiyet. Its speed is fast, and its claws immediately slashed toward Lin Guiyet, causing her to cry out. At this moment, Lin Guiyet's arm has a scratch. Then she quickly activated her ice fist to attack the monster, but at this moment it seemed unfazed, shaking its head and looking towards Lin Guiyet. She was stunned and her face darkened. What did you say? Immediately after, the monster spat venom forward. Ling Yet immediately dodged away from the blue thing and then quickly jumped up. Lin Yet immediately activated the stone slabs to defend against the upcoming attack, but the monster's tail directly struck, shattering the slabs and knocking her away. As soon as she hit the ground, Lin Yet spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled and lay still, unable to move. Then gradually the monster approached Lin Guiyet. At that moment, suddenly a blue flame shot straight at it. The entire body of the monster is instantly burned. It screams out in pain. Lam Tian has now absorbed everything, his whole body radiating blue flames, with what looks like wings of fire appearing behind him. Do you dare to touch me? Do you want to die? At this moment, the energy around Lam Tian turns a vibrant blue and hovers powerfully in the air. Even a lowly creature dares to challenge him, and the monster looks up, opening its large mouth in anger. But at this moment, a slash suddenly cut through its body, causing the monster to lie flat on the ground. Lam Tian quickly rushed forward, dodging the monster claw attack that tried to resist. Then he drew his sword and immediately unleashed lightning flame slash on the monster. It kept resisting and swung its tail towards Lam Tian, who used his sword to block the attack. Then Lam Tian stepped back. He immediately activated his new flame, truly worthy of a fierce beast of the 7th realm, showing some real strength. The monster on the other side roared and charged forward. Lam Tian shivered his sword and said, Playing with people is enough, so it's time to end this. Now, his sword was wrapped in blue flames. Let's see how powerful this Tindian fire really is. Immediately, Lam Tian tore down the flame of extinction and annihilation. The fire then surged toward the monster. Then a scream of agony from the monster echoed out. He quickly approached Ling Yut and asked if she was okay. She stood up and said, Thank goodness for you, otherwise I might have been. Lam Tin looked at her and reassured her, It's just a small divine centipede, nothing serious. Be more careful next time and don't go alone. Lin Yut then rushed away from the blood and said, I got it. At this moment, it seems there is a sound coming from the water. Lam Tin said, Go now, don't hide under the lake anymore. Lin Yut was startled and looked over as water droplets suddenly shot up from the surface of the lake. A huge monster resembling a dragon suddenly appeared, looked down at them, and then suddenly spoke, finally breaking free from the seal at the bottom of the lake. Seeing the monster, Lin Yut was frightened and covered her mouth. Is it a dragon? Is there a dragon in this place and it can talk to? The dragon, feeling proud, said, I am a brave and noble dragon, knowing how to speak your human language, so what of it? Lam Tin quietly considers, sensing the aura of the dragon and feeling a hint of danger, so he decides to speak first. He calmly asks, Is this place created by humans? As the dragon's body is shrouded in blue flames. The dragon continued, This place wasn't created by me, but because of me. Hearing that, Lin Guiyet was shocked. Created because of you. What does that mean? It then continued, Over 10 years ago, I trained in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, just to break through the bloodline shackles and reach a higher realm. I never expected two damn humans to come in, constantly suppressing me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake, but also plotting to steal my power. Hearing this, Lin Yete was startled and asked, Do you still remember what those two people look like and what happened to them afterward? The dragon continued, I only remember the man named Lang Xuyan and the woman named Tu Yet Han. Hearing this, Lin Huiyet's face turned pale and her expression froze. It was them, her parents. The dragon on the other side laughed loudly. Truly a cruel fate. Those who freed me are their descendants. The dragon looked down at them and said, so I guess I should thank you both very much. Just as it seemed like you didn't want to let them go, Lam Tian immediately went into defense. So your so-called thanks is just revenge, huh? The dragon then flew up and laughed loudly. Taking revenge as a rule of the strong, devouring the weak. Pay the price for what your parents did. Lam Tian quickly told Lin Guye to leave here now. Lin Guye still insisted on staying. No, I can't abandon you. And moreover, I must find out the truth about my parents from its mouth. The other dragon then spat a stream of blue fire towards them. You won't escape. Everyone will become my sacrifices. Lam Tian quickly swung his sword to deflect the incoming flames and then turned to Lin Guye and said, Lin Guye, don't try to resist. You're not her match right now. I'll handle this dragon. Lin Guye still stubbornly refused. No matter what I said, I couldn't leave you alone to face it. The other dragon sneered mockingly. What a touching display of camaraderie. Too bad neither of you will leave here alive today. Lam Tian still patiently reassured her. Calm and steady. I'll handle this dragon. You go check around for any information your parents might have left. Hearing this, she finally calmed down. Information about your parents? Keep going, leave it to me here. Lin Guye softly says thank you, then turns and runs away. The dragon immediately attacks, not allowing her to go anywhere, its tail swinging fiercely. Lam Tian immediately used his sword to block the attack. At this moment, his whole body was engulfed in blue flames. Too confident. Lan Long. Over there, Lin Guye kept running swiftly through the tunnel. Then she reached a different spot where a white stone appeared. Lin Guye was stunned and muttered, "What is that?" Only then did she see that inside were her parents sleeping. As soon as she saw them, she was immediately shocked, her eyes turning red. Her parents. Lin Guye immediately kept pounding on the stone, saying, "I will save you both right now." She immediately activated her ice spell towards the stone, but the stone didn't even flinch and deflected her attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Guye was stunned and kept asking why as she frantically attacked the other rock block. Tears streamed down Lin Guye's face as he knelt before that boulder. Why is it like this? Elsewhere, where the dragon is fighting, the dragon says that my step will be the first step in my revenge. It immediately creates a blue flame tornado to attack Dai, Dragon Ridge Storm. Lam Tian directly knocked it away, relying on Mai, who is not yet worthy. His immediate attack merged with the fire's assault. Seeing that, the creature sneered. It seems Mai also has some strength. It then started a blue flame towards him. If Mai wants to die, then I will grant his wish. Lam Tian coldly rushes forward. Too weak. Immediately after, your sword clashed with that flame, and the two energies collided. After the dust settled, Lam Tian asked, "Is this really all of your strength?" At this moment, Lam Tian was not at all shaken and said, "The creature of the brave ship scene is that weak." At this point, the dragon became furious. "No way, how could you block 8 parts of my power? That's 8 parts of the strength of the brave ship guardian." Lam Tian still coldly told it, "I give my one last chance. Use your strongest power and skill, or die." The dragon immediately flew up, seeking its own death. "Then I will show all my strength." Immediately, it unleashes a full force attack with blue flames toward Lam Tian. "Regret within the fire for provoking me, human." Lam Tian also adopts a fighting stance. "Is that all you've got?" Lam Tian immediately blasted the flames away and then charged toward the creature. The creature blinked in surprise, then Lam Tian slashed its neck. It screamed in pain, spewing fire, and then he landed on the ground. The creature looked at Lam Tian with annoyance. Hateful, if it weren't for that sword, mine would have been burned to ashes by now. He heard that and let out a grunt. Lam Tian threw the sword aside and said, "Then let's try again." The demon fish was surprised and asked once more, "What did Mai say?" Lam Tian continued to challenge, trying again. The demon immediately begins to gather blue flames in its mouth and say, "This is your self-inflicted death." Immediately, it spat out another blue flame, and the blue fire rushed swiftly toward Lam Tian. Lam Tian also frowned and said, "I see your whole body is now covered in that blue flame." Then he extended his hand and conjured another blue flame. The blue flames engulfed Lam Tian's fist, and then the two pure energy sources collided, causing a massive explosion. Lam Tian's flame immediately overpowered the river's fire and attacked it. It shouted in disbelief, "No way! How can a beautiful human withstand my third dragon?" You calmly reply, also at the level of a brave man in a desperate situation. Why can I withstand my master demon dragon? It's just an outdated existence now. I am the ruler of this world. Lam Tian drew the Than sword and said, if Mai has used all her tricks, then it's my turn now. The little dragon immediately soared into the sky. I can't die. I must survive. I have already reached the level of the brave spring realm. Just one step away from becoming a fortune realm. I absolutely cannot die here. The dragon tried to escape, but Lam Tian immediately said, not so fast, it's too late now, as the green flame sword in his hand began gathering a stream of blue fire. Then he struck with the lightning flame slash to cut the dragon down. However, it seemed like it still tried to escape. Lam Tian placed his hand on Channeling Weir's shoulder and went to check the crystal. Then he slowly approached the crystal in front of him. He silently assessed it, and these runes made him feel a terrifying aura. Lam Tian quickly asks the system to check what the symbols on this crystal are, and a notification sounds, indicating the check is in progress. After the assessment, he concludes that this energy is rune energy. The host must evolve to the circuit realm to absorb it. Lam Tian rubbed his chin, realizing the problem. So that's it. It seems I can't break this glass block now. If I can't break it from above, then I'll start from below. Immediately, he drove the sword in his hand deep into the ground. Lin Guye behind him asked curiously, Lam Tian, what are you going to do? Lam Tian smiled and glanced at her before replying, I'll carve out this piece of crystal. The ground trembled violently as the glass shard was quickly pulled up from the earth. Lam Tian panted heavily, finally managing to dig it out. Lin Nguyen stared blankly at the glass block. Then what should I do next? Hearing that, he smiled and decided to move outside. She seemed to not believe in her own hands. A blue dragon nearby secretly watched the two people. It glared hatefully at Lam Tian from afar. That damn human dared to hurt me. Once I recover, I will definitely seek him out for revenge. In its eyes, a surge of extreme fury flickered. The people outside the cave started to discuss. I told you so. Brother Lam Tian is really powerful. That fierce sword strike earlier was incredible. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to Tong Kim Kwong. Speak quietly. People are still over there, huh? So what if he's there? He's just someone who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. There's nothing worth respecting. Kim Kyung, sitting in a corner, clenched his fist in frustration. If I hadn't lost an arm in a fight, I would definitely wipe out all of you scoundrels. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming power enveloped everyone, leaving them stunned. The lamb dragon charged forward to attack, roaring with fury as deafening sounds of destruction echoed. Everyone started warning each other, be careful everyone, focus your strength on attacking this lamb long. Fire flames, / icy cold, / water dragon disaster. Long dragon eagerly launches consecutive attacks. This is the feeling I should have. True power, real dominance. This is the feeling of true power. This is the feeling of a ruler. Diamond hurriedly turned and ran away. When he saw its strength, this is not a monster he can defeat. He must retreat immediately and absolutely cannot die here. Lam Long realized he was fleeing, trying to escape. Kim Kwong was startled. When Lam Long attacked him, he said, he's been caught. Lam Long dangerously laughed and asked him, do you think you can escape from my hand, human? Kim Kwong hurriedly begged, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lam Long hesitated and asked him, based only on a cripple like you who lost an arm, do you think you can help me? Kim Kwong quickly promised him, I can help you kill all those monks. The people behind started protesting, accusing Kim Kwong of betraying us to stay alive. Just now, I should have let Big Brother Lam cut him down with a single slash, you bastard. Lam Long sneered mockingly, saying that's not enough for you to survive. I can kill them all in the blink of an eye. Kim Kwong kept negotiating, saying he could release him from this anomaly. Hearing that, Wei Lian skeptically asked, you can really let me out? Seeing his hesitation, he continued to persuade. I can use the spiritual energy of the teleportation gate at this anomaly point, harness enough spiritual power to break the spatial binding here, and help you enter the outside world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Long immediately unleashed his power. It quickly unleashes his devastating attack to protect Kim Kwong. The other fake nun see Wei Lian criticize him, accuse Kim Kwong, and say he dares to betray humanity. You ungrateful traitor, don't forget that humans raised you. Kim Kwong sneered, betrayer of kindness, only a timely person is truly talented. The monster then laughed heartily at his words, saying how true it is that only a timely person is truly talented. I give you a chance to prove your worth. As soon as I finish speaking, Kim Kwang feels as if his power is burning his heart. Its power seemed to envelop his entire body. Kim Kwang appears to become even stronger. The fake nuns gritted their teeth in fury. Lam Long ordered Kim Kwang, now prove your worth. He chuckled maliciously and raised his arm wrapped in a dragon-shaped armor. Clearly, Lord Lam Long. Wu Tin saw the unfavorable situation and turning to Fai Fai, said, Sister Fai Fai, we can't let this traitor escape. She also agreed, that's right, even if it costs her life, she must stop him. Kim Kwang smiled challengingly, relying on these two girls to stop me. How utterly ridiculous. Let me see what skill you two have. Mark II quickly stopped everyone, talk it out, don't cause internal conflict. Wu Tin nervously pushed her away, step aside, don't get in the way. She quickly unleashes her ice power, shouting fiercely, watch this. Diamond looks at Wu Tin, rushing towards her, too weak. He then used his sword to cut off her attack. Just as Fai Fai suddenly struck from behind him, the dragon-embellished hand tightly grips her ankle as she cunningly looks back at her. He burned Fai Fai and then slammed her straight onto the ground. Drawing his sword from his back, he smiled wickedly. Fai Fai looked up in panic, knowing she couldn't dodge. Just then, Kim Kwang swung her sword down, a burst of energy blowing it away. He hesitated in front of the scene. What is going on? What is this strange feeling? Wu Tin's face darkened as she attacked and threatened, release Fifi. Kim Kwang unknowingly throws Fai Fai forward. She gratefully looks at Wu Tin and says, thank you. Wu Tin, I quickly catch her and warn you, only Fai Fai, we must be careful of Han's attack. Kim Kwang looks at them with contempt. That was just luck for you, but your luck will only last so long. Let me see what trick you still have up your sleeves. Remember, the sword he just swung caused a violent upheaval around. Fai Fai and Wu Tin fall freely onto the pile of rubble, suffering as they crash straight to the ground. Fai Fai struggles to sit up. She quickly runs over to Wu Tin. Wu Tin, wake up quickly. She helps Wu Tin up to check her wounds. Damn it, Wu Tin's injuries are too severe. Kim Kwang stands above watching them. Have you all seen clearly the true strength now? Fai Fai looks up and rebukes Kim Kwang. Kim Kwang, you despicable human. All you know is to kneel and beg for your life. But when Lam Tian returns, you will pay the price. Hearing this, he looks at Fai Fai with determination. Don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I'll seek him out myself. Anyway, my power now is terrifying. Die. Fai Fai clenched her teeth and hugged Wu Tin tightly. Lam Tian, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Kim Kwang's attack was deflected. That attack left a long scar on the cliff face. Fai Fai was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What? Ma Tu sighed slowly as he approached, threatening to kill me and almost causing what he would say to brother Lam Tian. Fai Fai looked surprised at the person appearing before her. Mother's Day. Kim Kwang suddenly realized the problem. My previous attack couldn't be a critical hit. It's because of you that this game is over, isn't it? Mark II awkwardly scratched his head. Tong Kim Kwang, Big Brother is truly formidable. My little tricks can't hide from you at all. So, how about this? Let's just end it here today. He silently assessed, I've never seen this kid's abilities before, especially if I want to be cautious. Kim Kwang looked at Mark II with displeasure and asked, what do you mean by that? Mark Hu quickly stepped forward to explain. I mean, you should get that dragon out of this special zone and then we pretend nothing happened. Okay, Fai. Fai immediately objected. No, you can't. If the dragon leaves the special zone, the army outside won't be prepared at all. Then who knows how many people will die. Sister-in-law, you and Wu Tin are both badly injured and need urgent treatment. Otherwise, when Lord Lam Tin returns, I won't know how to explain myself. Besides, I originally came to the conference just to experience it, and I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Sister-in-law, please listen to your younger brother's advice. Even if you two go outside, nothing serious will happen. This Tong Kim Kwang is just a defeated subordinate of Big Brother Lam Tin. Once he returns, he'll deal with him. It's only a matter of a moment, right? Kim Kwang, hearing this, immediately gets angry and shouts before launching an attack, you want to die. Mark II dodged the power while shouting bravely, you're truly formidable. Big Brother Tong, I'm about to be overwhelmed by your aura. Kim Kwang continued to unleash his power. The 10 fire flames clashed. Ma Tu still tried to persuade him. Big Brother Song, let's stop here. I am a peace-loving person. Diamond gritted his teeth in anger. If you have the guts, then don't use these tricks. Come up and take my move. Mark II then sighed in disappointment, angry. Big Brother Tong, I've had a weak constitution since I was a child, so I hate direct fights like this. But that doesn't mean I don't have my strengths. A powerful force from him charged straight at Kim Kwang without hesitation. Kim Kwang is surrounded by a massive wave of energy. He gapes in disbelief at the scene before him. A dazzling halo appears in the vast sky, forced to sit down on the ground and hold his sword to fight back against the attack. Kim Kwon grits his teeth and clenches his fist. You little bastard, what kind of awakening did you finally get? Ma-Tu feigns innocence and responds, who would ever boast about their own powers to others? Big brother Tong, what you're saying doesn't mean anything. Kim Kwon stubbornly raised his sword. I am Tong Kim Kwon. I can never lose to a scoundrel like you. Mak-Tu calmly counters his attack. Tong Dai Ka, this move of yours will only hurt yourself. Kim Kwon screams in agony from your strike. He couldn't accept it and charged again. I don't believe it. Ma-Tu calmly reached out and launched his next move. The raging waves of power are all directed at Kim Kwon. He clenched his teeth and watched stubbornly, thinking this kid's ability is too strange. Do I really have no chance at all? Fi is also tense watching the battle. What kind of power is this? Is he really that strong? Kim Kwon still raised his sword in anger. Mak-Tu, I can't believe it. You can absorb this flame too. He lowered his sword to the ground and unleashed his power. Waves of fiery energy crashing down. With each surge of strength rushing toward Mac Thursday, he calmly reached out to counter but was easily pushed back. He refused to fall. Why? Why did I lose? Mak-Tu calmly said, Kim Kwon, this warm-up should be over now. Lam Long watched the scene of destruction with a mocking smile. Truly a fun show. Mak-Tu turned around in panic to look at him, and he suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, leaving him no time to react. Lam Long smugly laughed mockingly, relying on the spiritual energy of you human cultivators, which not only healed my wounds but also pushed me into a stronger realm. Next, I will leave this special zone and avenge those who once sealed me. I have to make them pay the price. Diamond crawled over to Lam Long to beg, Lam Long Lord, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and fight the world for you. Lam Long glanced at him, assessing his expression. Very good, but I don't need a useless person. Hearing this, he tried to stop him. No, Lord Lam Long. I have sacrificed everything for you. You can't. Kim Kwon's scream echoed throughout the anomaly. Lam Long calmly threw his weapon to the ground. It turned to Fi's group. Then it's your turn. Fi hugged Wu Tin, looking at it in panic. Mak-Tu forced herself to get up and said, Sister-in-law, come here. I have something to tell everyone. Fi glanced at him and asked, what's going on? He quickly explained that when Lam Long launched his attack, he would create a spatial water rift leading to the exit of the anomaly, and she should immediately bring Wu Tin through it. Fi looked at Mak-Tu worriedly and asked, what about you? Staying alone is impossible. You'll die. He heard that and smiled. Big brother Lam Tien has entrusted the sisters to me, so I must get them out safely. At that moment, Lam Long quickly launched an attack at them Dai. Ma-Tu also shouted, and at that moment, he opened a space water hole in front of Fi. Ma-Tu quickly announced, it's now or never, go quickly. Fi helped Wu Tin to sit up and urged him to survive, then she led Wu Tin through the space crack. Immediately, Mak-Tu was attacked by Long Lam. It glared at him angrily. If you want to be a hero, then I will let someone die first. Mak-Tu heard that and smiled with satisfaction, as if wanting to kill me, there's no way it would be that easy. Returning to Lam Tien and Ling Guye, Lam Tien just put down the glass gun and sighed. Exhausted, this thing is too heavy. After hearing Fi recount the situation, Lam Tien became even more anxious. What happened to Mak-Tu, and how are your injuries? Fi's face looked even more dejected as she explained that Mak-Tu was badly wounded while protecting her and Wu Tin during their escape, having been attacked by a very powerful Lam Long. Lam Tien suspiciously looked at her. Could it be that the Lam Long ran away? He quickly turned to leave. Alright, I'm going now. Lin Yuye, you and Fifi take Wu Tin and the glass and get out of here as fast as possible. She immediately suggested, let me go with you. Isn't it true that Fi said that Lam Long had already evolved to the level of a divine beast? Lam Tien smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Mak-Tu back. Lin Yuye silently prays that Mak-Tu must survive and return to the place where the battle between Lam Long and Mak-Tu took place. Mak-Tu was quickly knocked down to the ground by Lam Long. He tried to sit up. This really did hurt a bit. He tried to create another spacecraft to escape, but it's so tiny that Mak-Tu cannot pass through. He was panting heavily, his spiritual power running out. Seeing this, Lam Long quickly explained why you couldn't here open the spatial gap. It's not because I lack spiritual power, but because I used my spiritual power to forcibly close the space gap, and you responded with death. Mak-Tu replied slowly, honestly saying it's not very good, but this isn't the first time I've experienced it. Hearing that, Lam Long immediately became furious and launched a series of attacks, determined to beat him until he begged for mercy today. It roared and spat a stream of dragon fury toward Ma Thursday. He struggles in pain to resist that enormous force, to the point of collapsing to the ground. He still smiled calmly. The most precious part of him was his mouth. And you, Brad, are not allowed to be here. Lam Long shouted like he could shake the heavens and earth. Go to hell. Mark II still collapsed on the ground as a fierce attack was unleashed. Then another wave of power struck, knocking Lam Long's attack away. Their eyes full of danger. It's you. Lam Tian gracefully appears with his sword drawn. He slowly spoke. Mark II, this time I thank you very much. I owe you a favor. Wait until I get out. Mark II quickly stopped him. No, don't do it. I don't want to die yet. Lam Tian gat dawanui vat varoi tiep teo cu giao cho tôi là đúc. Nói rồi câu chạm rai tiền về phía Lam Long. Lúc chuốc tao không ghét mày vì lo lắng cho sự an toàn của linh nguy ít. Nhưng làng này mày không chạy thốt đuốc giàu. Lam Long gritted his teeth in mockery, relying only on his body. I have successfully evolved to the Steel Vein realm, while you are only at the peak of the Brave Culling stage. Killing you now is as easy as crushing an ant. Lam Tian stared at it intently and said, if you think you're so powerful, then try and see if you really have that kind of strength. Then he stomped out on the ground and leapt up. He charged straight at Lam Long without hesitation. Lam Long also quickly countered. Let's see what you've got. Lam Tian once again dodged its attack and responded with a swift sword strike. He silently acknowledged that the defense of the Spirit Refinement realm was indeed tough, but still, Lam Tian delivered a straight attack at Lam Long, unleashing the Thunder Flame Rage Slash. Lam Long responded immediately, unleashing the Dragon's Fury. Lam Tian was pushed back by its power, flying straight toward the mountain wall. He chuckled mockingly. The Crystal Core Warrior is nothing more than that. Lam Long gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, why haven't you died yet? Lam Tian took the opportunity to continue the attack, unleashing violent flame slash. Lam Long also counterattacked with a dragon-shaped attack and a defensive spiritual barrier. Lam Tian was beaten to the point of being severely injured and almost dying. Lam Long sneered, this is the gap between me and that human. Lam Tian muttered gloomily, indeed, using the peak of the Tu-Yan stage to fight against the Tiet Ma stage is quite exhausting. He sneered at you, saying it was a bit exhausting. Be careful with your words, as if you were deliberately suppressing your strength. Lam Tian smirked disdainfully. Exactly. That's what I am doing, suppressing my own power. Lam Long looked at his own hands in disbelief. What? He said he was suppressing his own power. Could it be that he has also reached the stage of the mechanical meridian? It retorted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a human kid. How could he possibly reach the mechanical meridian stage? Lam Tian firmly drove his sword into the ground. I originally wanted to break through in a safe place, since this is my first breakthrough, and I didn't know what unexpected things might happen. So I kept controlling my spiritual energy inside my body. But now, all the cultivators in the special zone have been killed by you, and the others have all safely left, so no matter what happens, it's fine. The system screen appears before him. The whole spiritual energy is full. Can it evolve to the realm of the circuit core, yes or no? Lam Tian decisively presses the screen, quickly breaking through to a new realm. Lam Long cannot believe that enormous power. What is it? Lam Tian raises his head and challenges. Come on, bring it on. Lam Long gasped in shock. How is that possible? Humans are still children. How could they reach the circuit realm? But the aura emanating from him makes me feel afraid. Seeing his hesitation, Lam Tian challenged him. So what is it? Are you too scared to attack? Lam Long angrily shouted. You're just a temporary product, relying on others' strength. Let me show you what real power is. Suddenly, it staggered. Lam Tian's sword was pointed straight at his throat. He calmly said, Sorry about that. I lost control during the breakthrough and almost killed you. Don't worry, since you've tormented those miserable wretches like that, I won't let you die quickly. Lam Long roared madly, recklessly, charging to his death, quickly unleashing his move, the Free Strike Fist. Lam Tian quickly and easily countered its attack. The intense force was powerful, but he was completely unharmed. Lam Long was so amazed he couldn't speak. His speed into the meridian opening was like mine. Lam Tian also countered with his own move, the Thunder Flame Slash. The attack made Lam Long scream loudly. He continued to raise his sword. The next strike I want to cut into your left abdomen. Don't cause trouble or make a fuss, or if I accidentally kill you with a strike, it won't be easy to explain. Lam Long roared in fury, continuing to strike another blow towards Lam Tian with Long Claw Wind Slash. He also swiftly deflected its attack using Lightning Slash. There is a surge of combat power that makes the surrounding sky and earth seem to shake like a moving train. Lam Tian quickly retreated. Lam Long's tail flicks wildly across the chaos everywhere. He quickly dodges the continuous strikes. You suddenly drew your sword and drove a straight strike into its head. Your sword cut along Lam Long's body, causing it to scream in pain. It still can't believe what it's seeing. How is this possible? Lam Tian stares intently at it. Having avenged Fai Fai and Wu Tin, now it's time to settle Mac 2's debt. Lam Long tried to secretly assess his opponent. This kid is too cruel. I can't use your network to help me escape. He aimed at Mac 2 and then delivered a straight punch. Die. He grits his teeth in pain as Lam Tian's face darkens. He quickly blocked his next attack aimed at Mac Thursday. Lam Long happily escaped. You quickly crouch down and ask him if he's okay. Ma Tu struggles to get up and responds. Lam Tian, forget about me. I can't let that bastard escape. Lam Tian replied coldly. Run if you want, but it won't escape. Ma Tu, the skill I'm about to use, you must keep it a secret. He listened and responded firmly. Alright. Lam Tian begins to unleash his power. That power swirls around him. Ma Tu tried to shield herself. This is the power of the Crystal Circuit Realm, as Lam Tian's body contains spiritual energy with 3 different attributes. Lam Tian decisively raises his sword forward and loudly shouts, Die for me! Your technique is quickly unleashed, the Loivium Quick Kwang Charm. That immense power rapidly heads toward Lam Long. It was so shocked it couldn't speak. What kind of aura is this? That power struck it a deadly blow. It just spat out some blood and exclaimed, No, second. Ma Tu also reached out in awe at that power. It's too strong. Is this really the strength that a Spirit Circuit Realm cultivator can attain? He curiously asked, Lam Tian, are you really at the Spirit Circuit Realm? When you hear that, you quickly reply, Actually, I'm pretty strong too. I didn't expect to force Lam Long into such a corner. Clearly, I have such great power, so why pretend to be useless? Marco sighed sadly because I fear that one day I will lose control. The ability I awaken is to split space. Once out of control, the injuries it causes will be unstoppable. Lam Tian places his hand on Anyu's shoulder. His immense power must be used carefully, but he's not afraid as long as he controls it. Inside a tent, a voice echoes everywhere. Lam Long has advanced to the Metal Meridian stage through his special divine transformation, while Lam Tian and Mac 2 are struggling to resist. He Feng, with a surprised face, shouted, Wow, what is it empty? What about the other cultivators? Fai Fai closed her eyes tightly and replied slowly, They were all killed by Lam Long. His face turned pale with horror. They are all cultivators in the Void Realm Stage 4. Lin Nuyet glanced to the side and then said loudly, Lam Long has advanced to the Spirit Circuit stage. His power exceeds our imagination. Hiu Feng clenched his teeth, placing his hand on the table, pondering what exactly the existence of the designated point is. Fai Fai was slightly angry as he spoke. Han Hiu Feng immediately formed a team to support Lam Tian at the designated point, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Yue also said, That's right, Uncle Liu, if we don't act, Lam Tian and Mac 2 might not be able to hold on. He immediately serious, saying, Miss, I will quickly form an elite team to enter the anomaly point at the entrance of a large cave. A group of soldiers stood in formation, preparing to enter, with one squad checking ammunition and another reviewing the tactical plan, when suddenly 2 figures emerged from inside, catching them off guard. Everyone aimed their guns into the cave, fully alert, absolutely preventing the Lam Long from entering this world. Inside, Lam Tian and Mark Tu stepping out were just as surprised. Lam Tian, are you okay? That's great. Are you injured? She listened to Lam Tian ask and then replied, We want to go in and help you eliminate the Lam Long. He lowered his face calmly and said, Don't worry, the Lam Long is already dead. Everyone there immediately shouted in surprise. What do you mean, Big Brother Lam Tian? You've defeated the Lam Long with the Realm of the Iron Vein stage. Lam Tian calmly replied and explained further, Yes, there's no more danger in the special anomaly point now, so everyone can go in and check. Let's see if any lucky cultivators have survived. The aura of the Lam Long inside there probably means no one can threaten us anymore. Hiu Feng looked at him seriously and said, If Big Brother Lam Tian said it's fine, then we will go check. He led the way and ordered them to enter the anomaly point to search for any survivors, the people behind, following closely behind. Suddenly, everyone stopped in unison at the sight before them, which was a corpse surrounded by a pile of rubble and large bloodstains still visible below. They whispered to each other, "Is he really a dragon? This is the first time I've seen one. Big brother Lam Tian is so powerful. These battle tracers are even stronger than nuclear weapons." Hieu Feng looked up and glanced down with a look of confusion, because Big Brother Lam Tin had killed a dragon, and it was a dragon with a realm of a metal meridian stage. His face was dotted with a few beads of sweat. Such a thing shouldn't exist outside of novels. Those people started to split up and search for survivors. There are still people alive here. Quickly provide assistance. Inside the hospital room, a glass cabinet is filled with medicine boxes. Ma Tu is lying on the hospital bed, bandaged all over, as doctors continue to examine him. One doctor turned to tell Lam Tian that the wounds have been treated, blood loss was not significant, and he is temporarily out of danger. He crossed his arms, glanced at the bed, and asked how he felt. He looked worried, but then took a deep breath and replied, "Don't worry, I won't die. Lam Tian, I need to ask for your help. And you?" "Ask what it is?" Batu furrows his brow, and in a humorous tone, "Ask you to keep my strength a secret for now." Lam Tian nodded without hesitation and agreed to his request. "If you don't want to talk, I won't push." "Thank you, Lam Tian." He turned and left the hospital room, and if you're feeling better, I'll go visit Lin Yue's parents. Outside the room is a fairly large area. Lam Tian stepped inside and asked loudly, "How is the research going?" "Lei Wan saw you and greeted you." Lin Guye, standing nearby, also spoke. "We haven't found a way to break the glass yet." He turned to look at the glass. The seal on it is extremely sturdy. "We've tried many methods, but still haven't been able to break its structure." Lam Tian frowned in thought, recalling that the system had said once he reached the circuit realm, he could absorb the power of this talisman. Now that he has successfully broken through to the circuit realm, it was the right moment to try absorbing a bit. After thinking, he spoke to them. "I can try to see if I can open it. Everyone except Lin Riyet, go outside for now." He stepped outside first, followed by a group of researchers, and she looked at him softly asking, "Lam Tian, what are you planning to do? Do you need my help?" "You touch the glass and say that inside this glass is a powerful energy sealed away. This energy is extremely unstable, and its very existence makes the glass so durable that it's almost impossible to destroy." Lam Tian's face suddenly darkened as he intended to absorb that energy, using his spiritual power to guide it into his body, which would break the seal on the crystal. Lin Guyet anxiously asked again, "Do you want to absorb that energy?" "Will doing that cause him harm? This energy is too powerful. Can he withstand it?" "Don't worry, this little energy is nothing to me. But after this, I realize you all are growing up too slowly, and the dangers you'll face in the future might be more than you can handle." She looked at him with a disappointed expression and thought to herself, "Damn it, he's so quick. Just a few months since I met him, and he's already broken through to the crystal meridian stage." Lam Tian continued to advise, so when he absorbed energy from the crystal, he was preparing to transfer some spiritual energy to you to help boost your strength and better handle future dangers. She frowned in surprise and asked, "What do you mean you want to transfer spiritual energy to me? Could it be that you have awakened the attribute of spiritual energy?" He quickly replied, "No, I only have spiritual energy with the attributes of lightning, fire, and light." Lin Guye looked at Lam Tian with confusion and asked how he could do that since her body couldn't withstand elemental spiritual energy. Lam Tian chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I just found a treasure suitable for you in the special zone." He held out the pill in front of Lin Guyet, making her excited. "Here, this is it." Lin Guyet stepped back but still stared intently at his hand. "Isn't this the spiritual energy pill recorded in the ancient scrolls? This kind of pill is extremely rare, said to be only craftable by ancient alchemists, and now it's completely impossible to find." Lam Tian remained calm and steady, knowing she didn't need further explanation. Just swallow it quickly. You remain unwavering and determined, so stop overthinking it. I have many ways to become stronger, and I won't be short of this pill. Besides, I want you to eat it, because only then can you withstand the upcoming power, or else your body won't be able to handle it at all. Linh Nguet nghe vậy rằng làm theo ý Lam Thiên, đuốc rồi tôi ăn vậy, có ai cầm lấy viên răng ruốc rồi cho vào mình mót cắt chăm rai. Surrounding Lin Guyet's body are powerful streams of energy, and her aura feels overwhelming, making her body unable to withstand it. Blood drips from the corner of her mouth. Lin Gui's eyes widened then grew even larger, and Lam Tian's face darkened as he quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Calm down, don't resist the flow of spirit qi, I will help guide it. She then followed his advice, raising her hands high and calming her mind. A golden aura suddenly envelops Lam Tian's other arm, with ancient characters floating around, glowing brighter with the golden light. He placed his hand on Ling Yue's head, surprising her. What are you trying to do? Ling Tian smirked and replied, from today on, you will also be a dual attribute cultivator. Ling Yue was surprised and said, Auntie, Lam Tian can actually help me become a dual attribute cultivator. A golden light enveloped the entire room. A surge of light engulfed the arm resting on the crystal, while Lin Yue closed her eyes tightly and relaxed her body. He smirked and said to her, from today on, this power will belong to you. Outside a large house, Lam Tian opened the door and stepped inside. Fai So immediately ran out, hugged your arm happily and said welcome home. She hurriedly asked about the situation. Have Lin Yue's parents been rescued yet? Lam Tian also replied that they had been rescued and are now in a coma at the hospital, expected to wake up in a few days. The two of them sat down on a chair and continued chatting. That's great news. Where is Ling Yu yet? Is she okay? It's okay, but she just gained a new ability, and the hospital advised her to stay for observation to see if there are any after effects. Lam Tian sighed and replied, she should ask her herself. I won't say more. Suddenly, Pai Fai's phone rang. Oh, someone's calling now. What's going on? He glanced to the side. Who is that? Why does he look so surprised? She's a very good person. Meng Dao usually doesn't call me proactively. As Fifi spoke, Lam Tian's face turned pale. Hello, Meng Dao. What's going on? On the other end of the line, a voice asked, Fai, do we have a cultivator named Mo Tu participating in the martial arts tournament in Tantan? Have you met him? She slightly frowned and asked again, Meng Dao, what's going on? Your voice doesn't sound quite right. Meng Dao then loudly said, Tantan has suffered a super variant catastrophe. The army and cultivators have all been wiped out. She anxiously asked her friend loudly, Uncle D, a super variant level event. Are you okay? Where are you? I am temporarily safe, hiding underground somewhere, but the situation is very bad. Hearing Meng Dao's response, Fifi calmly sat down to listen further. All the cultivators had sacrificed themselves, and the army was almost wiped out. I don't know what to do anymore. She glanced at the phone screen. Meng Dao, don't panic. I will go tell Grandpa right away. We will definitely save everyone. The person on the other end immediately replied, actually, I don't have high hopes either. I called you to ask you to tell Magdu not to come back anymore. He's too weak. He definitely won't survive if he returns. Just stay with you guys and live. Tantan has already turned into hell. Fai lowered her phone, turned to look at him, and softly called out Lam Tian. He raised his thumb to the sky and said, the time it takes me to resolve the crisis in Tantan depends on how long it takes to fly from here to Tantan. Hearing that, she replied to the other side, Meng Dao, don't worry, I will definitely save you. The other side hurriedly responded, but then suddenly fell silent. Thank you, Fai, I really... She anxiously shouted into the phone. Hello, Meng Dao, are you still there? Lam Thiên dùng đây, dứt tay vào tu quang, dùng voi, tôi sẽ lo lưu bên, tăng thanh, có gì chuẩn bị chút thang, tôi sẽ gáp mắt thu để ban bắt cái house cụ thể, dứt rồi, tôi sẽ chuẩn bị ngay. In the early morning, golden sunlight shines down on the hospital. Magdu sits happily on the bed, drinking water. You suddenly walk in and ask, the recovery is almost done, right? Magdu suddenly lies down on the bed, his face lacking energy, and says, Big brother Lam Tin, I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I won't live much longer. The female nurse in black who checked the room earlier said, You immediately became furious and recounted that a super abnormal disaster had struck Tantan, destroying most of the cultivators and the army in the city. Tam Fifi's close friend, So Meng Dao, called. After hearing, he suddenly sat up. Did something happen to So Meng Dao? Lam Tian calmly asked again, Do you know her? Matu hurriedly replied, Yes, she is the daughter of our martial association hall. Everyone in the association knows her. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, does he have something with So Meng Dao? Lam Tian asked with one hand on his hip, I need to go to Tantan to save her now, and I need someone familiar with Tantan's terrain. Can your body handle the trip? His face showed a serious expression, and he replied, Don't worry, even with my eyes closed, I can guide you to Tantan. The large screen displayed a world map along with charts and data, creating the impression of a modern high-tech monitoring center. Lam Tian, I acknowledge your contributions, but military laptops contain many secret information and cannot be taken out of the army casually. He looked furious and spoke more sharply. Lam Tian, don't be so unreasonable. The army has its rules. You may have made great achievements, but you have no right to take secret equipment without permission. He sneered and mocked. Rules. When a super mutation disaster occurs in Tantan, and you're still here talking about rules to me? Everyone in the room looked pale, panic spreading as they exclaimed, how could the super mutation disaster have happened in Tantan without us knowing? Lam Tan glared coldly, radiating hostility, because your Tantan army has been completely wiped out. Then he gently took the laptop from the table. Lam Tan lifted the laptop and said confidently, I'm taking it now. The helicopter is quietly parked on the wide landing pad, sunlight shining down, creating a calm and professional atmosphere. Mark II, sitting beside him, curiously asked, are they really going to lend him this thing? Lam Tan looked at the laptop screen with a determined voice, saying that it contains a lot of secret information. No matter what secrets are hidden inside, since the revival of spiritual energy, these so-called secrets have become a warning. His voice was firm and agreeing. You're right, the times have changed. What was once considered priceless documents are now just discarded paper. Fai hurriedly ran from afar, shouting towards the helicopter. Lam Tian, her sweat has trickled down her worried face. You must be careful. I signaled okay to reassure Fai. Fai, don't worry, I'm just going to buy some soy sauce and we'll be back soon, she said casually, as if it's nothing. Why are you still chasing after me? The helicopter blade spun rapidly, creating a strong wind. Fai looked up at the departing helicopter and silently prayed to return safely. Outside the window, endless layers of white clouds stretch out, reflecting a faint blue light. Lam Dan gazes into the distance, lost in thought, hoping that Dan Dan still arrives in time. Mo Du said that the initial number of cultivators in Tantan was about 5,000, with most of their strength at the 6th realm of the Dongtuyen stage. There are about 20 cultivators at the Dongtuyen Kangkukan level, with the strongest being Somong Dao, who perhaps has reached the peak of the Dongtuyen Kangkukan. Regarding the army, Tantan garrisoned an elite force of 1,000 soldiers equipped with a large amount of heavy weaponry. Suddenly, Mektu fell into deep thought, hesitating. If they all get wiped out, the helicopter pilot turned to Lan Tian, asking him to prepare. The helicopter arrives at a place shrouded in smoke and fire, and the other person continues speaking. We're in Tantan's airspace now. The expressions of the two reveal surprise mixed with panic. He slightly raises his voice and says, Here. The tall buildings are in ruins covered with green moss. The gloomy sky and the cold, desolate atmosphere envelop everything, with many frantic and disoriented corpses moving chaotically. Below is a terrifying scene, and the helicopter buzzes with suspicion. What exactly has happened? The deadly eyes flash with red, and it growls as it steps forward heavily. Lam Dan was surprised to see that. It's the dark energy system again. The helicopter pilot stammered and turned to ask, You, Mr. Lam, where do we land? Calmly, he waved his hand and indifferently replied, No need to land, open the door. The person panicked and also instinctively raised his voice. What the hell? Right now, we are at an altitude of 6 kilometers. Lam Tan ignored the pilot's words, firmly opened the door. He reached out to the helicopter, preparing to jump down at the right moment. Lam Dan turned to look at Mektu calmly and said, I will go down first to clear out those monsters. He looked at you helplessly and continued, You really don't like taking the normal path, do you? You jump out of the helicopter and plummet straight down at wind-breaking speed. The pilot anxiously calls out, Are you crazy? We're at 6 kilometers high. Pulling up will shatter you like mincemeat. Mark II smiled confidently, shattered like mincemeat, dismissing the police system too easily. The blazing light tore through the sky and sped down into the city. An explosion erupts fiercely amid the dark scene of flames and billowing smoke, making the atmosphere terrifying. The nearby zombies are violently thrown back and flung far away. The zombies rise from the smoke and fire, their gaunt bodies with hollow sunken eyes filled with hatred. Lam Dan lands with a fiery crash, causing the ground to crack, and the surrounding zombies immediately gather upon hearing the noise. The horde of monsters roars loudly and quickly rushes toward you. Lam Dan, holding his weapon behind his back, prepares to fight and shouts loudly, fully alert. He swung his sword and a bright light immediately flashed around. A huge blue beam cut down many of the zombies, knocking them to the ground one after another. Once again, the zombies rise, gaunt and ragged, stepping forward after their defeat. Lam Tan slightly lowers his head, his eyes turning sharp, emphasizing each word clearly, or else, get out. Seeing the words, they become furious, growling as they charge forward. His eyes narrow. A fierce aura emanates around him, and he scoffs. If you want to die that badly, I'll make it happen. Lam Tan is engulfed in blue flames, holding a sharp blood-red sword, as hordes of zombies rush toward him, seemingly intent on turning him into one of their own. With a gaunt body, blue skin, glowing red eyes, and sharp teeth among the zombies, one pushed forward. It slashed fiercely with its claws, but Lam Tan easily dodged, sending rocks flying everywhere. He teleported behind and cut the zombie across the waist, saying dismissively, "Stealing is too much." It was utterly amazed by Lam Tan's lightning-fast speed. It couldn't resist and was easily subdued by Lam Tan. The zombies froze, witnessing one of their own meet his end. Lam Tan turned his head, his sharp eyes glaring at them, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" His words, like a provocation, made the zombies go berserk, howling with piercing sounds. The helicopter pilot, also amazed, exclaimed, "Is Lam Tianxin a monster? But no matter how strong he is, if he keeps risking his life like this, he will eventually exhaust himself and die." Mark II, sitting in the back, didn't think so, replying that even if he died from exhaustion, he underestimated him too much. What? The pilot worriedly said, "We're in trouble. He's about to break down. Below, you keep chopping non-stop." A series of fierce zombies fall. One after another, they keep rushing to attack Lam Tian, until suddenly a bright light radiates from his body, making him look like a god and causing the zombies below to freeze in place. The pilot watched intently below, beads of sweat on his face, as he wondered what it was. The Loivium Natu, with its golden light spreading, could turn anything it touched into dust. Not only does it shine through tall buildings, but it also reaches the helicopter, clearly indicating an incredible height for the aircraft. Seeing such a statue, the pilot exclaimed, "Can humans really do this?" Magdu told the pilot to find a place to land. "I want to merge with him." The pilot asked very casually, "Aren't you afraid to jump down?" He replied, "If I jump down, I will definitely be shattered into flesh and mud. After all, I still belong to the human realm." The pilot chuckled awkwardly and said, "Yeah, okay." Below, the tall buildings disintegrate into ruins, with zombie blood splatter everywhere. Marku drives a car, observing silently, thinking to himself that Lam Tian's destructive power is truly astonishing. This must be the legendary Can formation. Then the car moved towards Lam Tian. Marku put on his helmet and asked him, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Lam Tian got on the car and replied to Mac 2, "This monster can make me show my true strength. Let's focus on the main task." As soon as he sat down, he asked where the hideout that So Mong Jiao mentioned was exactly, and he was told it was on the outskirts of Tandan. Mark II took out the map, pointed to it, indicating that this would be the destination, and added that the hiding place was here, originally an abandoned factory recently used as a refuge for cultivators. Looking ahead, you said to Mac 2, "Let's go first safe." So Mong Jiao. As the car started to roll, Lam Tian suddenly spoke. "Mac 2, this time the disaster in Tantan is a bit strange." He found it a bit confusing and asked for clarification. "Lam Tian, what do you mean by that? You said normally disaster, even if super mutants appear, they wouldn't cause such a situation." He continued, "The number of monsters is enormous and their distribution is extremely wide, more like what happened with Mewtwo before rather than a sudden incident." Mark II's face turned pale, meaning he was asking if there are also people like Tong Kim Kong here. "Your gaze is distant, and you respond to Mark II with great certainty." He looks worried and silently prays in his heart that Mong Jiao will be safe and sound. The car finally stopped at the place Lam Tian and Mark II wanted to reach. They both got out, silently pondering something. This place is too quiet, not at all like a refuge, but rather like an abandoned trap. The door opens and Lam Tian and Mac 2 step inside. The place is gloomy and pitch black, and his face slightly changes. In the darkness, a beam of light suddenly shone down. "Stop!" He began to secretly calculate in his mind. Something was wrong. The defensive barriers of the hiding place were nowhere to be seen. Either they hadn't been set up in time, or someone had destroyed them. The footsteps of Lam Tian and Mark II echoed in the quiet space, both of them with grim expression as they reached this place. His voice rang out anxiously. Mong Jiao is lying on the cold floor now. He quickly ran to her side, looking extremely worried. "Mong Jiao, are you okay?" He shook her, but she seemed unresponsive. "Wake up soon, don't scare me." She is badly injured, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy could cause chaos, so she needs immediate treatment. Mak Tu said to Lam Tian. Lam Tian frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it was not appropriate. Then suddenly realizing something was wrong, he shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Mak Tu reacted quickly and didn't lock Meng Zhao in, while he managed to escape in time. He clenched his teeth, his angry expression clearly visible as he looked up. Lam Tian also frowned angrily, probably unhappy to see him here. Suddenly, a man's laughter echoed. Our little dog came to rescue his goddess. Mak Tu was stunned and involuntarily exclaimed, "This voice." A man dressed entirely in white with a wicked smile on his face. Inside the iron cage, he exclaimed, "Gao, Tianlin, why are you here?" With a cunning expression, he replied softly, "Because I want to use that bitch." So Meng Zhao to lure the general's granddaughter, Tam Fi, and through her control, the entire upper echelon of the army for my use. Right now, Mo Jiao and Ma Tu are trapped inside a large cage, and he is furious. "Gao Tianlin, why are you doing this? What kind of treatment did the New City Cultivation Society give you? You were originally a condemned prisoner. If not for the spiritual energy restoring your vitality and awakening your great power, you'll still be waiting to die in prison now." Qiao Tianlam stepped closer to the cage and said, "Condemned prisoner, Mak Tu, are you still living in the past? Law and order are no longer needed in this world." His expression clearly shows contempt. Now is the age where strength rules above all. The strong set the rules, and the weak are only destined to be discarded. Mak Tu irritably replied, "So what if I want to do whatever I want just because I got stronger and look down on others' lives, turning Tandan into my hunting ground?" Tianlin replied sluggishly, "That's right, what's wrong with that? The Newtown Cultivator Association and those people have no right to order me. They die because they deserve it, because they are weak." He angrily continued, "Gao Tianlam, do you know how many people have sacrificed themselves on your path of cultivation? They could have abandoned you to survive." Looking at Meng Dao lying unconscious beside him, Mak Tu was filled with resentment. As Meng Dao endured serious injuries to help you improve your strength, yet you still have the nerve to attack her. Tianlam raised his hand to his head in annoyance and said that if they willingly sacrificed themselves in vain, that was their stupidity. A true powerhouse would never die for mere ends. Hearing this, Mak Tu couldn't help but get angry and shouted, "You!" Lam Tian is also here now, and after overhearing their conversation, he speaks up. "That's interesting." Tianlam looks annoyed and asks, "Who are you standing there all this time?" I cross my arms confidently and reply, "I am Mak Tu's friend, and what you just said makes me think you are really too naive." He hears this and seems to find it interesting, pretending to be surprised and innocent. Lam Tian continued, "You think that the strong create the rules of the world, but have you ever considered that if someone stronger than you exists, they could decide your life or death at will?" Hearing this, Tianlam's anger flared, and his eyes bulged with veins. "You little brat, are you threatening me?" Deng replied calmly, "I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet." Immediately, Han launched an attack on Lam Tian and shouted, "Want to die?" Mak Tu saw this and quickly warned him, "Lam Tian, be careful. Gao Tianlam has also awakened the spirit energy system like you." Hearing that the guy also has the same spiritual energy system as me, Lam Tian was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "He attacked you directly with an extremely powerful spiritual energy, but with just a sword, Lam Tian was able to block it effortlessly." Tianlam was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" A system panel appeared, revealing that the set spiritual energy system was strong and could be upgraded after absorption. At this moment, he spoke, not expecting to gain an unexpected benefit. At this moment, Lam Tian is wielding a glowing yellow weapon and launching a powerful curved attack at him. He then tells Mak Tu to quickly get So Meng Lao out of here first. But he suddenly grabbed the cage with his hand and said, "I don't understand why my ability can't activate." Seeing this, Tianlam felt truly amused and laughed wildly in a sinister way. "You fools! Do you think I will let you escape so easily? This iron cage is made from a special material designed to imprison cultivators. Those trapped inside are no different from ordinary people." Now Lam Tian's eyes darken as he speaks. Mak Tu lie down. Seeing this, he looked very surprised and confused, not knowing what method Lam Tian would use. He swung his arm up, and a large stream of spiritual energy immediately appeared, sharp as a knife, to see how tough your broken cage really is. The cage holding Mak Tu is suddenly cut in half, and he quickly falls to the ground, crying out. Seeing this, Tianlam was so overwhelmed that he clenched his teeth tightly. Mak Tu quickly lifted Meng Dao and said, "I will bring Meng Dao to a safe place and then come to help you immediately." Lam Tien lang lung dap dong den kau selam buong chan. Hinjo vet nu okem cek long kwa kau van kundo nororang ba inhan ro tren buk tu ungay fia truok. At this moment, he started to mock you loudly. Lam Tien, your tone is really arrogant. Do you think you can show off in front of me just by relying on yourself? I'm just telling the truth. You are not skilled enough yet. As he started to activate his new move, he said, don't think that breaking a tongue cage makes you invincible. A spiritual sword immediately appeared, and then he quickly reached out and grasped it firmly. Half of Tianlin's face darkened now. Now I will show you the true power of a cultivator. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly struck across. Thien Lam quickly launched a spiritual energy sword attack directly at Lam Thien, but he moved swiftly to dodge the strike. He continued attacking Lam Tien's shoulder, and of course Lam Tien remained unharmed and calmly said, seems you do have some skill. At this moment, Thien Lam grew furious, unleashing numerous powerful spiritual energy beams to strike Lam Tien and shouted, try to dodge, let's see how long you can last. But no matter how Thien Lam attacks, he easily dodges every strike. He keeps attacking and says, so what, aren't you very arrogant? Now you don't even have a chance to counter-attack. Thien Lam swings his sword in a wide arc, then quickly jumps into the air before landing back on the ground and facing him. Thiên Lam cùi khay roi noi, chẳng phải vô roi còn là của tao sao, tao chỉ có thở bị mày đờ bếp thôi à. Lam Thiên thoi dài đắt vòng đắp, đắt đang đắt vòng, đây là toàn lúc của mày sao. After seeing Lam Tien look down on me, Thien Lam was extremely angry and said, what did you say? Then he directly slashed his sword at his face and coldly said, if your ability is only at this level, I'm afraid you will die here today. At this moment, Thien Lam was furious to the extreme, raising his head and unleashing a tremendous surge of power before shouting out loud. Thien Lam suddenly disappeared in a mysterious way, and only his voice echoed, saying, I will show you just how far apart you and I really are. At this moment, Lam Tien suddenly teleported right in front of him at a very close distance, making Thien Lam panic and fear. He narrowed his eyes and coldly said, it's over. Then Lam Tien immediately launched a powerful attack directly at him, while Thien Lam could only stand still, enduring it with sweat pouring down his face and a look of utter terror. Lam Tien's attack, like a blade filled with spiritual power, slashed fiercely into his body. Immediately, blood gushed endlessly from the wound, and he shouted in despair, How is this possible? I'm at the peak of the brave recruit realm. Lam Tien looked at him coldly and replied, Is the brave recruit realm very high? Right now, blood keeps pouring from his mouth, and he looked surprised. Auntie, could it be that you are also a brave recruit, but I don't feel any strong energy from you at all? Lam Tien replied, I used to be, but now I am at the peak of the Iron Vein realm. Hearing this, Thien Lam's eyes widened in shock. Iron Vein realm, have you really broken through to the Iron Vein realm? Lam Tien glanced at the gun with a cold expression. Are you scared? Immediately, he lowered the gun and shouted, Big brother, spare me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Earlier, I was blinded. Please, big brother, spare my life. I swear I will serve you loyally forever. After hearing this, you looked a little disdainful and then continued to say, the strong dominate the weak. Only the weak follow orders. Isn't that what you just said to Matthew? So why now that you are the weak one, do you want to change the rules? At this point, Thien Lam abandons all dignity, bows his head, and quickly confesses, I am not the mastermind. I was forced by others. I was just following orders. Lam Tien pressed the sharp tip of Tan Kiem against his neck and said, Aren't you the strongest cultivator in all of Tan Tan? He nervously replied, No, I am not the strongest in Tan Tan. It's someone else. Are all the crises in Tan Tan just his plan? He doesn't care about Tan Tan at all, claiming it's only to test a few things. You ask again, test what? Does he see the lives of the entire city as mere test materials? Thien Lam replied, he doesn't care about anyone. Even the Tan Tan army is just a pawn in his hands. At this moment, Lam Tien asked, do you know how powerful he really is? With the sword at his neck, Thien Lam trembled and kept stammering, claiming he was a cultivator of the three-realm bloodline. Hearing this, you thought to yourself, so that's what it means by the three-realm bloodline. He quickly asked again, Lam Tien, you won't kill me, right? At this moment, you begin to activate a surge of spiritual energy on your sword. Tianlin stepped back in fear and shouted, Wait, I've told you everything I know. You promised to spare me. You said with a cold face. Did I promise to spare you? When did you hear me say I let you go? Instead, he kept pleading, No, you can't kill me, you can't. Without hesitation, Lam Tien quickly ended him with a decisive strike. Tianlin stared at him with wide eyes and helplessly said, You really have killed me. He spoke, The Earth's spiritual energy restored, the world's rules had truly changed, but no matter how the rules change, doing wrong still comes with punishment. He fell backward, laughing with a savage grin. Lam Tian, do you think you are the embodiment of justice? You are just a fool. Do you really think you can win? You have no idea who you are up against. You will die soon. You are no match for him. He's a powerful cultivator in the 3-realm chain. You've just entered the chain realm. Do you think you can win or even survive? Lam Tian coldly replied, you don't need to worry about that. He will soon be reunited with you. Right now, this Tianlin is about to leave this world. He collapsed to the ground and passed away forever. The system sound rang out, detecting lightning attribute, spiritual energy. Do you want to absorb it? You replied, absorb. Immediately after, circles of spiritual energy began to emanate from his body's color. Those energies kept rising more and more, and Lam Tian quickly reached out a hand toward them. Then his body absorbed all that spiritual energy, and the system's voice continued to sound. The thunder attribute spiritual energy had been upgraded. Those sources of power were spreading clearly throughout Lam Tian's body, and the thunder attribute spiritual energy had reached level 2. He opened his eyes, and the spiritual energy still hovered in the air. Lam Tian clenched his fists tightly. A surge of great power burst out, and he spoke again. So this is the true strength of the second realm of the metal chain. At this moment, Lam Tian was stepping outside when he saw Mark II and Meng Jiao still unconscious on the car. He called out, Mark Thursday. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and asked, Big brother, are you okay? Where is Cao Dianlam? You calmly reply, don't worry, he's dead. Hearing this, Mark II becomes extremely surprised and exclaims, Uncle, Dad, so fast? Clearly, he was a top-tier expert at the 9th level of the Dong Tu Yet realm. Lam Tian continued, once you break through to the Metal Circuit realm, killing him will be just as easy as me. Alright, hurry and see if the person you care about is safe. Mark II blushed in embarrassment and said, Big brother, don't joke around. I'm not. Then you turned back and said, so why were you so excited just now when you saw her fainting? Normally how cowardly are you, that you wouldn't dare to step forward and block in front of me? What happened to her? He replied, her vital signs are still stable, but her consciousness is sealed by the shadow attribute spiritual energy. If not expelled in time, she could become a vegetable. Then he immediately activated a swirling bolt of lightning and continued, don't worry, the lightning attribute that suppresses shadow spiritual energy will break the seal. At this moment, the lightning quickly channels spiritual energy into Meng Jiao's forehead, and immediately, that energy radiated intensely within her body. Meng Jiao has now awakened and she shifted uncomfortably due to the discomfort. The lightning energies immediately expelled all the dark attribute energies from her body. Meng Jiao now opened her eyes wide and woke up. Before she could process what was happening, she saw Mark II and Lam Tian standing right in front of her, and she shouted in panic, Who is there? This is... The boy frowned and thought to himself, this girl's evil mind doesn't seem very smart. Does Mark II like this kind of thing? Meng Jiao sat up, surprised to see him, and asked Mark II, why are you here? He forced a stiff smile and replied, we received your distress signal and immediately returned from Tianhai City. Hearing this, Meng Jiao blushed and felt a little moved, secretly wondering if he came back, especially to save her. Immediately, she quickly grabbed Mark II's collar and shouted loudly, No, you're crazy? Tan Tan is in danger right now, and a fool who can't even fight face to face dares to come back. Isn't that just asking for death? Lam Tian then asked again, Are you calling the expert Tan Qin Dong Tu Yan a fool? Meng Jiao was surprised and asked, Who is Tan Qin Dong Tu Yan? Is it you? Then she continued scolding Mark II, accusing him of dragging others into trouble and saying that Tan Tan is no longer a place for you to set foot. He awkwardly replied, I didn't want to come. We received your distress signal. How could we ignore it? The terrain of Tan Tan is complicated and big brother Lam Tian is not familiar with it, so I have to lead the way. I must guide him. Meng Jiao hesitated and said, Really? He blushed and replied, Yes, really. She sighed and said, at this point, there's probably nothing you can do. Then she turned to Lam Tian and said, even though I don't know your name, I still thank you for daring to risk coming to save me with this fool. You think she might also have some feeling for Mark Fu? No need to be polite, just a casual guess. Now Meng Jiao's face looked serious. We have to leave Tan Tan immediately, or we won't make it in time. Lam Tian wondered what exactly had happened in Tan Tan. Meng Jiao replied that since Mark II left Tan Tan for Tianhai City, it has been raining non-stop here for several days. At first, we thought it was just normal weather change, but this rain never seemed to stop. Then everyone touched by the rain turned into living corpses. Hearing this, Mektu's face turned pale. What? Lam Tian asked grimly. What about everyone else? She continued, that's right. At first, no one noticed anything unusual. Some even stood in the rain playing around. But after a while, their bodies seemed to be invaded by something. They started convulsing violently and then went insane. Their eyes turned pitch black. Flesh rotted away, completely transforming into a kind of undead monster. They attacked indiscriminately anyone nearby, sparing no one, not even their own family. And by the time people reacted, it was already too late. The rain kept falling non-stop, and almost no one who went outside managed to escape. The Army and the Cultivators Association also tried to control the situation, but they had no idea what those monsters truly were, and even spiritual energy attacks seemed to have little effect on them. Maktu shouted angrily, Has the entire new city become a dead city? Meng Dao's face grew extremely sad. Yes, that's right. Lam Tian asked again, did the army and the adventurers guild also turn into monsters? And she quickly replied, not all, only a small part infected by the rain at the beginning turned into monsters, while most have been hiding for a long time. He frowned and asked, so where are they? Her eyes grew somber, clearly showing a heavy and disappointed look, and she replied, they disappear. Maktu looked extremely surprised and asked, what do you mean they disappeared? Meng Dao continued, at the central tower of New City, we detected an extremely strong energy signal. That signal seems to be a gathering place for extraordinary spiritual energy, possibly the source of this disaster. The army and senior official of the Cultivator Association have decided to send people to investigate, but everyone who went to look has disappeared. Lam Tian listened, then raised her hand to her chin in thought, then disappeared. She continued, no bodies, no cries for help, no signs of a fight. They seem to have been swallowed by the entire city and never returned. At this moment, he felt very curious and said, interesting, I have some news that might solve this mystery. Before coming here, I just saw Gao Tianlin off to meet the King of Hell. Hearing that, Meng Dao looked very surprised and exclaimed, You killed Gao Tianlin? Clearly, he was a top-tier 9th layer Dong Tuyen cultivator. Lam Tian continued, saying that before he died, he told me that the mutations in New City were not accidental but man-made. Hearing that Lam Tian had killed Tian Lam, Meng Dao was very surprised and exclaimed, how could there be a cultivator at the triple circuit of the metal vein in New City? And the strongest in the entire city was Zhao Tian Lam? Motu quickly added, that's right, big brother. Do you think Gao Tianlin might have lied to you to save his own life? He crossed his arms and calmly replied, he didn't need to lie to me before dying, so everyone should think carefully. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily, and the raindrop fell into Meng Dao's hand. They all shouted, hurry up, it's raining again. She and Maktu quickly opened the car door to get in. Lam Tian sensed something was wrong, turned back, and thought to himself, there's someone. You knew your dog was dead and came to find me on your own? Seeing you still standing there, Motu shouted loudly, big brother, get in the car now. At this moment, a strange hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, emanating terrifying dark rays around it. Lin Tian's face darkened as he replied, I already said I have a triple view device. That hand still stayed on Lam Tian's shoulder. Maktu, seeing this, shouted in alarm, be careful. There is a very tall figure standing behind Lam Tian, but he remains completely calm. Is this the culprit behind the disaster in Tan Tan? Immediately, Lam Tian quickly created a powerful surge of spiritual energy to attack him unexpectedly. The guy instantly fell backward and was thrown onto the car on the street. At this moment, Motu and Meng Dao stepped down again, staring at him in horror and exclaiming that he is the man, a tall man dressed in military-style clothing. Now, dark spiritual energy is enveloping his body, and he anxiously calls out, a member of the military. Now, those dark rays are seeping into his body and devouring his face. Lam Tian remains standing still and silently observing. The dark attributes are gradually and rapidly corroding his entire body, leaving no trace behind. He thought to himself, he's gone. Then, those filthy things start moving toward Lam Tian's feet. Suddenly, a terrifying monster figure appeared behind you, raising its hand to attack. Its eyes flash with a bright light, and numerous dark energy beams start to emerge from its hand. Matu saw this and turned pale, shouting in fear, "Big brother, be careful." But Lam Tien quickly recognized him and became extremely alert. At this moment, Matu immediately uses her space cutting technique to unleash many spiritual energy beams directly at him while that guy is approaching closer to her. Fortunately, Matu's move quickly destroyed its shape. They immediately drove away at high speed while the rain continued to fall relentlessly in the sky. At this moment, Matu felt very confused, wondering what it really was. Meng Dao turned around quickly, screaming in fear, "It's not that yet." Now, those dark energy are beginning to surge again. It has now transformed into a large tiger shape. The tiger leaps at incredible speed to catch up with their car. He turns back and, seeing this, cries out in helplessness, so it can still change shape. Lam Tien quickly turned to ask So Meng Dao where the signal from Chengdu was, and she suddenly replied, "Why do you ask?" Cao Lian responded, "This crazy dog is actually a member of the Three Realm Chain sent to hunt us down," Mektu exclaimed. "No way." Lam Tien continued, "Probably about 80% his fault. I killed Gao Tianlin, so now he's coming to get revenge. As long as I kill him, whether it's this crazy dog or the mutated creatures in Tantan, everything will end." Meng Dao, with a pale face from fear, "Are you crazy?" "That is the Three Realm artifact." Lam Tian's eyes turned colder than ever, and he said seriously, "Show me the way." She quickly replied, "Go straight along this road for 15 kilometers. Then turn left at the commercial area and you will see the traffic signal. It's still pouring rain non-stop right now. Their wheels are still turning quickly now, and the tiger behind is chasing just as fast." They have finally reached the signal tower. They are here. Mektu's car weaves apart at the foot of the tower. The leopard behind also quickly chased after him. Lin Tian immediately jumped out of the car. He delivered a powerful strike of spiritual energy directly at the creature and shouted, "Die!" Then the beast collapsed, and the dark aura shattered and rose up to transform into a different form. He turned back and told them that Mo Sou and So Mong should leave Tantan immediately, but he was worried about you and refused. "Big brother, I will fight alongside you." Lam Tien turned away and coldly replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Take her and go in front of the three-scene device. Everyone is a burden." At this moment, Mark II had no choice but to follow your plan, and he said again, "Big brother, you must survive and come back." Then he revved the engine and sped off, blaming himself as he thought that if he had greater strength, he wouldn't have let the big brother face danger alone. Their car is now quite far from the signal station, and the dark energy beams earlier have now manifested as a tall, muscular man standing opposite Lam Tian. The Black Panther trembles as it faces Lam Tian and then glares at him with the cold, piercing eyes of a hunting predator. He slightly raises his eyebrows and softly says, "Can't you die?" Without waiting for an answer, Lam Tian gathered his strength. Blue lights envelop his whole body. "Alright, let's have some fun with you." Both of them charged at each other, one human and one beast, engaging in battle. A punch with the blue aura struck the black leopard, which had bitten into Lam Tian's hand. He braces himself to gather electricity into his fist as Lam Tian swings a hook punch to the Black Panther's chin. The Black Panther spits black blood and steps back. He doesn't stop and continues to rush forward like lightning. Thick purple smoke swirled into terrifying shapes. And suddenly a girl screamed desperately, "Save me! Save me!" Lam Tian looked at her and said, "Petty tricks," then directly threw a thunderous punch at her. She only managed to shout, "Save!" Then gradually, the once beautiful face started to distort and become ugly, and it screamed. He said nothing else, focused and compressed his power, releasing intense blue lights non-stop. Then a lightning sphere was formed. No trace of the creature remained. Lam Tian withdrew his hand, and his power disappeared along with it, leaving only fragments of it behind. He slightly turned his head to see how powerful the third-tier bloodlight circuit was. He stepped forward and pushed the iron door, which creaked loudly. Lam Tian slowly stepped in, where darkness enveloped everything. Only faintly visible was a black pond surrounded by thick purple mist, with dark purple water swirling beneath. You look into that pool and fall into contemplation. These waters are exactly like the rain that formed the monster earlier. From the dark corner, a stranger steps out unexpectedly, a second-tier bloodlight expert. This useless High Heaven Lam guy dying isn't even a relief, huh? Lam Tian slightly frowned and asked, "Disaster in Tantan? Was it caused by you?" He slightly bows his head and replies, "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Tong Tian Dan, 3rd level of the Broken Blade Realm." The water in this pool is spiritual water born from the resentful spirits and spiritual energy after the decay of tens of thousands of people in Tantan, he says to you, as if boasting about his achievements. These waters, according to my will, can form all kinds of creatures, immortal and indestructible, he finished, creating a small black and purple whirlpool in his hand. And I am the god of this land, Tiancheng said with a cunning smile, a purple aura enveloping his entire body. In this era of rising spiritual energy, there are very few people in the world who reach our level, he said as he approached you. Tiancheng extended his hand, indicating he wanted to make friends, and he asked if you wanted to cooperate with him, telling you that you would only be able to choose one person among 10,000 in the future. You will have unlimited power, wealth, and influence. We will recreate the world's order. He offers these benefits if Lam Tian agrees. You look at him, then ask, are you done talking? Tiantang is a bit confusing. He looks at you with a dangerous gaze. Your entire body is now covered with electric sparks and blue light. Lam Tian continues speaking, and after finishing, he falls silent. Quickly, Lam Tian creates an electric sphere, ready to charge in. He sees this and also smiles excitedly, while Tin Tan's entire body is now covered in purple and thick black smoke. Lam Tian charged forward, delivering a powerful strike at him, but for Tian Tan, he still easily blocked it. Lam Tian poured all his strength, his hand emitting blue sparks. He broke out in sweat, his face turning pale as Lam Tian suddenly threw a punch straight at him. Tian Tang was pushed back by your force, his head lowered, his face darkened, purple mist enveloping his body, and he said, well done. His hand raised, a confident look on his face. Tian Tan said, if you won't behave, then die here. Around Lam Tian, the black water blobs are gathering together. Countless black shadows leap up from the dark water cells. You remain expressionless and silently think, so all the missing people were turned into black water by him. Tian Tan orders his black army to attack Lam Tian and loudly says, kid, die under my army. Lam Tian, unafraid, draws his sword from behind and says, I will help everyone be freed right now. Then use the immortal technique, a vertical sword slash surrounded by flames and blue electricity. Lam Tian unleashed the strike, chaotic blue electric currents bursting forth. Tin Tan's face suddenly turned pale, his expression changing drastically. He shouted loudly, and from his body, streams of black energy burst out as he said, damn it, I will tear your flesh apart. From his palm, he unleashed a beam of black energy. Lam Tian released a surge of electric power to block the black energy coming from Tian Tan. From the black aura, purple lightning bolts shot out. With a swift move, he managed to dodge the unexpected powerful strike. Lam Tian silently thought that after being hit on the face, he didn't expect his opponent's spiritual energy could suppress the thunder fire. He still stood firm, with black spiritual energy swirling around Tian Tan. Tian Tan says, don't even think about running, I'll make you suffer enough. He extends his hand, and a series of dark purple streams surge up. They all rush to attack him at once, but Lam Tian remains calm, cutting down everyone. Suddenly, he senses something is wrong, as the thick black purple smoke seems to be trying to infiltrate him. His spiritual energy is not suppressing the thunder flame, but consuming my thunder flame attribute spiritual energy. Lam Tian quickly breaks free, temporarily avoiding further attacks. Tian Tan looks at you with contempt, insulting you. Even a child with lightning attribute, spiritual energy, dares to rush forward in front of me. My main attribute, spiritual energy, can consume all type of spiritual energy. He calmly steps closer and gives you one last chance. Kneel down or die. The situation is very tense now. Lam Tian seems to be overwhelmed by him, his face turning pale, and he secretly plans to find a way. Suddenly, a blue panel appeared, with the golden machine rising, detecting the host being invaded by bright spiritual energy, which conflicts with the underworld spiritual energy. Lam Tian suddenly remembered and thought to himself that he had forgotten the attribute of his light spiritual energy had changed before, but unexpectedly there was still a way to use it. He gave up resisting, restored his calm face, and confidently believed he would win. Gathering all the spiritual energy into his body, he closed his eyes as the thick purple smoke still lingered, without any sign of dissipating. He sneered in contempt. Giving up already? It seems your kid has no real strength either. Lam Tian paid no mind, his brow slightly furrowing as a blaze of fire erupts, seemingly ready to burn the opponent before him. Shatter the bright spiritual energy of that arrogant guy. The light is so intense that it pushes him back. Tian Tan, startled, asked what kind of spiritual energy this was. With a cold expression, you looked at him from within the circle of light and softly replied, this is the cleansing flame of darkness. Some fire. Tian Chen channeled his spiritual energy, shouting in fury, "No! No one can purify my spiritual energy!" Then, driven by his rage, he unleashed dark energy to attack, shouting death. Just hit it and it will be instantly destroyed by that light. Calmly, you tell him if he has no other tricks left, this farce is over. Thiên thần tung chu tung cao, con đam ngông cùng chùa mắt tao, tao sẽ cho mày biết sức mạnh thúc su của tao, tao vốn không muốn dùng chiều này nhưng mày ra ép tao. After finishing his words, he transformed into a beast, covered entirely in black. Tian Cheng roared, his sharp teeth glowing brightly inside his mouth. Then he immediately charged directly at Lam Tien. He said somewhat disdainfully of the opponent, "Once you've become a scavenger, can you really fight me?" The giant arm of the Celestial struck straight into the protective layer, full of hatred, seeking its own death, a punch that caused the entire building to shake and collapse loudly. Tian Tan continued to throw punches, his words filled with deadly intent, saying he wanted to beat you into mincemeat. Then he immediately swung his fist into the bright area, dust flying everywhere. He tilted his head back, another surge of power flowing out. It directly pierced through him. The dazzling purple light, so bright that no one could be seen. Suddenly, a golden orange light soared into the air. Then it rushed forward, piercing right through him. Lam Thiên tu to nói tao ra bao rồi. Nếu mày chỉ có chút thúc lúc này, vậy thì chết gì? Mốt kiếm vùng ra, anh sang theo do ma, tao thân mốt dòng công nát viêm cham. Tian Cheng still stubbornly shouted, "No, my dark water cannot be cleansed." The sword then swung down, cutting him away and forming a beautiful whirlpool. I thought this time I could destroy a stubborn one, but unexpectedly, Tian Tan transformed into another form, and his power seemed to reach its limit. Lam Tian was a bit surprised, "So, is that your true body? I didn't expect you to push me to this point." My entire body radiates a stream of purple spiritual energy. He continues, "That's right. I have evolved into a higher form of life, and I have long abandoned my human body. I will let you taste the full power of the three-realm blade." Tao quickly rushed to your side, adding, "The Tao now is truly invincible." Lam Tian reached out his hand, forming a fireball, and asked again, "Are you sure you know who your opponent is?" A huge fireball aimed straight at him, with the meaning of the blazing sun, the brilliance of the sun. From outside, your light has broken free. Far away, near the place of your battle, Matthew's car is circling, searching. He asked Vanchi, sitting beside her, if she still couldn't contact the people outside. She whispered that there was no signal, unfortunately. Before Vanchi could finish speaking, a loud explosion sounded in the distance, and thick smoke billowed up. Both are worried, speaking louder. "What is that?" "The shattered rocks and the still burning flames." She hesitated and asked, "Is that?" Mark II replied, "It must be Lam Tian's ultimate move. Tan Tan is safe now. We don't need to stay here anymore. Let's go back and find Lam Tian." Their darkness has now faded, and I still ask why. Clearly I am the triple realm cultivator. So how can a cultivator of the negotiation realm like you defeat me? Lam Tian replied softly, "Who told you that negotiation realm cultivators can never beat triple realm cultivators?" Yanling crossed her legs and sat leisurely in the car, while Mark II hurriedly got out and shouted, "Big brother!" He ran over worriedly and asked, "Big brother, Lam Tian, are you okay?" "You stay calm," he replied indifferently. "I'm fine." Seeing that, her face showed surprise as she thought to herself how powerful this Lam Tian guy really was. This kind of destructive power is truly something only a human could achieve. You, with a cold look and a steady voice. "I just took care of the mastermind in Tan Tan. His name is Tong Tian Tan. Have you heard of this name?" Yanling's pupils contracted in shock. How could it be? Tong Tian Tan? No way, this is impossible. Tong Tian Tan is dead. How could he still be alive? Lam Tian asked suspiciously. "What does this mean? Are you familiar with him?" She answered firmly. Before his spiritual energy was restored, Tong Tian Tan was a death row inmate who had committed more than a dozen brutal murders. I was in the military then, and on the day his spiritual energy returned, I witnessed his execution with my own eyes. He should have been dead a long time ago. After a moment of thought, his eyes firmed. Indeed, his final appearance suggests he might not be truly dead. I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life? Yanlin widened her eyes in doubt and asked, "What is the symbol of the Dawn Church?" Lin Tan tilted his head in confusion. "What is the Dawn Church?" She said seriously that in the early days of spirit energy recovery, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed an organization. They believed that mutated spirit energy was the ultimate evolution of humanity, and ordinary people were just useless leftovers waiting to be discarded. They are trying to establish a new order where the strong dominate and the weak are prey to the strong. This is their threshold. Yan Lin hadn't finished explaining when you quickly interrupted. Alright, since the Three Realms bloodline is gone and Tan Tan's danger has been resolved, let's talk about these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I haven't slept for a day and a night, so I need to go home and rest properly. She gently raised her hand in gratitude. Brother Lam Tian, thank you for saving Tan Tan, saving my life and Mac Thursday. Yan Lin pressed his hand on his head to urge him, hurry up and thank them. He calmly and indifferently replied, no need to be polite, it's just something someone asked me to do, so I did it casually. She suddenly paused in surprise and asked, someone asked for help? Lam Tian slightly smirked, his eyes full of implication as he turned his head, noticing that after learning what happened to her, someone even forgot about their own injury. Right, Mac Thursday? Yan Ning, hearing that, immediately raised her voice unconsciously. So, did he get hurt? When did this happen? He blushed and stammered to explain shyly. Brother Lam, Tian is talking about his best friend. Isn't she the one he called for help? She suddenly seems to realize something. Oh, I forgot to call Fai Fai to tell her that I am safe. In the tall modern building, warm sunlight reflects through the glass as a broad meeting room echoes with the announcement that yesterday, Tan Tan had to endure unprecedented spiritual pollution and dark transformation disasters. According to the investigation, the incident has made over 80% of the city uninhabitable and resulted in more than 10,000 civilians dead or injured. Chuan Min asked seriously, how is the recovery effort in Tan Tan proceeding? Cheng Cheng immediately stood up and replied loudly, reporting to the commander that the main roads in Tan Tan had been cleared of people and the trapped civilian had returned home. He crossed his arms, bowed his head slightly, and whispered, the losses in Tan Tan are so low, all thanks to Lam Tian alone. Hearing that, the officer started to discuss, yes, if Big Brother Lam Tian had arrived a little later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Tan Tan. I used to think he was just a bit better than others, but now it seems he's even more than a billion times better. Chuan Min lightly tapped the table to signal everyone to be quiet. The disaster in Tan Tan has sounded the alarm for us. Although we don't know how the Bright Dawn Church was resurrected, making Tong Tian Tan appear dead and turning him into a 3-stage cultivator, we can be certain that there is some power behind them that we cannot imagine. The army must strengthen their surveillance of the Bright Dawn Church, especially at their origin in the northwest city. The Spirit Energy Association members must also support the army in their operations. Zhong Zhi nodded seriously and replied cautiously, Commander Tam, the northwest city is the core area of the Bright Church and also their strongest operational zone. Our Spirit Energy Association has sent elite teams multiple times, but none have returned successfully. If the army want to know about the Dawn Church, just the Spiritual Chi Cultivator Association alone might not be enough. Chuan Min calmly responded, I understand. I will request the military to cooperate with you. We must find detailed information about the Dawn Church in a short time. Finally, the issue of Lam Tian's identity must be kept under the highest security. Within the military, no clues related to him can be allowed to remain. The other officers in the room responded in unison. Understood, he said with a cold gaze. The atmosphere grew tense. As long as Lam Tian is alive, our country will never perish. The 2-story mansion is spacious. Its bright yellow lights illuminating the quiet night as the boy struggles helplessly, carrying heavy bags and boxes. Fai, I just ordered some food to be delivered. She was already tipsy, raising her glass high with excitement. To my husband, cheers. Fai suddenly lunged at Lam Tian, grabbing his neck and shouting, Husband, you're so confused. How much have you drunk? Your whole body smells of alcohol. Even though she drank like this, I didn't say anything to her. Lin Guyet replied with a faint smile. I already told her, but she wouldn't listen. Lam Tian glanced away silently as if lost in thought. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, what's wrong? He gently looked at her and advised, from now on, you should smile more. If not, with such a beautiful face, it would be a waste to always look serious. Lin Guyet's eyes widened and her face blushed as she thought to herself, am I smiling now? Lam Tian, eating a slice of pizza, softly asked, how are your parents doing now? She calmly replied, things are going quite well. In 2 or 3 more days, I can completely remove the life support device and enter the recovery phase. Lam Tian, thank you. Luckily, I have you. Lam Tian turned to stop Lin Guyet from speaking, saying, "Don't be so modest, because without you, I wouldn't be able to enter the realm of spiritual veins. By the way, can you now control Lin He's second attribute?" Her beautiful face lit up with a smile filled with admiration. In a large, eerily gloomy building, one person kneels while others stand around in a circle, all dressed in white robes. One of them, wearing a mask with a strange shape, clasped his hands in prayer. He bowed deeply and pleaded earnestly, "Great Templar, the divine communication of Tantan has been destroyed, and Tiantan is believed to have been killed." The other two people turned back with grim expressions and looks of horror. Hearing that, they turned away silently, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, he turned his head to reveal a cold, piercing gaze, emphasizing each word. "Who is responsible?" Diemla announced that there is a false monk named Lam Din. "The divine decree I hate. Just a cultivator, and he dares to become an enemy of my Dawn Church? This is not only a challenge to the Dawn Church, but also an insult to the divine. Anyone who dares to oppose the God's people will pay the price." The members of the religious council cheerfully agree and pay the price. He orders, "This matter is your responsibility, Lam Din, and must die." Diemla respectfully accepts the order. His subordinates obediently follow the God's decree. He gritted his teeth with a determined attitude. "Lam Tian must die." Then the others shouted along, "Lam Tian must die." In another place, the sunset falls over the castle as Lin Guyet carefully adjusts her outfit. Lam Tian crossed his arms and said, "Let me see how much you've improved." After hearing this, she lowered her gaze and her face became tense. Then, Lin Guyet quickly leapt into the air. She forcefully swung her hand through the blue smoke, and then Lin delivered a swift punch and kick towards him. Lam Tian praised her. "Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten basic physical training. Now show me how your dual attributes merge when combined." Lin Guyet immediately used both hands to generate two types of spiritual energy. Then she combined them and simultaneously shot them toward you. "Guy, this isn't fusion. You're just releasing two types of elemental spiritual waves, one after the other. Stay calm and don't think about how to release it. First, you need to figure out how to mix them," she thought as she combined her strength. Lin Guyet immediately gathered her power. Her entire body blending the two types of energy. Her hand combined the power. Her mind whispered, "Blend and balance. Obey command A." Then, Lin Guyet unleashed a large amount of spiritual energy, and seeing that source of power, Lam Tian was momentarily stunned. Her power is too great, creating a large block of ice. Lin Guyet hurriedly covered her mouth. Lam Tian, are you okay? I didn't mean to do it." Lin Guyet was blinded by the bright light and quickly covered his eyes. He remarked, "Not bad. You finally turned them into your own strength. Remember how you felt just now? Next time you fight, use your spiritual energy to that rhythm. Alright, training is over for today. Go visit your parents at the hospital, and I'm going to eat now." Lin Guyet watched as his figure disappeared into the distance, then responded calmly, "Alright." After a while, only green trees remained on the deserted road. The group from the Bright Dawn set led by Diemla arrived, and he wondered, "Is Lam Dian living here?" Another person confirmed, "Yes, this is definitely a photo of Lam Dian. In that person's hand is an image of his nonchalant expression." Diemla chuckled softly. "This little brat actually dares to use that useless Tong Tian Tan." The underlings are gossiping, thinking that Tong Tian Tan is no match for the Great Lord. After all, he is a powerful figure. Everyone in the Mingduang Church knows the name by Diemla. The military and spiritual energy associations are jealous, yet they still hold him in high regard. Diemla orders, "Let's go. Quick battle and quick victory. Don't keep the great sacrifice waiting. They are united. That's all." At this moment, Lam Tian was walking down the street, pondering what to eat tonight. Hot pot or beef noodles, maybe some grilled food too. The moment you step down the stairs, a group of people in robes rush at you. "Die, Lam Tian." Instantly, a powerful energy radiates from Lam Tian's body. You gradually defeat them with the spiritual power emanating from your body, causing the members of the Bright Dawn sect to be thrown back. Lam Tian speaks out, "I know you're here." Diemla says, "Thinking Tiancheng is lost to you is really unsafe." "You were curious, weren't you? Are you part of some organization too?" he retorted. "That's right. I am Bai Yanluo of the Dawn Church, in charge of eliminating those who oppose the church. Today is your limit, Lam Tian." Diemla used a move to freeze me into a stone. Immediately, his source of power shot towards Lam Tian's position. Although it approached, he remained standing still, incredibly calm. DM La was stunned. How is this possible? You actually managed to completely block one of my strongest moves. Lam Tian spoke. I have a question for you, the Bright Dawn Church. Are you fed up with life or what? DM La annoyed. You are insulting the glory of the Dawn Church. Arrogant kid, pay the price for your disrespect. Then he quickly gathered a large amount of dark energy. DM La shouted, Die now! This is corrosive wave, a wave that even top-tier cultivators dare not face directly. And then he unleashed a massive corrosive wave at Lam Tian. The boy angrily criticized, annoyed by the sluggishness. Yama let out a loud laugh. Now it's too late for mercy. Your dead Lam Tian has arrived. On the contrary, Lam Tian calmly moved his finger to summon spiritual energy. Then he gently created a shield to protect his body. That energy easily shattered DM La's corrosive wave. He stammered in horror. What is this spiritual energy? I explained, it's something that can weaken your power. Yama was furious inside. This kid is no ordinary cultivator. I can't beat him. He immediately turned to run away to save his life. Run fast. Lam Tian calmly said, If you want to come to my place, then come. If you want to leave, then leave. Quickly create a fire swordsman to attack. Meanwhile, Yama was still running desperately. Then suddenly he stopped and turned around, realizing something was wrong. DM La's eyes widened, veins bulging, as he sees Lam Tian's body radiating with an immense source of power. The swordsman you created is gradually closing in on DM La. He starts to panic and shouts, What is this? Then the shockwave and explosion erupted, causing the ground to crack open. DM La lay on the rubble, unwilling to accept this. What kind of power is this? Lam Tian coldly declares, then asks nothing in return. His body unable to rise, he trembles and curses, stepping forward to kick DM La hard in the face. Lam Tian asked what the Church of the Dawn really was and who founded it. He replied that the Church of the Dawn is the will of the gods, appearing when the people of the Northwest City pray for hope. At that moment, the Northwest City was engulfed in a super variant level crisis. The Spirit Energy Association and the army were completely destroyed, with no survivors. Everyone thought they would all perish. Suddenly, a powerful figure with a blood-colored scepter and a yellow mask descended from the sky. It's the Grand Priest of the Dawn Church. Since that day, the Chief Priest alone used his scepter to cut through the super mutant, and from then on, the Northwest City only trusted the Dawn Church. We are messengers of the gods. You mortals are not worthy to question our teachings. Stop with your childish lies, and don't deceive yourself anymore. Do you know how powerful super mutant level monsters are? Have you seen one before? We have seen that those who call themselves your messengers are just using their abnormal powers to oppress ordinary people, he shouted. That is absolute sacrifice. Without order, humanity will fall into chaos. Someone must always sacrifice. Lam Tian frowned and said coldly, That's right, someone always has to sacrifice. Then he released his energy and said, Then you can sacrifice yourself now. And then the entire city was immersed in the blue light of Lam Tian's power inside the mysterious Dawn Church base. Dan Du declared loudly. The white flame I sent also was destroyed by Lam Tian. The subordinates knelt down. Yes, the 3 members who accompanied also sacrificed. He pondered that the Northwest City is his territory. The faith he painstakingly built cannot be destroyed by a monk. Lam Tian must not leave. Shendu sighed. As expected from the prophecy I saw, someone immediately looked up in surprise. The prophet, the great priest. What did you see in the prophecy? Dandu declares, A heretic wielding thunder and flame marks the beginning of the world's collapse. He will bring disaster. For the safety of the Northwest, for the glory of Dawn, we must take the initiative and eradicate the source of calamity. Priest Dong San eliminate Lam Tian to protect Bin Min. He emphasized that he has seen the disaster of the future, that Lam Tian will be the Zui, his spiritual energy will devour order and life, and he must be immediately taken to the Northwest City for trial. Elsewhere, the light was cut from the screen. Chuan Min looked serious as this prophecy was announced, and the online network immediately exploded. Our army was mobilizing public opinion to delete the post and cut off the transmission chain, but it was too late. Fai said, Are those people brainwashed, or what? How can they believe such obvious manipulation of public opinion? Ling Nguye explained, They don't believe in the prophet, they are just too scared to realize it. He reminded everyone that it's best to stay home these days and not go out wandering. I will assign a special forces team to protect you around the clock. Lam Tian, right now you are not only an important strategic asset but also their top target. Lam Tian stood up and refused. I don't need protection. I plan to go out. Chuan Min is crazy. Are you out of your mind to go out now? Everyone in the Bright Dawn Church is trying to keep you here. Bin calmly replied. Lin Wuye just leveled up and he's worried she has nowhere to train in real combat. He sensed that intention. Could it be that you want to? Lam Tian remains resolute, believing that the High Priest must truly be capable of destroying super variant monsters. Otherwise, the Bright Dawn Church deserves to be destroyed. Surrounded by the bustling crowd, Fifi sits down, looking at her laptop and sighs, realizing that after the revival of spirit energy, there are indeed more people with free time. Lam Guyet and Lam Tian just came back with water and saw, so they asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Fifi then held up the laptop screen for the two to see. "Look at these people. They argue online every day. Don't they have better things to do?" The screen is filled with insults, and someone like Lam Tian has long been a product of mutated spiritual qi and is no longer considered human. Some even call him the source of disaster. Fei was so angry when she saw them. I really respect that. If I had known, I should have blown up some signal towers and taken those people to pull brick machines and steel cables. At least they would contribute to the country. Lam Tian just smiled softly and said, "Don't be mad. Once we arrive, they'll shut up." Fei took the glass of water from him and seriously warned, "You two still need to be careful. Although I don't know what skills the Bishop of the Dawn Church really has, I've heard his prophecy abilities might be real. And thanks to those prophecies, he's found talented hidden monks and relied on them to support the Dawn Church." Lam Tian also looked surprised and thought, does he really have that kind of ability? The scene shifts to a plane flying across the sky. At the church, a subordinate is kneeling and reporting with a gun to the leader in a white robe, Lord Ti Dai, that the monk named Lam Tian has taken a flight heading straight to the northwest. Immediately after, he stood up, spread his arms, and shouted aloud, "Fellow believers, just now during meditation, I saw a sign. The monk named Lam Tian will bring disaster and destruction to our northwest land." The congregation below anxiously asked, "What should we do now, great high priest?" The high priest continued, "Do not worry, the dawn will shine upon everything. The gods have guided us on how to protect our homeland. Followers, stand up with sincere hearts for the northwest and the gods. Let Lam Tian know that the northwest city does not welcome him." The followers also knelt down and repeated, "The gods have given the order. We voluntarily stand to confront the enemy. We must make Lam Tian understand that this place does not welcome him." Lam Tian's plane lands in the northwest, where a crowd has gathered to protest. Holding signs in anger, they declare Lam Tian as an outsider and a demon. They keep shouting that the great chief said he would destroy everything we have. Yes, regardless of whether he has saved anyone before, this place does not welcome him. The black-robed believers continue to shout through loudspeakers as the first light of dawn shines over the northwest. Darkness is not allowed to enter, and Lam Tian must face judgment for his sins. From above, Lam Tian looks down and wonders if these people have been brainwashed this badly. Using reverence to manipulate people's hearts, this great minister really knows how to play the game. Lam Guyet beside him asked, "What should we do now? These people are civilians. We can't really hurt them, right?" Lam Tian replied softly, "Why not? Since they've chosen to believe in the God, let them see if their God can save their lives," he said as he put his hands in his pockets and walked away. The crowd started to notice him. "He's here! Look, it's that comic guy!" Immediately they rushed forward. "Don't let him get in! Lam Tian, get out of here!" Lam Tian also refused to stay idle, releasing a massive surge of electricity that surrounded himself and the crowd. They couldn't believe how powerful he was, feeling both astonished and terrified. The group of black-clad believers also thought to themselves in shock. So this is Lam Tian, and his spiritual energy is incredibly powerful. Lam Tian coldly said, looking at their clothing, "You must be the three followers of the Dawn Church. Since you have so much faith that the God exists, let me see if the God in your sea of beliefs can save you from the Demon King Me." As he spoke, he gathered spiritual energy into his palms, forming a massive source of power. The three cultists shouted and hurriedly ran away, but it was too late. Lam Tian's spiritual energy shattered them into 100 pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The crowd stood there in stunned silence and fear. Lam Tian coldly threatened, asking if there were any more believers left. A man hurriedly spoke up, suddenly remembering, I still hadn't turned off the gas stove at home. A woman quickly added, my mother told me to come back for dinner and not to be late. The crowd scrambled to find an excuse to run away. I wasn't really here to follow the faith. I was just here to pick someone up. I got the wrong place, just like everyone else, just like me. Lam Guye watched the scene and sighed. We were so passionate just a moment ago. Now 3 people are dead and everything shattered. Lam Tian explains that they never truly fought with passion, only used it as an excuse to avoid thinking and responsibility. True faith is never maintained through fear. Lam Gui turned to ask what we should do next. Yu replied, telling the Grand Minister that he should quit his job. At the Minghui Society, the group in black is heading to the Grand Steward, and one of them news to report that we have discovered a young girl suspected of having high spiritual potential, around 17 years old. Rare talent, my subordinate specially brought her here. I humbly request Your Excellency to personally verify. The Grand Elder shows interest. Oh, let me see. A girl in the picture was painfully brought in. The Grand Priest stepped down, firmly grasped her, and remarked, her spiritual energy is not bad. Her appearance is not bad either. Since the gods have brought her before me, how could I betray their will? He looked at the girl and then continued, offer everything to the gods. At this moment, the church's wall shattered, and the believers panicked. What's happening? Lam Tian's voice echoes, manipulating hearts and blurring right and wrong, forcing innocent people into submission, causing the high priest and his followers to fall silent. Your church should leave the northwest city. Lam Tian and Lam Guye have finally arrived here. Lam Tian and Lam Guye are emitting a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Yama is calling on you, Lam Tian. You are truly bold to dare enter the temple. Ang Dong retorted, compared to the divine palace, I think it's more appropriate to call you terrorists, fitting for your trash. He glared threateningly. If you've come here to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is where you will meet your end. Disciple, destroy them. Immediately, all the creatures charged forward, shouting, kill. Seeing her rush forward, Lam Tian raised his hand to stop her. Wait. This time you need to train yourself, and I'll take care of this trash for you. Instantly, he unleashed his power, lightning flame slash. Seeing your incredible power, Diemla instinctively stepped back to dodge. He exclaimed in horror, what? Impossible. Lam Tian's voice turned cold. Don't worry, dealing with a top-tier brave like this, I don't need to fight. This time, your opponent is her. Just then, Ling Guye moved to the opposite side, and Diemla quickly used his power from the Shadow Staff. The 2 spiritual energies of good and evil clashed, and his eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot fear. What is this? She decisively used her skill, Eye Shadow Slash, as Ling Guye's Eye Slash cut across Diemla. The mask on his face slowly melted away, along with the eyes. Diemla King, what kind of spiritual energy is this that can freeze my spiritual energy? Ling Guye continued to fight without stopping, raising her eyes to watch the rapidly approaching attacks. And then, a ice arrow pierced straight into the body, accompanied by a cry of pain. Watching her soar high, surrounded by spiritual energy, an unconscious man staggered back. Lam Tian praised, not bad, Lin Yuye can now fight alone against the top warriors. Lin Yuye gently radiated her aura and declared, it's over. At that moment, an ice-based arrow appeared. She unleashed her power into the move, eyes piercing through the target. Diemba gritted his teeth and shouted, no, Lord Don God, save me. Suddenly, a strange power attacked Ling Yue. She was blinded by the dazzling light. What's going on? He stood opposite her, his face immediately darkening with displeasure. A monster is rising from the ground, continuously roaring. It is enormous and mighty. Yama hurriedly knelt down in greeting, Lord Dawn God. She wondered, what is this? Lam Tian's assessment suggests this is indeed the true form of the Dawn Church. The God of Dawn asked coldly, why? I agreed to change. Hanran, trembling with respect, replied, Your Excellency, these people entered your temple and killed your followers. It scolds. You are just a greedy coward who fears death, yet you disturb my sleep over such a trivial matter. Then the Dawn God extends his claw, and immediately a dark force strikes Diemla. His face started to change as pain echoed through him. Diemla was swept away by the agony, unwilling to accept it. Your eyes and Ling Ruye are gradually widening in surprise. The Dawn God glances at both of you and says, "Now it's your turn." The God of Dawn scoffs, "You little bugs. If you've awakened me, then use your flesh and blood to make up for it." It is about to lift its clawed foot. Lin Wuyet confidently unleashes her spiritual power just in time, but suddenly her ice attacks pass through the body of the Dawn God. Lin Wuyet's face darkened, her lips pressed tightly together. She coldly glanced at the ice chunks attached to her body. At that moment, the dark power gradually devoured the ice system. Lin Wuyet's eyes widened in horror. What is that? The Dawn. God praise. Your spiritual energy is truly exquisite. It began to open its mouth wide, saying it wanted to swallow you whole. Lin Yue saw the approaching source of power and quickly used her shield to block it. She tensefully activated her ice rune technique. A powerful ice beam was shot from the sky, but as it approached, it was bitten by the Dawn God, and then the ice gradually melted away and was absorbed into its body. Lin Wuyet watched in shock at what was happening before her, unable to believe it. At that moment, a flame burst out behind her. And then Lam Tian's firepower strikes the Dawn King. He speaks in a cold voice. "You've done very well." Lam Tian declares, "From now on, let me end this clown once and for all." His face is full of determination and confidence. Lam Tian concentrates and absorbs a large amount of firepower, then unleashes the violent Loi Vim Bao Liet slash. It refused to give up and opened its giant mouth. The flames gradually flew straight into the vortex created by the God King Ming. The space instantly plunged into a sea of flames, with debris flying everywhere. The power of the explosion was so immense that even the spirit moon was caught in the blast. She pondered quietly. "Is this the power of the circuit eye? Could I also reach this level of strength someday?" Lam Tian raised his hand high, creating a circle of light. "That is a skill of the Thunder Flame War-Ending Slash." The body of the Dawn King billowed with strange black smoke as two spiritual energies clashed between light and darkness. Its teeth gnashed in pain as lightning bolts surrounded it, and the desperate cry of agony echoed through the empty space. "No!" After a moment, Lam Tian's foot slowly moved forward. He turned back to glance at Lin Wuyet and reminded her to go. Then suddenly, a voice made Lam Tian halt, so fragrant. From the dark mist, its voice echoed, "Your spiritual energy smells so good." Right in front of him now, waves of sinister energy were gathering. It crazily said, "I want to swallow your leader. I want to seize your power." You and she stand there silently, watching it recover. Lam Tian sneered, "So does your car have enough life to survive this?" He charged again, "So I can see how many times your car can be reborn." And then the forces of good and evil directly clashed again, with Lam Tian continuously unleashing lightning and fire attacks. All the power unleashed was swallowed by it, as the Divine King smiled faintly and absorbed it. You switched to firepower again to attack. Lam Tian's mind was confused. How did it recover after all? It speaks. "Your spiritual energy is truly delicious. Wait for me to swallow. May why, the entire Northwest City will become my territory." Lam Tian detected the bloodlust in its words. Territory, could it be? "No matter how fiercely you fight me, I've never moved from this churchyard. Your secret of coming back from the dead is hidden deep beneath this church." He immediately unleashed a move with all his spiritual power, causing instant damage to the body of the Dawn God. The ground began to ooze, revealing horrors bit by bit. Beneath were countless innocent people drained into husks. Lam Tian grimly said, "So that's it, just as I thought. You rely on swallowing their spiritual energy to maintain your immortality." He shouted, "You've learned what you shouldn't, so today you must die." Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lam Tian shouted loudly, "Lin Guyet, freeze the altar!" As if the request had been received, she immediately moved quickly, yes. The expression of the God of the Dawn became tense and dangerous. He swung his fist and shouted crazily, "How dare you!" Lam Tian stepped forward and pressed his foot down on the body of the Dawn God. Your face is full of anger and says, "I'll let you go?" Lam Tian commands with a wave of his hand, "Stay here for me." The God of the Dawn quickly moved to the dark vortex, where the forces of good and evil face each other head-on. Bintan furrows his brows and calms down, thinking quickly about how to escape from him. Suddenly, the Dawn God notices Lin Henyuet from afar. She quickly realizes and uses her power to stop him. Suddenly, mysterious words appeared on the ground, creeping through every corner silently. And then Lin Wuyet clasped her hands together, focusing intensely. The spell lines continued to spread everywhere. Then sharp eye shards gently sprouted, culminating in a burst of light that filled the entire space. The Donga shouted, "No, my source of life." At that moment, Lam Tian launched a surprise attack. It keeps running away, while you quickly follow behind. Lam Tian's cold voice reminds you, with your back turned to the enemy, is Daiki. At that moment, he swung his sword with great force, and then it gradually lowered, with Lam Tian's face focused. You fiercely strike the Morning Sun God's back, causing cracks to appear all over its body. The Morning Sun God angrily said, "You destroyed everything of mine, I want to make you pay." The boy realized its intention. Oh no, it wants to self-destruct. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared on the ground, and it spoke, "Let's go to hell." Lam Tian quickly ran to Lin Guyet, holding her tightly. Then they embrace and jump down together. A red hole appears with screams echoing. Finally, an explosion shakes the space as Lam Tian gently carries Lin Guyet down to the ground. She blushed with a touched face and said thank you. He gently set her down and reminded her to be careful, it's not over yet. Lin Guyet asked, "What is it?" The space is now desolate. With dust and smoke swirling in the wind, bright red spiritual energy sparks appear underground, forming a blood-colored vortex that begins to spin. The mindless, eerie spirits begin to appear, emitting terrifying screams everywhere. A horde of zombies begin sweeping through the streets. Lin Guyet rushes forward to stop them, but Lam Tian can't hold them back. There are too many civilians in the city to use large-scale magic. If they get injured, the consequences could be even more terrifying than monsters. She wondered what to do now. Lin Tian took out his phone and said it's time for the army to step in. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed in the space, detecting abnormal spiritual energy reactions. Hundreds of spiritual units are approaching the northwest city, but they are not a swarm of monsters. Do we need to forcibly intervene? But the evacuation in the city isn't complete yet. Someone asks. Lam Tian makes a call, and the other responds, "Listen up, pick up immediately." His voice echoes. "I am in the center of the northwest city. The Tu Kwang Church has been destroyed. A mutated divine beast self-destructed before dying, releasing a swarm of mutated monsters. The situation is extremely urgent. These monsters are rushing toward the city. Immediately deploy all available strategies, coordinate with the Spirit Energy Association to set up defenses outside the city, and cut off the attack routes of the beast tide." The commander orders, "Follow my orders. All troops stationed in the northwest to act immediately and cooperate with Lam Tian to hunt the beast tide inside the northwest city, ensuring no harm come to the civilians. The streets are in chaos with only monsters around. A crowd is fleeing in panic. High priest of the Thu Kwang Church, save us, O divine spirit, have mercy on us." As soon as they saw the monster, screams of terror erupted. The young girl sped up, glancing back at it. At that moment, she hurriedly tripped and fell. Turning to look at the monster, the girl frightened and retreating. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted loudly, "God, save me." Just as she thought she was about to be eaten, she looked at him in horror. Lin Tian quickly saved her, the blood-stained sword still dripping. She stammered, "It's a god. A divine spirit has appeared. A miracle is here. Save us." He coldly replied, "There has never been any god or savior. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself." Lam Tian looked into the distance and said, "That's not right." Ling Gu approached from behind and asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at the group of ghosts walking ahead and explained that the guy had built a grand church so big that there was no way he would willingly disintegrate in an explosion. He thought it wasn't really an explosion, but something hidden inside the beast, taking advantage of the chaos to escape. She also glanced over and then continued, "You're right, so should we go into the beast realm to find it now?" Lam Tian replied, "Sure, but leave the search to me." Lin Yuye was startled and quickly objected, "No, I can't let you risk it alone." You look at her calm face and say you must take responsibility for organizing the evacuation in the northwest city and protecting the people, while also contacting the approaching army to report the situation here to ensure a solid rear guard. Lin Yue want to say something, but then Lam Tian pats her head and interrupts, deciding that's best since she's better at communicating with the military than he is. Lin Guyet's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. "I understand. You must survive and come back." Without saying another word, she quickly sped away from the place. Lam Tian lands among the gathered zombies. The monsters growl and rush toward him when they see him. Lam Tian stands still and uses his power, causing the zombies to be pulled back violently. He slowly walks forward step by step. Lam Tian furrowed his brows and said loudly, "Let me see where you're running to." At the tall building, the sky had turned to a golden hue. Lolo helps Hao Ming onto her lap, blaming him. "Are you crazy? Someone as weak as you, what are you so proud of?" He smiled gently and replied, "Who said you are his girlfriend?" Hao Ming tried to sit up. "If they bang loudly on the meeting room door later, you hold them back. Take the chance to run quickly. As long as you can get out of the company, you'll be safe." She cried and told Hao Ming again, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I leave you here?" Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and a group of people burst in through the door. The leader scratched his leg and said, "Finally, a chance to have some fun." The others behind him, with lecherous faces, agreed. "Yeah, dressing like this every day, I can't take it anymore." Lolo, one hand holding him, the other pointing at them, "Don't come any closer, I've already called the police, they'll be here soon." The monsters from earlier charged in, and even guns couldn't kill them. Outside has long become hell. After the leader finished speaking, he lunged at the two of them since death is inevitable. "I must enjoy myself before I go, leaving no regrets." Hao Ming stepped forward to block, pushing him away with both hands, then turned his head and shouted, "Run quickly, Lolo." She panicked and reached out to Hao Ming. How, don't. That guy used his hand to punch hard and backward, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The whole group immediately rushed in to punch and kick wildly, seeking their own death. He didn't resist, but lay still on the ground, clutching his head tightly. Lolo raised a dirty chair high. "You scavengers, go die." Seeing that, he forcefully kicked her away. That filthy woman. She was thrown quite a distance, hitting the floor and kicking up dust everywhere. They stopped beating Hao Ming and went over to yank her up by the hair. The fiercer she fought back, the more riled up I got. Lolo clenched her teeth in anger, tears streaming like a river. "You scum." A sudden explosion occurred, shattering the wall into many small pieces, and the falling stones hit everyone in the group. The smoke gradually cleared. Lam Tian looked around searching. "No, that guy isn't here." Lolo tried to sit up straight, thinking to herself, "Xiao Tian, why did that boy come here?" She looks at you and says sternly, "Xiao Tian, be careful." "Aunt, you need to leave quickly. What are you doing here?" Lam Tian only then suddenly remembered. "Oh, right, my aunt's company is in the northwest city. Why did I forget about this?" He looked down at the people crowding on the floor, confused. "Are they your aunt's colleagues or her lovers? Why? Are they all covered in wounds?" Lam Tian panicked inside, thinking, "Oh no, is this because of me?" Lolo didn't say anything, just push him out. "Little Tin, go quickly. These people are bad guys." They all slowly got up one by one. "President Tan, where are you going?" She suddenly stood in front of Lam Tin. "Still just a child, let them go." At this moment, you seem to have realized something and said coldly, "So that's it." Lam Tian quickly stepped in front of Lolo. "Auntie, don't worry. Anyone who harms you won't survive and live here." Big brother Hong Ha shouted, "Kid, you know how to pretend, huh? Do you think you're the savior of the world?" Then he grabbed a stick and charged forward, shouting loudly, "That's right. Stop pretending. Today I will smash your head with this stick." Lolo anxiously shouted, "Careful, little Tian." Then suddenly a powerful force pushed the boss back. He was thrown against the wall, unable to resist, and his body slammed into the cold tiles, blood and flesh slowly dripping onto the ground. The gang members, terrified, knelt down and begged for mercy. "Please spare us, boss. We were just blinded by temptation. Forgive us. We won't dare do this again. We know we were wrong." Lam Tian's face remained expressionless, his eyes growing colder. A beam of light appears in his hand, and he coldly says to the little thugs, "You're not just aware of your mistakes, but aware that you're about to die." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind, and a ferocious monster with huge teeth charged in, furious and roaring at everyone. Lam Tian calmly stood there watching the monster silently, while the kids around him laughed and talked nervously, pretending to be brave but secretly wishing for the monster to tear them apart. Immediately, the monster opened its huge mouth and lunged forward. Lam Tian quickly realized, his eyes flashing with premonitory intent. Then he decisively rushed forward and grabbed the monster by the throat with his hand, squeezing tightly and making it cry out in pain. Then a blinding light appeared along with a scream of pain, and the monster disintegrated. Lolo watched in shock, speechless. Next, you calmly glance at the thugs and say, "Now is your turn." Seeing that, they panic and shout, "Big brother, spare us, we won't dare anymore." Lam chen ung dung rang tai, mut lung an sang swat hin, ngay lap tuk ma o hai ten kondo wang tung tu. Lam Tian quickly approached Lolo and said, "Let's go, little one." She worriedly asked, Xiao Tian, have you turned into a superhero? Hearing that, he sighed and replied, after things settle down in the northwest city, I will gradually tell you everything. Then, everyone together step out of the company's front door. Outside, many monsters are grabbing onto people and a girl is being attacked and screams for help. Lolo, holding her frightened boyfriend, says let's stay at the company and wait for rescue. Lam Tian said with a determined look, I have something else to do. So, everyone stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. The monsters slowly advance, surrounding them. Their screams grow louder and louder. They immediately rush towards Lam Tian in front as the monsters grow more numerous and ferocious. He coldly stared at them as a powerful light appeared around him, his sword blazing with fire. Then he unleashed a fierce lightning slash. The sword strike unleashed incredible power, destroying many of the monsters. Flames erupted fiercely, and screams echoed through the sky. From afar, a large building is split in two as the sunset gradually falls. Lam Tian stands tall, suddenly glancing to the left. Seeing Lin Guye leading the army and 3 tanks forward, she shouted loudly. Lam Tian then approached Ling Wei and asked anxiously, Are you hurt? He quickly replied, I'm fine. Lam Tian looked at Lolo and said, That's right, this is your aunt and her boyfriend. Help me take them to a safe place. Ling Guye quickly replied, I'll leave the rescue to you. Lolo spoke up, Little Tian, where do you want to go? Come hide with us. Lam Tian quickly replied, The true form of the monster is still hiding there. You must find it and deal with everything at once. At this moment, a monster is being attacked and suffering immensely, while Lam Tian grips his sword tightly with sparks flying around. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, the spiritual energy flow is too abnormal. Something's wrong. Is the spiritual energy around all flowing downward? There's definitely a secret hidden beneath this church. This wall is too suspicious, something's not right. Without hesitation, Lam Tian immediately placed his hand on the sturdy wall, his eyes narrowing as he realized. Suddenly, the floor beneath him emitted a loud noise, and in an instant, a secret passage appeared. Lam Tian paused in surprise, then found it. At that moment, a voice from a G-type spoke out. Why have you become so weak, Tai Diem, after less than 2 years of experiments? He quickly bowed his head and said, The Grand Master of the church was destroyed, and my source of power has disappeared. He quickly added, If you have the strength to reach the 5th realm, who could possibly hurt you? Tai Diem was a bit panicked. He is a human named Lam Tian. The mysterious book's gaze shifted back. Lam Tian, a human, did you fail before an ordinary human? He stammered in fear. He's not an ordinary person. He also has the bloodline cultivation base. And he's definitely not weak. Don't talk nonsense. How long has Earth just recovered its spiritual energy? Only a few humans have reached the bloodline cultivation stage. If he really has reached that stage, how could I not know? Furthermore, even if he is at the circuit core stage, you are a 5-stage circuit monster. If a 5-stage can't surpass a 3-stage, it proves you are a failed product. Tai Diem seemed to be pushed into a passive position, and the mysterious book continued coldly, and we don't need failed products. Master, my strength comes from swallowing and absorbing all the members of the Northwest Spirit Organization to accumulate power. He destroyed the church's altar. Without the altar, I am no better than a warrior in the initial stage. Master, please give me one more chance. I will definitely kill Lin Tian. His spiritual energy is incredibly pure. If I can swallow him, I will truly complete my transformation, and then I will be more useful to the organization, much stronger than now. Hu Yan's arm immediately reached out with the surrounding aura. If I could get one more chance. Just as he grabbed the blackened rope, it suddenly wrapped around Tai Diem's body, burying him inside with cries of pain. The ropes gradually loosened, no longer tightening, as Tai Diem's body curled up, hanging suspended in midair. The mysterious book glances down with a broad gaze, hoping not to disappoint me this time. At this moment, the ground beneath Lam Tian is trembling. His eyes gradually narrowed. It seems I found the right place. A space-like hole is opening up in front of Lam Tian. He immediately stepped back when he saw the red sphere suddenly appear. The sphere with bloodstains flowing beneath slowly approached. Unconsciously, Lam Tian's arm slowly raised, and he turned around in shock. It seems that the useless Tai Diem was right. His strength has reached the 3rd stage of the iron chain. Lam Tian hurriedly looked around loudly. Who Huan Sach continued, "You are the Lam Tian that Tai Tian mentioned, right? You slowly lower your head and reply, Tai Tian is a monster of the Dawn Church, so you are his accomplice, huh?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Comrade, if it dares to horn, I am a member of the Eternal Illusion King's mansion. You can call me on Huan Sach. We are tired of this hollow world and are determined to replace the old ruins with a new order." Lam Tin sharply interrupted. "Is the Bright Dawn Church one of the new orders you created?" He raised his head and continued, "A failed experiment but not entirely worthless. Your tone has changed. I don't care what experiments you do, but if you mess with me, then don't blame me for sending each of you to meet the King of Hell." Huan Sach immediately smirked. "Wait until you are alive to say that." Suddenly, black streaks appeared beneath his feet. Huan Sach disappeared instantly. Let it play with him for now. As soon as Lam Tian grabbed the spear, he immediately turned back. The underground shield was showing signs of instability. The monster suddenly reined in unexpectedly, losing control and roaring, "Lam Tian, I will need to kill you." A faint smile appeared on his lips, just waking up and rushing to seek death as the wind suddenly howled fiercely in the sunset. A little girl is crying desperately, calling for her mother. Mak Yin quickly leans over. "Someone is alive over there." Harloy grits his teeth. "Look over there." Just as he grabs a black wolf jumping to attack, Harloy keeps firing bullets, but it seems the iron layer is deflecting them. Mak-Nin immediately turns to the side and shouts, "Use that." Immediately, Harloy gripped the handle tightly and lunged forward, driving it into the creature's flesh without hesitation. Its body writhed in pain, unable to resist, and after a while, the creature showed no signs of life. Mang Nian quickly moved to support Harloy, who was panting and speaking. "Luckily, I have some items from the Spirit Energy Association. Otherwise, I really couldn't destroy this thing." Mang Nian's eyes glanced elsewhere. "Go check on the child." "Don't be afraid, little girl. We're here to save you. Where is your mother?" The crying grew louder and louder, but she didn't know. Mark Nin quickly said, "First, take this child back to the army headquarters. We also need to replenish ammunition." Harloy nodded. "All right." Luckily, Brother Lam Tian rushed into the monsters, otherwise we wouldn't have time to save the people. Markanin agreed and continued, "That's right. I heard he can cut monsters in half with just his hands. Like a superhero, I wish I were as strong as him. How is Big Brother Lam Tian doing right now?" Harloy smiled and said, "I bet he's already at the monster's lair. This Northwest City operation must credit him as the hero, for what just happened in front of them was a dangerous explosion." Both Magnian and Harloy were stunned, their eyes wide open, as a giant winged monster shrouded in dark aura appeared, with Magnian's jaw trembling uncontrollably. What kind of monster is that? Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Attention! A high-level spiritual creature has appeared deep inside the church crypt, and the spiritual energy fluctuation has exceeded level 3 barrier. Everyone remain alert." Harloy's face suddenly turned panic on level 3 alert. Magnian, trembling with fear, continued, "It's over. The Northwest City is finished. No, humanity is doomed." The monster roared fiercely in agitation. He suddenly looked up in surprise and said, "Look." Harloy hesitated a bit, is crying out loud. He widened his eyes. Could it be that someone is fighting it? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the flames. "Brother Lam Tian." "That's right. We still have Brother Lam Tian." Harloy exclaimed excitedly. "Only Brother Lam Tian can do this." All over the Northwest City. No, all of humanity depends on him as two forces clash fiercely. A powerful tornado formed by flames spins fiercely, moving faster and faster. The monster roars loudly. "Lam Tian, let me see how strong the true level 3 circuit really is." Your palm quickly clenches with a fierce gaze. Without hesitation, Lam Tian suddenly punched the monster. Bright streams of electricity were flashing fiercely before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tian's entire body was sent flying backward and immediately crashed down onto the ground below. The monster laughed excitedly. "So this is the power of the third realm. You are no match for me now. I detected high-level fire attribute spiritual energy. Do you want to absorb it?" Lam Tian looked up and said, "What? I can actually absorb its spiritual energy. Such good spiritual energy, how could I waste it? I'll absorb it." The monster sneered sarcastically. "You want to risk everything with me? You're utterly foolish." As soon as it finished speaking, its body erupted with power, and its massive arm easily grabbed hold of Lam Tian's body. The monster chuckled. So this is your full strength, too weak, too fragile. A faint smile curled on your lips right now. Suddenly, flames burst across Lam Tian's body. The nearby monster continued, then, let me end your miserable life. Its eyes suddenly froze as if sensing something. The monster became frantic. What's going on? Why is my spiritual energy so weak? Why is my spiritual energy dispersing into the air? He immediately looked at Lam Tian's expression. Could it be? He lowered his head and looked around. What's going on? Wasn't he the one trying to end my life? So why isn't he moving? The monster was startled and let go of his arm. You're absorbing my spiritual energy. Lam Tian coldly continued. I really was treated to a very delicious meal as a thank you. So let me send you on your way. The starry night sky, inside the house, a table laden with delicious food, beautifully arranged, a person raising a glass for a big sip, then sighing in front of everyone. It's too much. This drink tastes even better after escaping death. Lam Tian softly advised. Auntie, just drink a little. You need to take uncle to the hospital tomorrow. Lolo shyly waved her hand. Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. I'm not drunk. You see, alcohol just makes me talk like that. Auntie, don't spoil Lin Yun and Tam Fifi, or else there'll be a house full of drunkards one day and I won't be able to handle it. Lin Yun blushes and turns away, saying she's far from drunk. Fai Fai asks, don't worry, they can keep up with me. Lolo's words made Lam Tin startle. Oh, little Tin, I almost forgot about this. Now that you're so strong, who do you plan to marry in the future? Fai Fai and Ling Mu yet blushed and looked at each other, unsure of what to say. She cleared her throat awkwardly and asked, Of course, both of them always. Right now times have changed. Isn't it natural for strong men to have many women? And women? Lam Tian gently tapped her on the head and warned her not to talk nonsense. Keep going. The world is in chaos. When will Taiping consider getting married afterward? Fai Fai responded, Then we are in agreement. When the time comes. Suddenly, the phone rang, making her curious. Grandpa, Lam Tin politely stood up. I'll take this call first. Everyone continue. Jia, outside on the balcony, you whispered, Commander Tam, you are looking for me. The voice on the other end responded with a hint of excitement. Little Lam Tin. Thanks to you, the battle in the northwest city was a success. On behalf of the military, I thank you for saving so many lives. You go ahead. This isn't worth mentioning. I was just doing my duty. Why did you call me so late? Is something wrong? The voice on the other end was steady. Yes, this time I contacted you because the army has discovered a mysterious secret realm. Therefore, the army invited the leader of the Spirit Alliance from all over to discuss strategies. Do you have time to come here? Lam Fin hesitated and agreed. I understand, now I will go there immediately. At the military conference room, he said, confidently speaking, loudly. Spiritual energy recovers quickly. Has anyone's level soared suddenly? On what basis do you boast and show off? He sneers. You guys are just good at talking big. If he really fights, let's see how many hits you can take. He slams the table in anger. In this era, someone breaks through every 3 days. Achieves success every 5 days. Isn't everyone a genius? Are you kidding me with this argument? What did you say? Huh? Not convinced? Say again. He spoke up to mediate. Stop fighting. We're here to think of a solution, not to fight among ourselves. Lam Tin opened the door and stepped in. The place was lively, everyone pointing at each other, and when they saw him, they froze. He sat down gently and apologized. I arrived a bit late. Everyone is here, so let's start the meeting. They looked at each other curiously, not understanding what was happening. Lam Tian sat at the head of the table, his face serious. He sighed in relief. I expected only elder brother Lam Tian could suppress these people. The meeting proceeded, everyone listened attentively, and according to the analysis of the spiritual energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely unusual spiritual resonance point appeared in the southwestern part of Hongmak. This area originally had no spiritual energy, but now a stable and intense spiritual vein reaction has suddenly erupted. Our preliminary estimate is that a new secret realm has recently formed. He repeated curiously, A new secret realm. Not only here, but at least 5 other regions worldwide have also experienced similar surges in spiritual energy recently. And according to intelligence, New secret realms have appeared in those places as well. Those who have explored the new secret realm say that there is a kind of spiritual food inside that can help people break through to the chi refining stage on the spot. Everyone's faces are very serious as they discuss heatedly, and Lam Tin seizes this opportunity to let Hoi Lin Nuyet break through to the chi refining stage under the bright light in Dai Tin's office. The two of them are chatting about recent matters. Du Ting asks, "So was today's meeting still considered successful?" Lam Tian, resting his chin on his hand, replies, "That particular secret realm isn't a big challenge for me. But it would be very beneficial to bring Lan Hengyue and the others there to improve their strength a bit." After hearing your words, he turned to a cold gaze and expressed, "You came to me, so there must be something else." Du Ting sighed. "Indeed, he couldn't hide it from you. There are indeed some matters that require your assistance." Then he reached into the box and took out a notebook, saying that the secret realm we discovered was actually the second one. "Do Ting," said as he handed the notebook to Lam Tian, the first one, shaking his head. "You couldn't control the first secret realm, could you?" He helplessly explained that it wasn't that he couldn't control it, but that it had been stolen by a mysterious force that had obtained the spirit artifact from the secret realm. In just a few days, he became a powerful figure in the realm of the divine. Lam Tian continued, "And then this person became the great king of the upper mountain." The informant nodded and said yes. He directly seized Changtian City, ignoring the government and imposing a city-wide lockdown. Lam Tian closed the file and said, "Seriously? I understand. I will go and bring him out." The old guest nodded and said, "Thank you. Issues that cause division in the country must be ended." A month later, it was already evening at the private villa. Lam Tian and everyone gathered to discuss. He summarized the whole situation clearly, and this is how it is. Lin Guye was the first to speak. "So should we continue to participate in the mission inside the secret realm?" He replied that he would definitely go. Just like this time, because of the special circumstances, everyone will have to face the danger themselves. Lam Tian looked at the two girls and warned them to be very careful inside the secret realm. He has contacted Mak Du, and he will go with the two of them. Then Fai Fai asked, "If they are going into the secret realm, where will I go?" Lam Tian explained, "I heard that the first to conquer the secret realm was the Earth Emperor, who gained the fire attribute spiritual energy. So this time, I will go with him." Fei Fei heard this and couldn't hide her happiness, saying, "Happily, I will definitely try my best to cultivate." Lam Tian silently pondered if he remembered correctly. Then after the spiritual energy catastrophe in the previous life, a real natural disaster would soon come, and darkness would cover the sun. He looked at everyone, thinking to himself that this time he wouldn't let it happen again. He had to become strong enough to protect everything he loved in this world. Lin Guye, noticing his gaze directed at her, was a bit surprised. She asked, "Lam Tian, are you hiding something from us?" He calmly explained that now spiritual energy is erupting everywhere in fierce bursts, and you must quickly increase your strength, or you might not survive the next stage. Lin Wuye hesitated, then asked again. As the next stage approached, Lam Tian put his hands in his pockets, trying to reassure everyone. "Alright, for now don't overthink it. Just rest up and get ready to head to Chongqing City." He smugly looked at the girl and mentioned the capitalist corporation, then turned to the other girl and talked about the government. In the end, he flaunted and boasted that he was worth nothing in front of me. Just as he was enjoying himself, the sound of his underlings entering the room announced, "Boss, we've caught a traitor." Tan San seemed unconcerned and indifferently ordered, "Go ahead and report." Then the subordinate rushed in to report, "Boss, it's this kid who secretly contacted the army." The tablet shows a video of Gakotua with injuries, and the subordinate reports that he not only revealed we have the secret realm, but also plans to act as a contact to receive the spiritual energy cultivators sent by the army. Tang Sun calmly replies, "It's fine, just an ordinary soldier in the army. He can't cause any trouble for now. Once I completely devour the power within the secret realm, not only this city, but the entire country will have to submit to me." The subordinate asked, "Master, what about the militarist responsibilities?" He carried a girl on his back and casually ordered them to find some imposters to act as support personnel. "Just have the soldiers sent by the army to feed the dogs," he said, then turned around and left. His subordinate obeyed the command and the wind picked up. Cut to the next morning. After arriving at the designated location by plane, Lam Tian and Fifi go on their mission together. A car pulls up in front of them, and the driver loudly says, "Miss Tam Fifi from the army, right? Get in the car quickly." After getting in the car, we sped through the streets as the driver chatted. I never expected the army to send someone as beautiful as you to help us. May I ask, with your lips coated in ointment, are you the person in charge of contacting the army? And what is your contact name? The driver confidently turned his head and replied, my contact name is Coconut Chicken. Fai asked next, where are we heading now? The driver replied, first, we will go to an underground bar where there are people who want to join me in rising up against Nui Tan Son. Lam Tian showed no emotion and slowly said, you are not the youth sent to support us, right? This sentence made the driver turn pale. Fai beside him was equally shocked. He stammered, trying to cover up. Huh? You said what? I am exactly. Lam Tian analyzed. The coconut chicken is left-handed and has a male accent, but you are not only not left-handed, but your accent is also incorrect. You threaten, so before I kill you, do you have any last words? Making the driver so scared he lost control, he immediately stepped on the gas and sped off at a deadly speed. The driver sped recklessly, weaving through the streets before finally stopping right in the middle of the highway bridge. At this moment, the driver turned hostile and admitted that you're very smart, but smart people don't live long. Fai fell silent, so the person who was supposed to be welcoming has really been caught by you. The driver smiled slyly and replied, that's right, you'll be reunited with that jumper very soon. Lam Tian calmly asked, may I ask, are you relying on just yourself? At that moment, the driver shouted, enough, let go of the wheel. The car exploded in a blast, shrapnel flying everywhere, and the driver seized the opportunity to jump out just in time. Thanks to that, he landed safely. The driver now smugly said, your heads are the gifts I give to Mr. Nguyen. But just a few seconds later, his face changed color. Who would have thought that, after the car explosion, Lam Tian and Fifi could still stand in line? Without a scratch but provoked, Fai used him to practice her punches, saying she'll have to face this kind of fight often in the future. She replied curtly, alright. Driver, little sister, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Fai said coldly. Let me see what strength you really have. Immediately, both sides charged into battle, flames about to collide in a city-shaking explosion. No surprise that beautiful Fai was the one to punch the guy right in the face. Blood and tears burst from his eyes, nose and mouth like a stream. The driver was full of doubt. How could this be? She was just a girl after all. Then he quickly grabbed both of Fai's hands, but to his surprise, no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't move her. The driver frowned. How could this be? Even with her hands held, Fai still had her legs, so she landed a knee strike that bent him over and sent him crashing hard into the nearby railing. After taking this hit, the driver kept whining, clutching his back as if broken in half and crying out loudly. Before he could finish his sentence, beautiful Fai kicked her leg up to deliver the knockout blow. The bastard, you. I had to open my eyes wide in shock at these continuous blows. As expected, when her kick came down hard, his face immediately merged with the ground. At this moment, all I could do was raise my hand and beg for mercy. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I will take you two to find Coconut Chicken. He is only barely alive now. Fai warns, I will give you one more chance. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will twist your head off and kick it away. The cold-hearted driver dares not, absolutely not. At this moment, Fai turned around, smiling brightly. So, is my expression excellent? He gave her a like as a compliment, which was very nice. The scene shifts to a military tower, in a dark place, illuminated only by a single spotlight. Gakotua is chained with both hands like a prisoner, blood streaming down his shirt from the torture he endured. Now his mind is no longer clear, everything in his eyes is just a blur. He struggles to open his eyes when he sees the couple Fai and Lam Tian. Who are you? Fai rushes to support him and gently asks, you are Gakotua, right? We are soldiers here to rescue you. Gakotua stammers, prove your identity. She replied, you told me that your online account name isn't based on your eating preferences, but on your sister's taste, and your sister has already passed away. Gakotua immediately burst into tears. Finally, everyone, it's really too much. Fai frantically tore apart several chains in his hands while trying to reassure him, but he, Gakotua, firmly refused, saying there's no need, let me report to everyone while I still have consciousness. Nguyen Thanh Son was originally the vice president of the Spiritual Energy Association of Chongti City. Half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Chongti City. The city's Spirit Energy Association president took him there to investigate. Unexpectedly, he killed the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure inside. Fai was surprised. Wahan killed the city of Chongtian Spiritual Energy Association's president Gakotua seriously admitted, yes, Nguyen Thanh Son used the treasure in the secret realm to successfully advance to the Iron Vein realm and then started causing chaos in Chongtian City. At this moment, he kept urging everyone to go quickly because the two of them were no match for Han, who had reached the realm of the Steel Meridian, while she was only at the Dong Tuyen realm of Dingfong. Then, the coconut chicken suspiciously looked at Lam Tian to warn Phi, especially her partner, that he couldn't sense any spiritual energy from him. Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like? Coconut Chicken replied, I've only glanced at it once, and it looks like a red lock. Lam Tian hesitated for a moment, suspicion growing in his mind. Could it be that red lock? Before he could finish analyzing, the Coconut Chicken sensed something was wrong and closed his eyes in discomfort. A moment later, she shouted, Nguyen Doi, this is the spiritual energy of Nguyen Thanh Son. Han has arrived. As she finished speaking, a foot stepped forward with a clatter. Who is it? So it's the usual storyteller coming again. Fai looked at the man in front of her and spoke up, saying he was Nguyen Thanh Son. Thanh Son revealed a twisted expression, saying the girl sent by the army had a decent figure, and if she agreed to be his concubine, he might show mercy and spare her life. Hearing such shameless words, Fai was furious, seeking her own death. The contemptuous man, if you refuse to drink what others offer, then go buy your own. The thug threatened, so don't blame me for fighting fiercely. Coconut Chicken was panicked. Run quickly, both of you. He's now a powerful essence circuit expert. You can't beat him. Thanh Son rushes in. There's no way out. Die here, all of you. Lam Tian, disappointed, is just a low-level circuit cultivator, perfect for Tam Phi to train her hands. You order? Fai. Use Nguyen Thanh Son to train your hands. If you want to be stronger, you must face powerful opponents. Fai agrees. I must become someone who can stand beside you. Both of them unleash their strength and rush toward each other, with Phi and Thanh Son simultaneously throwing two powerful punches. The guy sneers, is that all the strength you have? Are you just scratching an itch? Phi doesn't stop. She prepares to attack again with her remaining hand. But he read her move, and her arm was restrained. Thanh Son kneeled and aimed directly at Fai's stomach. She was thrown far away by the guy. Fai let out a cry. Thanh Son boasted, I just absorbed 1% of the spirit energy from that treasure, which is why I'm this strong now. When I fully absorb that treasure, who in this world can stop me? Lam Tian, clutching her stomach, sat up cursing under her breath. Damn it. Gakotua worriedly said, I told you to, you can't fight them, you should run now. Lam Tian asked her, Nguyen Thanh Son, is the treasure that the old man just mentioned now on your body? Kin Tung, this is your place, right? Lam Tian's golden eyes narrowed slightly. What do you think? Without saying more, he immediately rushes forward at a terrifying speed. In just a blink of an eye, you appeared in front of Thanh Son, and your punch shot towards him without hesitation. Thanh Son received the punch, his face twisted in pain. With just a normal strike, Lam Tian easily sent him flying away. Thanh Son still refused to admit defeat and struggled to get up, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Lam Tian charged forward again. This time, he unleashed a kick, just a mere Iron Vein dog from the first realm, dares to mess with me. Thanh Son was struck so hard, he spat blood, groaning in pain. This time, Thanh Son has no strength left to stand and fight back. Lam Tian easily lifts his head with one arm. He desperately begged, stop, don't hit anymore, that treasure is on my body. Fai and the Coconut Chicken watched the fight from behind. Thanh Son frantically pulls out a red key. The cowardly man kneels down. This treasure is something I found inside the secret realm. Lam Tian held the key in his hand, inspecting it carefully, and confirmed that it was indeed the one. This key can open the depths inside the secret realm. Back then, when the deep level of the secret realm was opened, Earth had already entered a period of spiritual energy recovery. Without strength at that time, death was the only outcome. You ask where the entrance to that secret realm is? Thanh Son looked confused. That realm had already been cleared by me. What else could be inside? He can only compromise. I will take you there. The scene shifts to a magnificent, majestic mountain. Thanh Son leads the way. Lam Tian follows. Finally, all three stopped. Tan Sun pointed ahead, indicating that the entrance to the secret realm was right here. Following the direction Tan Sun pointed, an ancient gate appeared before Lam Tian. Lam Tian slowly approaches the gate, scanning the surroundings carefully. He stops in front of the gate, which is sealed shut, leading into the secret realm. There is a lock above the gate, and a matching lock thread is needed to open it. Lam Tian understood immediately. Yes, just as he thought. He takes out the lock of thread he just obtained from Tan Sun and inserts it into the lock. As he turns it gently, the gate leading to the secret realm slowly opens. A huge surge of power also burst out, causing Lam Tian to stagger. Suddenly, the large gate was activated and began to tremble. Fai was stunned, so this is the entrance to the secret realm, and that treasure is actually a lock thread. Tan Sun was stunned, realizing that this was a lock thread used to activate the secret realm. If I had known earlier that it was the gate of the secret realm with the lock, I could have taken the item inside for myself. But it's okay, once he steps into the secret realm, I will follow him and take the opportunity when he's off guard to kill him and seize the treasure again. Lam Tian said, alright, for now let's go back and report this matter to the main army before proceeding, okay? This kind of extremely dangerous secret realm must be thoroughly prepared before entering. Furthermore, Lang He, Nü Yue, and his group probably have about an 80% chance of possessing a similar secret realm, so you need to remind them not to lose the lock. Tan Sun worriedly thought danger is approaching. He wants to surrender to the army. I can't be caught. As long as I escape, I still have a chance. Immediately, he wiped his face and ran away. Pai shouted, Lam Tian is about to run, stay calm and don't worry, he can't escape. Then Lam Tian disappeared in a flash, and in an instant, he was already above Tan Sun. Lam Tian spoke up, and the man truly couldn't learn lesson A. After speaking, he suddenly grabbed the man's head and pressed it firmly into the ground, causing Tan Sun to spit blood and the surrounding ground to shatter. Lam Tian stood up, dusted off his hands, and in the lush green forest, light shone through the leaves. At this moment, a group of people was gathered at the ruin. A young man wondered, isn't it supposed to have a treasure? Another person added, that's right, there's nothing on the way here. Lin Yue spoke up, everyone be careful, the spiritual energy nearby is extremely strange. The young man said again, what's so serious about it? I think this secret realm is basically... Before he could finish, he was dragged away by the giant wolf, howling mournfully. Seeing that scene, everyone was shocked. The person next to him panicked and ran away shouting, hurry up and run, but he quickly fell into the sight of the wolf. It lunged forward and bit into his head. Lin Yunguye immediately activated the ice round barrier with icy chains to attack it. Then, many ice chains appeared around the wolf's feet, trapping it. Next, Wu Tin rushed out and used the cold ice spear. The sharp ice blocks shattering against the wolf, it howled. But the damage wasn't enough, and it broke Lin Gui's ice chains. Then, the fierce one immediately charged toward Wu Tin. Seeing that, Lin Guye quickly built an ice wall to block her. Be careful! Wu Tin takes the opportunity as the wolf breaks through the ice wall and runs away. She ran to the side to keep away from the wolf. Mo Tu appeared behind Wu Tin and said, Wu Tin, later when you shoot the ice dart, aim it at the sky, and I will guide the ice dart to pierce the giant wolf's neck. She immediately replied, okay. Then the wolf charged at both of them, but luckily they both escaped. Wu Tin again uses her ice arrow to shoot at Mac Thursday. The sharp ice block soar into the sky, confusing the wolf as it watches. Seeing that, Mak Du used his ability and exclaimed, a good opportunity. At this moment, the sharp ice block suddenly appeared behind the wolf, causing it to be stunned and wide-eyed, and it narrowly avoided being pierced through the neck. It cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. The three of them gathered around. Lin Guye asked, you're obviously so strong. Why do you keep pretending to be weak every time? Ma Tu replied, 3,000 a month. Why risk your life? If it weren't for Big Brother Lam Tian calling me, I wouldn't care about this, Lin Guye said helplessly. That guy... Then they approached the wolf's body. Wu Ting said, Sister Nuyet, it seems there's some treasure inside this wolf. Lin Sengyue said that it still had a fragment of something inside, like a kind of device. On the wolf's body, surrounded by a strange white flame, a lock thread gradually appeared. Lin Hanguye, this is a locking thread.